We are transported to the palace of the first demon king, who sits on his impressive throne and ponders something. A servant quickly heads towards him, bringing him some very important news. The first demon king and best monarch is named Merlin Lucifer, and his servant is the incredibly charming Lilith. She looks at his sleeping face for a while and wonders what would happen if she tried to kiss him. She begins to slowly approach, hoping that her movement will not awaken the great demon monarch. Her thoughts about not missing such an opportunity are interrupted by the loud cries of the welcoming army of light. A huge army of knights bearing the emblem of the great sun approach the demonic palace. Lilith's handmaiden says that these scum of the Holy See have arrived here at the most inopportune time. After this, she turns around, hoping that this did not disturb the monarch, and decides to continue her attempts. However, her dreams were not destined to come true, as Merlin woke up and immediately stopped her, preventing something irreparable. Smiling, he asks her what she is planning, hinting that he does not want her to kiss him. Lilith smirks and says that there is nothing wrong with it, and she just wanted to play with him. Merlin abruptly removes his finger from her face to prevent her from biting it, and jokingly begins to scold her. He says that she needs to be a little more serious, and notes that, apparently, people from the Holy See are already here. Lilith says that if he had slept a little longer, she would have been able to kiss him. Merlin chuckles, saying that it's highly unlikely, as she seriously underestimates his power. Immediately after this, he grabs her by the waist and pulls her towards him in order to demonstrate his dexterity. He states that there are no people in this world who could just sneak up on him and take him by surprise. Lilith smiles and says that Merlin is, after all, the best demon king that ever existed. After this, she declares that she will destroy all the servants of the Holy See, but he stops her. He declares that since they are asking for trouble, today could be the last day of his term as king. He declares that in that case, he will bury them himself with his invincible power, and moves forward. Meanwhile, a huge number of the Demon King's minions appear on the approaches to his palace. Warriors of the Throne of Light, as well as ordinary mercenaries, rush forward to destroy the spawn of hell. Merlin watches the ensuing battle and says that there is quite a lively fight here. He quickly notices the warrior, assuming that she is probably from the generation of heroes. Watching her closely, he notes that she looks rather weak and is unlikely to interest him. The other warriors say that Lady Hero is incredibly strong and note that she fights very effectively. They also say that they are ready to follow Lady Hero anywhere because they are ready to enter into any battle. A few seconds later, a giant underground worm appears behind them, opening its toothy mouth. The frightened soldiers clutch at each other and begin to scream hysterically in the hope that someone will save them. Lady Hero makes a sharp attack and uses the Ice Spear skill to defeat the monster. She arrives just in time, because if she had delayed even for a split second, the soldiers would have died. Smiling, she says that they need to be very careful if they don't want to die on the battlefield. The warriors begin to cry, thinking that Lady Alice is both strong and gentle at the same time. Alice reveals that she is the 233rd warrior of the hero generation, named Alice Claudia. She also proudly announces the start of a holy crusade against the Demon King Merlin Lucifer III. The heroes follow her and rush forward, while representatives of the Holy See watch them from afar. The priest says that these good-for-nothing soldiers from the vanguard are pathetic peasants who distract the heroes' attention. The bishops say there is no need to be angry, because, in the end, these outcasts are just useless cannon fodder. They emphasize the idea that these peasants are merely expendable and that they need to focus on killing Merlin. The bishop says that even if Lady Hero fails to become a worthy opponent for Merlin, he has a backup plan. Alice continues to fight the monsters when she suddenly hears the frightened screams of her comrades. She turns around and realizes that the monsters have surrounded the vanguard and simple peasants cannot cope with such enemies. Alice understands that things are bad for them and that they need to be saved urgently in order to minimize losses. However, after a few seconds, she hears a strange rumble and looks up to find out what it is. The bishop says that this is a carefully planned siege fortress that they have been preparing for hundreds of years. Looking at the giant whale floating on the clouds, it says that this is their most perfect weapon. Warriors on both sides freeze for a moment to look at this terrifying creature. Alice is also impressed by this creature and thinks that it is a very terrible and creepy monster. The bishop says they will witness the triumph of the first and most powerful weapon in history. Immediately after this, he gives this monster a command, and it begins to slowly open its giant mouth. The bishop declares that he will wipe the filthy demons from the face of the earth, and Alice understands that the vanguard will also come under attack. She tries to run to her comrades, but realizes that it is too late to save them. Merlin looks at what is happening and says that this bishop seems to him to be a rather disgusting bastard. A bright beam of unknown energy hits the ground, causing a powerful explosion that destroys everything in its path. The bishop calls on us to tremble before the iron hooves of their holy see, which will crush the enemy. Alice uses a special protective spell to stay alive, but it is difficult for her. Merlin and Lilith also appear completely untouched. It looks as if the attack missed them. Alice immediately turns her attention to the battlefield to find out if anyone miraculously managed to survive. To her incredible surprise, absolutely no one on the battlefield was injured and only stunned. Merlin says that they are not really dead, since it is he himself who will decide who will live or die here. He emphasizes that the lives of all those who are near his fortress are in his power alone. Merlin joyfully addresses his enemies, saying that the scum must meet the true Demon King. The bishop says that this is impossible, because the power of the Holy See is simply unimaginable. The bishop's assistants ask him what his proposals for retreat are, since they clearly will not win. However, the bishop turns out to be too furious a man, and declares that they do not know what fear is. He states that the body of this whale is made of various rare materials, all of which have been blessed with strength. Merlin smiles and says that it looks too weak to be seriously wasted on. Immediately after this, he draws his blade and makes a sharp lunge forward, cutting the whale in two. Lilith looks at her master with admiration, realizing that he is truly the most powerful warrior of all living. Alice is taken aback by the incredible power of Merlin, who so easily destroyed the superweapon. Merlin, meanwhile, playfully swings his sword, saying that it was not difficult at all. Those watching this horrific event are very surprised that such a large whale did not last even a second. The two pieces of this giant fish fall lifelessly to the ground, causing a loud roar and creating clouds of dust. Merlin then theatrically sheathes his sword as cherry blossom petals fly around him. Lilith runs to meet him, saying that little brother Merlin is the strongest and most powerful warrior of all living. Alice looks at him with fear, realizing that this guy is really very strong and it will be impossible to defeat him. The bishops and his loyal guard fall to the ground, realizing the magnitude of the power Merlin has just demonstrated. Merlin declares that he will now grant true death to the enemies of the Holy See in his own name. The bishop turns to Alice, stating that if she doesn't stop the Demon King now, they will all die. Alice reflects that these people are right, because she is a hero, and only she can stop the Demon King. With these words, she grips her rapier, which she received as a reward from her teacher, tighter. She rushes forward and says that in the name of those who fell on this battlefield, she judges him here and now. Merlin ignores her attack and simply pushes it aside with his overwhelming aura. Immediately after this, he draws his blade once again and creates a powerful energy wave. Alice realizes that he simply neglected to fight her, after which she sweeps away or destroys all of Merlin's opponents. Merlin creates an incredibly colorful explosion that highlights his lethality and grace. The only thing that remains of his opponents is the cap of the bishop, who did not even have time to understand what happened. This cap falls into the wet mud, symbolizing the fall of another army of the Holy See. Merlin looks closely at the battlefield and discovers that Alice did not die and remained alive after this blow. It was the final battle that marked the final reign of the Demon King Merlin. Merlin was an otherworlder who was forcibly summoned to another world and became king due to his incredible power. However, he was born with a curse in the form of cardiac atrophy, which is getting worse and worse every day. He has a magical demonic blade that was created to ease his suffering. The magic of this blade is that it increases its lifespan while it kills powerful enemies. The stronger the defeated opponent, the better, and Merlin is always waiting for the opportunity to fight the strongest. He believes that once he defeats the strongest beings in this world, he will be able to completely lift his curse. Merlin, meanwhile, happily notes that the Demon King's people no longer need his services. He says with a smile that it seems like now is the time for him to look at the outside world and go on a journey. Lilith comes to him after the great battle to say goodbye, and sadness is visible on her face. Merlin says that today was his last day as the Demon King. He tells her that she must take good care of herself and not allow intruders to enter the place. Lilith begins to tremble with impending grief, as she did not expect the separation to happen so quickly. She says that she has been with him since birth, and hopes that he will not leave her alone. Merlin says that she has grown up, but she still continues to be capricious, like a little girl. After this, he stops and places his hand on his heart, in order to emphasize the importance of this moment. He says that if he stays in this place, he will sooner or later die from his curse. Lilith says that she doesn't want her brother to die, but she also doesn't want him to leave her alone. After this, she decides to demonstrate incredible determination and dedication in the hope of saving her lover. She says that the next time his heart hurts, he might kill her to buy himself some time. Merlin immediately flicks her on the nose, calling her a stupid girl who doesn't understand what she's talking about. He adds that he cannot do something similar to his successor, in whom he believes so strongly. Lilith says that for her, death is much better than remaining alone without her Merlin. She promises that if he becomes disabled, she will still take care of him, but this prospect does not appeal to him. Merlin smiles, realizing that Lilith has very sincere feelings for him, bordering on obsession. He declares that he loves her too, but in that case he must leave, because only then will he be able to deal with the curse. He states that once he deals with the curse, nothing will separate them, and they will always be together. Lilith says that since he told her such words, she definitely cannot continue to be capricious. Merlin looks at her in surprise, wondering if she might have misinterpreted his feelings. Lilith says that in the outside world, there will be a lot of girls who will hit on him. She declares that no matter how many there are, she will definitely kill them all, and not a single one will remain alive. Merlin wonders if this girl was really crazy from the start. Merlin says that it is already late, so it is time for him to leave, not wanting to talk about this topic anymore. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stops next to Alice and looks at her attentively. Alice continues to sleep and mumble about how she can no longer bear the burden of being a hero. Merlin chuckled and said that she had fainted and still hadn't woken up, despite the fact that a lot of time had passed. Immediately after this, he picks her up right in front of Lilith, who immediately reacts to this. She asks him if he has already been seduced by some creature, and Merlin declares that it is simply his servant. He claims that he knows too little about the outside world, so she will help him understand it. He also states that this girl is too weak for a hero, as she couldn't withstand even one of his blows. He emphasizes that she, nevertheless, has good physical strength and willpower, so she will be useful to him. Lilith says that Alice is a hero, so Merlin simply has to kill her. Merlin says that he doesn't have to do this since he is no longer the Demon King. Lilith tries to object to him, but he sharply says that he has said everything he wanted and says goodbye to her. As he walks off into the sunset, he tells her that she shouldn't worry, because he will never fall in love with a hero. After this, his silhouette slowly moves away and becomes less and less visible to Lilith's keen eye. All she can do is watch with sadness as he walks off into the distance, in a direction unknown to her. However, after this, she decides to shake herself up, realizing that he told her incredibly important words. She reflects on the fact that Merlin will definitely return to her and fulfill the promise he made to her. She assumes that it was a real declaration of love, and this makes the wait even more excruciating. She pauses for a moment and realizes that this confession will be worthless unless she takes action. She states that she must study thoroughly how a future wife should behave in order to strike him in the very heart. Meanwhile, Merlin continues to travel, holding Alice in his arms, who still hasn't woken up. However, after some time she begins to come to her senses, although this is very difficult for her. Before this, she becomes lost in thought and wonders if she has lost her battle. Nothing good had happened since she had come down from the mountain, and she had been wrong to agree to the bishop's proposal. She considered herself strong enough to defeat the Demon King himself, who did not seem like a threat to her. However, in the end, she did nothing to him, as he did not even notice her attack. The teacher warned her that her spiritual practice was still too weak and that she was not up to the required level. He added that there were many strong opponents in the outside world, so she would face great difficulties. Merlin, meanwhile, reaches the seashore and carefully examines it for suitable transport. Unfortunately, he discovers that almost all of the ships have been destroyed. However, he does not lose his presence of mind and puts Alice under a tree so that she does not disturb him. He looks around again, thinking that he needs to somehow get a whole ship to sail on. After this, he steps aside, leaving her alone, while she again plunges into disturbing dreams. After some time, she feels the presence of some creature, which begins to breathe unevenly in her direction. This creature is definitely not human, as it has a giant mouth from which drool is dripping. They fall right on her face, causing her to wake up even faster and try to figure out what's going on here. As soon as she opens her eyes, she discovers that there is a giant werewolf in front of her. Alice almost instantly jumps to the side and looks at this aggressively minded creature in surprise. Alice guesses that it is a demonic wolf, who slowly crept up on her so as not to scare away the prey. The wolf, meanwhile, immediately rushes at her, baring his teeth in the hope that this hunt will be quick. Alice understands that this enemy has gotten too close and she definitely won't be able to escape from him. Merlin makes a sharp lunge towards the wolf and immediately places his hand right on its furry muzzle. This is enough for the wolf to immediately lie down and stop showing any hostility. Merlin looks at him with a slight smile and tells him that he shouldn't misbehave and attack. The wolf responds with a half-satisfied growl, hinting that he is still very hungry. Merlin declares that this girl belongs to him, so the wolf no longer has the right to eat her. The wolf immediately begins to wag its tail and in every possible way demonstrates signs that it submits to Merlin's will. Alice looks at him in surprise, thinking that for some reason this guy saved her again. Because of this, her heart begins to beat louder, and she tries to understand why her feelings suddenly failed her. Merlin, meanwhile, pets the demonic wolf, saying that he really likes its fur. Alice reflects on the fact that he doesn't quite look like a villain, but quickly dismisses these heretical thoughts. Merlin, meanwhile, continues to pet the demonic wolf, who goes into the forest to find another victim. Merlin then turns to the hero and asks her if her name is really Alice. Alice immediately grabs her weapon and asks him what he wants from her if he hasn't killed her yet. Merlin smiles and says that it is logical to assume what he wants when faced with such a gorgeous girl. Merlin says that he is the former owner of the palace, the former Demon King, and the former Great Monarch. Alice assumes that he wants to harm her and grabs a weapon in order to prevent this horror. She immediately pounces on him, and Merlin says that he would like to make one important announcement. Alice doesn't want to listen to him for a single second and tries to pierce his heart with an ice blade. Merlin understands that in order for her to listen to him, he will have to enter into open conflict with her. After that, he stops her ice strike without any problems with just 2 fingers. Merlin immediately puts his hand on her chin to make her even more embarrassed. He also takes a step forward and says that from this moment on, her body belongs only to him. Alice closes her eyes for a moment, trying to understand why this Demon King is acting so strange. She immediately slaps his hand away with her own in order to free herself from his enchanting grip. She demands that he not humiliate her, as she will never bow her head to such an evil creature. Merlin looks at her in surprise, trying to understand if she too is one of those who misinterprets his words. After that, he grins and spreads his hands, realizing that he will have to spend more time explaining. He says that she misunderstood him, and that it was not a request or a negotiation. Smiling, he says that it's time for her to accept reality, since he kidnapped her without any problems. After this, he slowly approaches her so that her desire to resist disappears. He claims that he kidnapped her in the hope that she would serve him well in the future. He also adds that he is quite gentle in such matters, so she is unlikely to be disappointed if she agrees. Alice asks him if he can explain in detail what exactly he needs her to do. Merlin says that he would like to test her to see if she is suitable for his needs. He states that for a while he will have to use her body to do something unusual and absurd. Merlin says that for demons, such activities are quite ordinary and habitual. Alice recalls with fear that she heard that some demons force human women to bear children. She realizes that she has never fallen in love, and now she is being forced to use herself as an instrument for childbirth. Merlin takes her hand to make her follow him, continuing to look at her ominously. Alice immediately breaks free from his grasp, saying that he is a depraved and perverted demon king. Merlin clicks his tongue in irritation and says that this behavior is completely unacceptable. He quickly picks her up and tells her that she shouldn't blame him for such methods. Alice tries to hit him harder and harder, telling him that he should let her go. However, after a while, he simply throws her into the boat without giving her the opportunity to understand what is happening. After this, he takes several wide steps in order to find himself on the floating vessel. Extending his hand towards her, he says that now they can finally begin. Alice says that if he takes even one step towards her, she will jump into the water and calls him a bastard. After some time, their boat breaks away from the sandbank and heads straight into the ocean due to the strength of the current. Merlin continues to look at her with a smile as she tenaciously clutches her rapier. She bares her teeth, realizing that she will have to fight for her dignity, and she cannot lose. She says that he is a troublemaker, and if he dares to take even one step, she will simply kill herself. Merlin looks at her carefully and immediately notices an oar located not far from her. A very clever idea comes to his mind, and he presses down hard on the oar with his foot. This tactic proves incredibly effective, as the oar immediately hits Alice in the face and disarms her. Since she did not expect such an attack in her direction, she was unable to maintain her balance, and her rapier fell to the bottom of the boat. She immediately grabs her head and begins to rub the area where she was hit, saying that it is incredibly painful. Merlin wonders in his mind why this stupid girl could become a hero at all, since she is clumsy. Alice says that if he couldn't stand to desecrate her body, then he could have done without it, and there was no need to be so rude. Merlin says that he has seen a lot of gorgeous girls throughout his life, and he is not interested in such a simpleton. He also claims that her breast size is probably fake, and Alice says that she is still growing. When asked what she put under her clothes, she says that it is her mithril armor. Merlin says that if the hero's predecessors knew about this, they would turn over in their graves. Alice asked him why he kidnapped her if he doesn't intend to desecrate her body. Merlin asks if she sees the ship that is near them and points to it. He declares that they will use it to cross the strait, after which they will be able to conquer the sea and finally reach land. Alice says that this is impossible, noting that it would take the strength of hundreds of sailors to cross it. She also states that there are many sea monsters in the strait that are considered invincible. She also notes that even if they take turns rowing, they will not be able to get out of the strait alive. Merlin says that she misunderstood him and hints that he did not say that they would change each other. He notes that he is going to use her as a labor force, so she will be the only one rowing. After this, he takes a few steps towards the bow of the boat, saying that he will be busy with an incredibly important matter. He pompously declares that he will stand here and enjoy the sea breeze, like a real captain. Alice looks at him in surprise and tries to understand whether she really will have to row like a galley slave. In 3 days, they have crossed a considerable part of the strait, but they still have a lot of work left to do. They find themselves in terrible weather, and at that moment, all they can do is hope that no one will destroy them. Alice wonders in surprise why the sea monsters haven't attacked them yet after 3 days. Merlin says that the sea is a terrible place. If someone decides to attack the prey, they risk death. Alice doesn't understand what he means, and Merlin says that there is a giant following them, and that is why the others do not come closer. Merlin advises her to hold on tight, stating that if she falls out, he won't be able to save her because he can't swim. Alice says that according to rumors, the Demon King could tear apart the Sea Devil with just one hand. Merlin claims that the Sea Devil himself came out onto land to get canned fish, but it is more difficult to kill him in the water. After a few seconds, he says that this monster has decided to attack them after all, and she better get ready. A powerful explosion of water throws them up, and Merlin says that this monster is much larger than the Sea Devil. A monster of incredible proportions actually appears before them, wanting to snack on them. Merlin decides to use acrobatic tricks to deal with his opponent. Having pushed off from the wooden boat, he immediately stabilizes himself in flight in order to not fall into the water. Alice, meanwhile, behaves much more awkwardly due to the fact that she is not used to such difficult tests. However, by some miracle, their boat still manages to land safely on the water without capsizing. Alice also lands in a boat and not in the water solely by divine help. The giant creature reveals its entire terrifying and massive body in the light of a bright thunderstorm. Alice realizes that this is probably the Sea Lord of the Strait, who has absorbed the Imperial fleet. Alice understands that Lucifer is unlikely to be able to stand against such a master. Merlin, meanwhile, stands motionless, all this time watching the movements of this monster. He, in turn, is preparing to pounce on what he considers to be unsuspecting prey. Alice covers her head with her hands in resignation, saying that even Lucifer III must be shocked by such a monster. Merlin, however, turns to her and says that this monster is incredibly ugly and scary. After this, he begins to mock this creature, declaring that he has never seen anything more ridiculous. Such taunts reach the ears of the Sea Lord, and he experiences incredible rage. In order to deal with the annoying bugs, he decides to raise his giant tail. A few seconds later, a powerful shock wave is released when this tail collides with the water's surface. Our hero's boat begins to experience serious difficulties in order not to capsize under such waves. Alice says that this creature is huge, and it is unclear how one can fight this thing. Merlin continues to maintain an absolutely historic calm and endurance, despite the entire situation. After this, he irritably grabs his sword and says that he is being forced to take extreme measures. Taking a few steps towards the bow of the boat, he takes proper aim and asks forgiveness for his excessive cruelty. The monster cannot assess his chances of winning, since he has not seen this man before and does not know his strength. Merlin, in turn, prepares to perform his signature move and abruptly draw his sword from its sheath. After just a second, a distinctive whipping sound is heard as some of the water droplets are cut apart. Alice is already looking at what is happening, trying to understand whether this blow was enough. At first it may seem like nothing has happened, as the monster continues to swim where it was swimming, but this is not so. The giant waves that were behind him also appear to be cut as if they were made of paper. Gradually, these giant waves begin to break down due to the impact of severe cutting forces. Merlin casually swings his sword, only to theatrically put it back. Not even a couple of seconds pass before he puts his weapon back into its sheath with a characteristic click. Alice looks at what is happening in surprise and still does not understand why the Demon King has already calmed down. Merlin, in turn, pats her on the cheek, saying that she looks rather funny. After this, he advises her not to stand there in a stupor and to row faster, since they do not have infinite time. Alice points at the monster in surprise and says that it is still near them and poses a threat. However, it quickly becomes clear that this monster is already dead, but its body just hasn't realized it yet. His entire gigantic body begins to come apart at the seams due to the sudden appearance of very thin cuts. Merlin looks at her in surprise and asks why she thought she was still in danger. Merlin says that the creature's blood will attract sharks, which may try to capsize their boat. Alice sits down at the oars in surprise and realizes that they really better get out of here quickly. After this, she looks closely at Merlin, who returns to his original position. She understands that this guy is strong not only on land, but also at sea he has practically no equal. Alice asks him why he suddenly decided to leave the demons and calls him Lucifer III. Merlin says that she should stop calling him that since he is no longer the Demon King. Turning around, he says that she should now address him and call him Captain Merlin. Alice looks at him in surprise and clearly does not understand the full pathos of the moment to which he tried to give meaning. Merlin himself realizes that he is now beginning to feel like an idiot, since his words have had no effect. He says that he has become the strongest in the demon world, and that he no longer has any equal in this world. Merlin muses that it would be too shameful for the foolish girl to find out that the Demon Council had banished him. Alice asks him if he really has the power to fight a saint-ranked person. Merlin says he has no idea about this, as his power is not measured by their standards. Alice says that he must have made an incredible amount of effort to gain such power. Alice says that he must have tried very hard and put in a lot of effort, but Merlin just smiles. He says that she actually believes such a stupid statement, and it is simply incomprehensible. He asks her if she doesn't realize that this is nonsense, invented to motivate mediocre people to work. He states that he believes that mediocre people should live the life they want and do what they can. Alice asks how she must overcome her threshold of strength in order to equal or surpass him. Merlin silently shows her his sword, which looks like a very ornate weapon. He claims that of all the demons, only he can pull out this sword, which is why he became the successor of the Demon King. Alice sighs tensely and realizes that, apparently, she really is not destined to become stronger than him. However, she does not give up and asks if he can tell her how he became so strong. Merlin lowers his gaze for a moment and decides to tell her the story of how he ended up in this life. He reveals that his mother is the second great monarch, who was known as Lucifer II. He was planning to live a completely different life, but during the 197th campaign of the Throne of Light, during a battle, his mother was killed. At that time, they could only rely on themselves because demon society lives by the principle of oppressing the weak. To become the strongest, he killed the king of the ancient trolls in the snowy mountains and also defeated the head of the minotaurs in the death forest. Even after this, he did not calm down and went to the valley in order to destroy the fire demons. He constantly trained his sword skills until it became rusty, and as a result, he became stronger. He also claims that after enough practice, he destroyed the demons that humiliated him. Immediately after this, he became invincible and took the throne that was his by birthright. Merlin says that his story can be said to be an epic poem about a prince's revenge. Alice says that, judging by his story, it can be said that he achieved everything thanks to his own efforts. Merlin claims that he didn't put any effort into it, as all this power was always inside him and he simply awakened it. Alice asks what the point of this story about a sad past was, which he probably made up to mock her. Merlin says that he really had a sad story, but soon he awakened his powers and everything became good. Alice is trying to understand whether this man is still mocking her in order to amuse himself. Merlin says that it is useless for her anyway, and it is better to move faster. Merlin says that his heart hurts a little less now, and Alice has something to do with it magically. He reflects that for some reason his pain becomes softer when he is near her. After a while, the storm subsides and they finally reach a small coastline. Their boat slowly approaches the sandy shore, and they finally get some time to rest. Merlin goes ashore and wonders if these are the lands of that very Britannia to which he was heading. Looking around, he initially does not discover anything remarkable, as there are only rocks all around. It all looks rather nondescript, and it seems to the royal majesty as if they had sailed into some village. Merlin asks her why he doesn't see any cities, since they should have stopped off the coast of Britannia. Alice is in no hurry to look out of the boat, since she has been rowing all this time without stopping or resting. After some time, she can only stretch out one arm with incredible difficulty in order to lean on it. She irritably asks him if he can't see for himself where they are. After this, she slides down onto a sandbank in order to at least take a little rest after the hellish work. She calls him an incredible bastard who made the girl work while he himself was lounging around all this time. Merlin continues to pace around her and think intensely about something while she continues to be angry. She mentally calls him a vile, disgusting, inhuman bastard whom she will definitely finish off. Merlin advises her to watch her words, reminding her that her position is rather unenviable. He says that she is now his servant and should not allow herself to say such terrible things. Immediately after this, Merlin stretches out his hands towards Alice in order to commit an incredible atrocity. Alice looks at him tensely, trying to understand whether he really has decided to desecrate her body. Merlin instead simply grabs her cheeks and pulls them apart to make her uncomfortable. Alice looks at him in surprise and does not fully understand what he is doing and why he is behaving so strangely. Merlin continues to stretch her cheeks, after which she begins to scream and wave her arms. Alice demands that he stop making fun of her because they really have arrived in Britannia. Merlin learns that they have reached the northern coast, and his mood improves after that. He says that she seems to have tried very hard and perhaps deserves a small reward. Alice irritably tells him that she doesn't need any encouragement from such a scoundrel. Merlin says that in this case he is saying goodbye to her, adding that it was a pleasure for him to travel with her by sea. He continues to walk in an unknown direction, wondering how he will build his life further. However, after a few moments he stops abruptly, clearly not to thank Alice. Merlin realizes that, according to the rumors he has heard, money is needed to live in human lands. However, after he left the demon world, he was penniless and turned towards her. Alice looks at him in surprise, trying to understand why he suddenly decided to show interest in her again. Merlin remembers that when he carried her, he felt that the iron plate on her chest was that very armor. He had every reason to be unhappy with this armor, as it was digging into his back. However, he also understands that if he can sell this armor, it will provide him with a large pile of gold. After this, he immediately stops and continues to think for some time about what he should do. Alice watches him calmly, when suddenly he turns towards her and begins to quickly approach. After this, he stops and begins to clear his throat slightly before delivering his pompous speech. He says that parting with him causes him pain, so she should leave him the most precious thing. Alice looks at him in surprise and asks what he is going to take from her. Merlin decides not to explain his desire properly and tells her to undress right now. Alice says that he promised not to touch her body, and Merlin says that he changed his mind. Alice tries to desperately defend herself and declares that he should not come near her. Merlin takes a few more steps towards her and tells her that she should behave obediently. Alice freezes because she understands that she can do nothing against such a strong opponent. After this, she starts crying and says that she wishes he wouldn't treat her cruelly. Merlin takes the armor and says that he doesn't need anything else from her and that she worried in vain. Alice looks at him with fear and confusion, still unable to believe that he only needs money. Merlin looks at the hero's mithril armor with a smile and says that it is certainly worth a fortune. He declares that he is now definitely saying goodbye to her and will only meet if fate brings them together again. Alice continues to watch him in horror, realizing that she has been insulted once again and even robbed. After this, she sends endless curses after him, thinking about how shameless and terrible he is. She gets very upset and even starts to cry, after which tears start falling on her hands. However, she also expresses hope that she will never see this scoundrel again in her life, and she can only weep bitterly over her fate, considering that this mithril breastplate cost her a pretty penny. Merlin, meanwhile, continues to stroll around the neighborhood, thinking about what kind of life awaits him. He also expresses hope that he will be able to meet strong and serious opponents who will prolong his life. After this, a year passes, and we are transported to the outskirts of Wells, where bandits live. One of the robbers says that one must wait patiently in order to attack the right target. His comrade salutes, and then discovers that he hears some kind of creature approaching. Carefully analyzing the approaching silhouette, he says that this man looks like some kind of shabby poor man. His friend looks closely at this man, then looks at the leaflet and realizes that there can be no coincidence. The bandit asks his leader why he is laughing, and he only continues to chuckle. He states that this guy appears to be poor, but is actually of great value. Merlin, meanwhile, continues to walk along an unknown path, saying that he is very hungry. After some time, he discovers a leaf that flies straight towards him with incredible accuracy. He doesn't have time to dodge the leaf, and it hits him right in the face, temporarily blocking his vision. He decides to find out what this piece of paper is, and discovers his photo with the reward there. Merlin realizes that after eating at a restaurant and not paying for the food, he immediately became a criminal. He emphasizes that the human world is simply terrible, because if you don't have money, you can't do anything. After some time, two silhouettes appear on his path, clearly well-armed and full of bad intentions. One of the robbers says that in front of him are the heavenly lords who control this road. Merlin looks at them in surprise, trying to understand what kind of clowns are trying to block his way. After this, he calmly ignores their threats and simply walks past, not paying any attention to them. The robber calls him a pathetic bastard, saying that he shouldn't pretend he didn't notice. Merlin turns towards them and asks threateningly if they really want to talk to him. The bandit says that Merlin should empty his pockets and give them all the valuables he has. Another bandit states that the most valuable thing he has is his life, for which a reward has been offered. He advises him to surrender without resistance, since he has a knife in his hands that is laced with a dangerous poison. Merlin asks him if he really wants to rob him, hinting that it's a bad idea. After this, he places his hand on his sword, saying that he should think twice before making this mistake. He also states that if he draws this sword from its sheath, they will both definitely die and will not even have time to realize it. The bandit says that Merlin is forcing him to give it his all and show what he is really capable of. His subordinate immediately throws an apple into the air to show off his incredible skills. The bandit grabs a knife and delivers a powerful blow that carefully peels the skin off the apple in a second. The henchman says that the boss's technique is unmatched in this world and that he is capable of dealing 20 blows in a second. Merlin, meanwhile, looks closely at this apple and sees in it nothing more than a means of sustenance. A small thread of drool begins to flow down his cheeks, as he hasn't eaten anything for a long time. The bandit raises his blade and moves towards the protagonist, asking how he dares to ignore him. Merlin continues to stare at the amazing fruit, and the bandit decides it's time to deliver a sharp blow in a dash. Merlin quickly notices the approach of the annoying enemy and decides to draw his sword from its sheath. Only a moment passes, after which the outcome of the battle is finally decided, and we already know perfectly well how it will all end. The bandit immediately freezes in place, as if his body was paralyzed, and a thin line appears on his neck. Merlin, in turn, makes every effort to intercept the apple and prevent it from falling to the ground. Merlin enjoys the taste of a good apple, while his opponent loses his head and falls to the ground. The henchman approaches his boss in surprise and asks him if he is okay. Having made sure that his senior comrade was dead, he immediately ran away, saying that he was asking for mercy. Merlin reflects on how incredibly boring it is for him to fight such weaklings, as it wasn't worth his time. Afterwards, he turns around and finds that the body of the enemy he just finished off is acting strangely. Gradually it begins to smoke, as if some spell had been cast on it, which is now dissipating. Merlin decides to follow this transformation to the end, in order to find out what it all means. A few seconds later, it turns out that all this time it was a goblin disguised as a human. Merlin suggests that perhaps this goblin was afraid of becoming a target for the royal army and decided to disguise himself. Finishing his apple, he throws away the core, saying that the most important thing is that he is okay now. At this time we are transported to the Goblin Cave, which is located several kilometers from this place of attack. There is a goblin on duty, not disguised as a human, as there is no need for it. As soon as another frightened goblin approaches him, he stops him and demands to know the purpose of his visit. The goblin says that he was pretending to be a man and now must tell the king what happened. The goblin lets him pass, saying that he knows very well the consequences of what will happen if he angers the king. Meanwhile, the king asks the one who has returned about the money they were supposed to bring. The goblin apologizes and says that, unfortunately, he was unable to get the money he was asked to bring. The Goblin King asks him why the hell he returned to him empty-handed and demands that he be executed. The goblin tries to delay his death and says that he needs to be told very important information. He claims that the boss he went on this expedition with was beheaded by a common man in a second. He adds that the man hardly drew his sword from its sheath and he only managed to notice a glimmer of light. The Goblin King begins to smile, realizing that this is a great chance to destroy the high-ranking warrior. Merlin, meanwhile, reaches a small settlement and looks around for opportunities. He understands that he gave up his last 2 copper coins in order to enter this city. Last year, he robbed Alice and took her mithril armor in order to live a happy, rich life. He bought his own estate and hired high-class butlers and maids to look after him. He also hired a chef from a fine restaurant and ate 3 meals a day to a higher standard. He also frequently attended horse races to place big bets, but never won anything. By the time he realized what he had done, it was too late because he had spent all the money he had received. He accumulated a huge pile of debt because he got used to a happy, carefree life and continued to behave dissolutely. This could not end well at all, and quite quickly everything came to its natural conclusion. The guards said that this disgusting scoundrel had caused a lot of trouble to the important people of this city. He eventually became the most wanted criminal with a generous reward. Today, the once great Demon King is in a difficult situation because he has no money. He tries to appeal to the crowd by talking about how he is a great actor without a penny in his pocket and asks for their attention. Smiling, he enjoys the fact that people come up to him and show them the technique of super fast jumping. People look at him and tell him he's doing really well, but he says it's just the beginning. After this, he splits into several copies and says that he can do even less amazing tricks. After people are impressed, he decides to clear his throat in order to ask for a reward. He says that it would be a joy for him to receive even 1 copper coin, since for him it is a great success. After a while, he hears people turn around and leave without offering him a single penny. They run to the priest, who says that the goddess of light is the embodiment of immortality and greatness. Merlin looks at the fleeing crowd, trying to join this sermon as quickly as possible. He tries to figure out where they are going, but he doesn't have a single viewer left and he needs to change tactics. He quickly discovers a boy nearby, going about his business. He quickly stops him by placing his hand on his head, realizing that this is a potential client for deception. He addresses him affectionately and says that he has noticed in him a talent for art of incredible rank. He asks him to give him copper coins, and in exchange he will teach him a technique so that he becomes just as strong. The young man says that he has no money and calls him uncle, which makes him angry. Merlin says that by refusing, he simply went and offended the most powerful swordsman this world has ever seen. The boy looks at him in surprise and asks if there really is such a strong swordsman in front of him. Merlin tries to establish contact with him, asks him what the name of this young talent is, and learns that his name is Henry. Merlin places his hand on his weapon in order to demonstrate his terrifying aura to the child. He says that he insulted him, but he is very merciful, so he will forgive his ignorance for a couple of copper coins. Henry says that he really doesn't have any money, but he demands that he stop being greedy. Merlin says that he probably has money at home, so he can teach him an invincible technique for that money. Henry looks at him curiously, trying to comprehend how invincible this sword technique really is. His eyes light up because for him, becoming an incredible swordsman is a very big dream and a great goal. Henry asks him if he is lying to him, and Merlin declares that everything he says is the pure truth. He notes that the main technique of his technique is the technique of quick decapitation with 1 blow. Henry says that ordinary students neglect to learn this technique because it is too ineffective. He also notes that he did not expect the much vaunted technology to be so disappointing and useless. Merlin says that his technique is universal and completely different from what is taught in textbooks. Henry says that he will reward him for the performance he put on a few minutes earlier. Merlin looks at his hand in surprise and discovers that he has just been handed 2 candies. Henry says that he should find himself a job, since he is already a grown man. Merlin says that the boy will regret his decision, and Henry asks him to stop being so intrusive. Merlin understands that in the past he was the best demon king, and now they treat him so rudely. After snacking on some candy, he realizes he needs to find some way to earn some money. After taking a few more steps, he suddenly hears a sermon about how the goddess of light will protect only the devotees. The priest says that a year ago, the Holy See sent an army of thousands, but it all perished. Women say they heard that the Demon King was a hideous freak and a lustful monster. Merlin listens to these terrible rumors and tries to understand why they attribute such terrible crimes to him. The bishop says that Lucifer III is a very powerful enemy, and we need to be prepared for his return. He also states that it has long been known that demons are aggressive and extremely lustful, and Lucifer is the worst of them. Merlin reflects that he would never have sent his troops across the strait to attack this country. He understands that, due to the lack of serious threats, the saints have become completely stupid and are stuffing their public with such nonsense. Meanwhile, the priest offers to buy special editions of the Bible in order to support the church and the fight against evil. People respond eagerly to this offer, saying that they would give up all their savings. Merlin says that these impudent hypocrites are deceiving working people out of their money. However, what really worries him is that they are damaging his reputation and not paying him interest. After some time, he continues to look for work and gets a job at a restaurant that needs a waiter. Merlin assumes that his skills and charm can no longer be surpassed and asks his employer about her decision. The girl immediately takes her hands away from him and shyly says that he has been hired. Merlin looks at her carefully and tries to understand why this woman is so embarrassed. Meanwhile, she asks him if he traveled to other lands before coming to them. Merlin says that this is indeed the case, and that he can work for them for a maximum of 2 months. He realizes that his heart curse is still not lifted, so he must find a strong opponent. The girl says that she understands everything perfectly, after which she prepares a special book. In a few seconds, she lays out all the necessary items to carry out accounting. She says that, judging by the hours he has offered her, she is ready to offer him a temporary job. She also states that she will pay him 1 gold piece per month, as well as a percentage of the sales of the signature drinks. Merlin says he's impressed, but she warns him that it's not an easy job. He has to service women. She notes that they don't just drink alcohol, so he must take special measures to improve sales. Merlin asks what she means by the special measures she recommends to him. The girl says that it is better for him to enthusiastically tell them stories or console them during emotionally difficult moments. She also says that establishing a deep, trusting connection with visitors is encouraged. Merlin realizes that one day he will have to sacrifice some of his dignity by selling alcoholic drinks. The girl immediately notices that he has lowered his eyes a little and understands that she needs to motivate him further. She tells him that a bonus awaits him if he succeeds in this matter. Merlin understands that he must accept this fate in order to ensure his existence. He thanks her for such a wonderful opportunity to prove himself and begins to shake her hand. With the thought that no one will recognize him anyway, he begins his career as a gigolo waiter. However, at this time, a carriage is heading towards the city, in which is a character we already know well. Alice carefully holds the poster in order to find out where the wanted criminal is. The face of this wanted criminal was hidden by the severe wear on the sheet of paper. Alice understands that the face is not visible, but she cannot shake off the strange feeling that she knows him. A year ago, she was robbed, and in order to pay off a pile of debts, she joined the Adventurers Guild. She lived very modestly and did not allow herself to spend extra money in order to somehow survive, despite her debts. That same day, she found out that there was a serious order for 5,000 gold, which would definitely help her. She says that it won't be difficult for her to catch an idiot living off the scam who hasn't been caught by anyone yet. Alice reflects on the fact that this is the easiest money in her life, and she needs to plan her wealth in advance. She happily talks about how she will finally be able to live a good life away from these horrors. And she doesn't yet know that the one she is going to catch is Merlin, whom she wished to never see again. After a while, we are transported to the Three Moons Tavern, where Merlin is currently working off his fee. It's time to show off his masterful dancing skills, and he decides to show off in all his glory. He asks the girl if she would be willing to have a drink with him after his dance is over, and she agrees. Addressing a crowd of women who are crazy about him, he says that he offers them all a glass of wine. The woman watching him says that Merlin was very much liked by the visitors, as she thought. A few seconds later, there is a knock on the door, and Henry's voice announces that he has finally returned to his mother. His girlfriend turned out to be quite dirty, and her face was full of bruises, which meant he had gotten into a serious fight with someone. His mother asks what's wrong with him, assuming he got into another fight with the neighborhood boys. Henry and Merlin lock eyes, creating a very awkward scene between them. Henry asks him what the hell he's doing in his house, and Merlin calls him a stinking little devil. After some time, the work shift ends, and the girl invites him to have some tea and relax. Merlin happily accepts her offer and sits down near the bar to catch his breath. Henry looks at him with great intensity, seeing him next to his beloved mother. Henry thinks that this small, worthless man only knows how to brag, and he shouldn't be allowed to work in this place. The hostess asks for forgiveness for her son, saying that he probably caused him a lot of trouble. Merlin reassures her by telling her that he loves little children very much, mentally hoping to destroy this boy. Henry screams loudly and says that he hasn't caused any trouble for anyone. This boy begged his mother to fire him from his job and never hire anyone like him again. Henry states that he is saying this because such a person will definitely ruin her reputation, which is already suffering. Merlin understands that such a young woman who has become a mother and lost her husband will give rise to corresponding rumors. Merlin realizes that the boy's clothes are torn to shreds because he fought with the others because they were making fun of him. He exhales deeply, realizing that these problems are somewhat familiar to him because he has been through them. He advises him to become even stronger if he has someone he wants to protect more than anything else. He notes that he currently does not have enough power to shut anyone up. Henry tells him to go to hell, saying that he would rather die on the street than listen to the advice of such an idiot. Immediately after this, he runs out into the street and disappears into the night, not paying attention to the fact that his mother tries to stop him. Merlin looks at the child with irritation and realizes that he is looking at another impulsive idiot. However, he decides that he needs to continue working further, since money will not earn itself. He turns his attention to a small group of adventurers sitting at a table near him. One of them says that he heard that there are definitely goblins in a small area around this city. They tell him that they heard that a group of goblins lived on a hill not far from here, which means they need to destroy them. One of them practically drains a glass of beer in order to give him more courage and strength. He compliments Merlin on the quality of the drink, saying that he would like him to pour him another shot. Merlin smiles and says that he will make the same cocktail for him again, without any problems. A second later, he begins to skillfully and artistically pour wine into a glass using his tricks. Having filled the mixing container, he begins to shake it acrobatically and artistically. Finally, after this, with an incredibly graceful gesture, he pours the cocktail into a glass and serves it to the adventurer. They say that he is quite skilled and ask him to pour the same cocktail for everyone else. After some time, one of the mercenaries approaches a warrior named Roger and says that he will receive 2,000 gold. Roger looks at them in surprise, wondering why they are offering him such a large sum. He begins to become very embarrassed and constantly turns his gaze to his partner. Meanwhile, the partner also lowers her gaze, making it clear that there is a small affair between these two people. After this, they declare that they are actually going to get married, and this task will be their last. Roger looks at them in surprise, and Merlin understands that this is a very bad sign because such stories end badly. He muses that, judging by how happy they are, they will surely return from this mission. After this, he decides to catch up with them in order to ask them a couple of questions and soberly assess the risks. He apologizes and politely asks if he can clarify some details of the task. Roger says that hundreds of kobolds must be destroyed, and then their left ears must be cut off as proof. Roger asks him if he is an adventurer too, but Merlin states that he was just curious. Adventurers say that there is no need to worry about them because they are already at the silver level. Merlin thinks for a moment and reflects that, apparently, this will indeed be a regular raid on goblins. Smiling, he says that in this case he wishes them all good luck and a speedy completion of the task. After some time, a group of adventurers goes into the ruins to clear the place of goblins. At first, destroying goblins is quite easy, and they do not have any problems with these enemies. They claim that there are about 37 goblins left, and that once they are defeated, they can retreat. Roger says that these are just ordinary goblins, and they do not hear the approach of a serious enemy behind their backs. He states that there is no need to be nervous or worry about not being able to handle them. A few seconds later, a huge ogre appears from the ground and instantly slams him into the ground. The blow proves fatal, and Roger dies a heroic death, without even realizing what killed him. Someone looks at the green giant and calls him a bastard who killed his best friend. However, on the back of this giant sits a smaller goblin who welcomes them to the Goblin Kingdom. He decides to introduce himself and says that he is already a goblin of the highest order named Gargamel. The swordsman wonders how a goblin of magical nature could have ended up in such a small liver, as it is impossible. The priestess immediately begins to cry and says that she does not want to die because she is still too young. Gargamel declares that she will become the Demon King's concubine, and they will simply finish off this boy. The swordsman asks his beloved to put a buff on him so that he can destroy these bastards. The girl immediately fulfills his demands, imposing on him all the possible enhancements that are available. The swordsman feels much more confident and is now ready to fight back with a powerful spell aimed at him. His sword begins to be covered in energy sparks, and this is a truly serious argument in battle. He prepares to use explosive crosscut to destroy the fireball that is flying towards him. After dispersing the fiery flashes, he realizes that they must avoid this place to avoid danger. However, his plans are quickly disrupted by a powerful blow from a giant ogre that survived the attack. The blow is so powerful that he is simply swept aside and loses his balance. The priestess looks in horror at her lover named Luo-en and loudly shouts his name. Gargamel, in turn, orders his henchmen to immediately tie up this woman in order to capture her. The goblins threaten her with weapons so that she does not resist and drag a rope here to tie her hands and feet. Luo-en looks at the goblins and says that these bastards can do whatever they want with him, but they must leave her. Gargamel smiles and asks if he really wants to save her, stating that he will give him that chance. Meanwhile, Alice reaches the Moonlight Tavern and tries to figure out if this is really the best hotel in town. She carefully opens the doors, looks inside, and discovers that some girl is quickly walking into the hall. The girls say that if they don't get the stage in order, the chick won't be able to give them a performance today. The tavern owner says that she is glad to welcome guests and assumes that Alice is not from around here. She shows her adventurer's sign, and the tavern owner says that they have rooms available. Immediately after this, she starts going upstairs to find out which room would suit her. Taking her to room 206, she says that this room will now belong to her for the duration of the lease. She says that if she gets bored, she can go downstairs because a popular actor will be performing today. Alice says that she just needs a place to stay for the night, so she will do without introductions. She also suggests that the tavern owner may know the person depicted in the painting. The owner says that, unfortunately, the face is cut off, so she cannot say for sure whether she knows him or not. Finally, she turns around and wishes her a good rest and restoration of her strength. Alice takes a few steps towards her room, realizing that she is terribly tired after the long journey. She says that this scoundrel will not be as easy to find as she initially assumed, and she will have to sweat for this money. Merlin emerges from the next room, saying that he thought he heard a familiar voice. Alice, meanwhile, falls with all her might onto the bed, landing face down on the soft pillow. She hugs her joyfully, saying that finally, after so many restless days, she can sleep peacefully. After this, she begins to read about the swordsman Elgin, whom she encountered last year when she was captured. One day, during her adventures, she was captured by pirates and set off on an unknown voyage on a ship. She had a huge number of women around her who had been taken prisoner, and she declared that pirates were the worst bastards. The angry pirates said that calling them that was a rude and unfriendly act, and she would pay for it. After some time, a strange figure appeared behind them, who advised them to wait. The pirates looked up in surprise and tried to figure out what this strange silhouette was that had appeared on the sail. Merlin, who somehow ended up on this ship, stated that he came here to help people in trouble. Alice couldn't see who was there because of the peculiarities of the cage, but she realized that someone had come to their aid. The pirates said that this scoundrel decided to commit suicide in style if he tried to get on board their ship. Merlin asks if they really consider themselves warriors to be feared. The pirates tell him that he is in the center of a fleet of 17 types of warships. One of the pirates said that they were the Redbeard brothers and had taken a bunch of girls captive. Merlin is glad that he may have encountered 2 warriors of serious rank to ease his pain. He suggested that this could at least help him somehow, and said that he had definitely been lucky with his opponents today. These pirates rushed straight towards him to finish off this pathetic worm as quickly as possible. Merlin immediately grabbed his sword to deliver a wide and powerful blow that would strike 2 opponents at once. Of course, this blow is enough to instantly finish off these scoundrels. The shockwave from this strike also destroys several ships of the pirate fleet. Merlin quickly lands on the deck, discovering that the rest of the ships have simply been destroyed. Alice is incredibly impressed by the man's strength, without even suspecting who he really is. Returning to the present moment, she reflects on how incredibly brave and courageous this swordsman is. After some thought, she decided it was time to write a letter to her teacher, with whom she had not been in contact. She writes that right now she lives well, she has no shortcomings, and she no longer owes anything to the criminal organization of Light. She states that she has fallen in love with the legendary swordsman, but she will not get into a bad situation because of her feelings. She also asks the teacher not to worry and to wait for her return, which will definitely happen. Immediately after this, she begins her evening prayer to ensure the main happiness in her life. She prays every day that she will never again meet that horrible bastard named Merlin who ruined her life. Meanwhile, Merlin continues to entertain the girls with his performances, wondering how long this will last. Suddenly he sneezes very loudly as someone reminds him of him very tensely. Merlin is trying to figure out why he sneezes at the same time every day for a whole year. The girls who have gathered in this hall continue to demand the next performances and are willing to buy alcohol. Alice is trying to figure out who this guy is, whom these women call a chick, because his tricks are heard from everywhere. After a while, Henry appears next to her, complaining that he is tired of these dissolute women. Alice says that just because these women are dressed beautifully doesn't mean they are promiscuous. Henry says that most of these women already have husbands, but even despite this, they come here. He also says that he admires her because she is just a breath of fresh air compared to these women. Alice looks at him in surprise, clearly not expecting that someone would have such a kind feeling towards her. Henry looks closely at the elements of Alice's clothing, as one detail immediately caught his attention. This detail is undoubtedly the Golden Adventurer's badge, which symbolizes her elevated rank among the others. Henry feels his eyes light up almost instantly at the sight of the very strong warrior. Henry asks her if she is really a gold-level adventurer and has incredible powers. Alice smiles and says that this is indeed true, and that he noticed this detail absolutely correctly. Henry says that for the first time in his life, he sees such an outstanding person before his own eyes. Henry almost immediately points to the rapier and asks if she can teach him her technique. Alice looks away towards her rapier and tries to figure out how to explain this more delicately. His sword technique is hereditary and cannot be taught, so she will not be able to teach this boy anything. After a short pause, she decides that she needs to handle this issue more delicately. She places her hand on his head to stroke it and make him focus on her. She says that she can teach him this technique, but first he needs to grow up and drink more milk. Henry looks at her carefully and asks if she is really joking, and if this will really help. Immediately after this, he drains the glass of milk and pours himself another one in order to grow faster. Alice looks at this child with a smile and understands that he has a rather great future ahead of him thanks to his diligence. Henry says that she truly deserves to be called a warrior of the highest order because she has different approaches. After that, he tells her a story about a creepy guy who tried to teach him the technique of decapitation. Meanwhile, Merlin comes out and says that it is time to begin the second part of their performance. He puts on a special mask to give himself an even more mysterious and amazing appearance. Alice looks at him in surprise and wonders if this is the guy about whom there are so many rumors. Henry says that this particular guy has mastered the technique of quick decapitation. He says that this uncle is a scumbag by nature and does not understand anything about the art of fencing. Alice watches him closely and realizes that in front of her is the same gigolo who drinks for free. She immediately takes a few steps forward, saying that she is going to catch this criminal. A few seconds later, she calls out to him loudly and tells him that his atrocities have finally come to an end. Merlin looks at her carefully and realizes that Alice has grown up over the past year, and the same can be said about her breasts. Merlin says that he would like to do without violence and, as if nothing had happened, touches her breasts. After thinking for a bit, he says that now this part of the body feels quite pleasant. Alice becomes incredibly indignant and tries to kill him with her very sharp rapier. Merlin continues to turn, as his skills have not weakened after so long of wandering. Merlin advises her to calm down, saying that at this rate she could hurt someone. Alice continues to punch him indignantly, saying that she will not stop until she cuts off his hands. Merlin understands that this battle must be ended as quickly as possible before it is too late. He quickly jumps onto the blade of her sword and pins it to the floor so she can't fight. Immediately after this, he says that he did not expect that she would treat her old acquaintance so badly. Alice asks him who he is, and Merlin, in a fit of theatrical speech, takes off his mask. After this, he says that once they were one and needed each other, but now she has forgotten it. Alice finds herself in the most awkward situation she has ever been in. Her indignant screams make cats all over the area jump up from their places in fear and run away. Merlin asks her if she has forgotten those wonderful evenings they spent together on the boat. Alice says that he is the one to blame for the humiliating life she has lived in the last year. Immediately after this, she calls him by his former title and prepares to rush forward. Merlin abruptly intercepts her blow to prevent her from doing anything stupid in a tavern full of ordinary people. She says that there is no point in killing him, since there is nothing wrong with the fact that he robbed her. Alice continues to look at him with an angry look, while he looks as if nothing happened. Alice falls to her knees and says that he took the most precious thing she had and then left like an animal. She says she worked hard and risked her life to pay off her debts. Merlin realizes that his popularity is rapidly declining as rumors are spreading about him. Henry says he had no doubt that Uncle Merlin was such a disgusting person before. Merlin tries to calm the angry crowd and says that this is all a misunderstanding and they got it all wrong. Henry asks how dare he take advantage of Alice's feelings without taking responsibility. Henry falls to the floor and says that the more he learns about him, the more he begins to despise him. Merlin realizes that this fool is speaking so vaguely that people around her have misunderstood everything. After some time, the thought occurs to him that there is only one way to stop the image of a gentleman. He makes a sharp movement towards Alice and carefully hugs her, which causes her to stop crying for a while. Merlin tells her that she needs to calm down and forget old grievances, because they will have a couple of drinks together. Some time passes, and his performance finally comes to an end, and they get a chance to talk. Merlin sits down at the bar where the hostess serves them a few alcoholic drinks to help them relax. Merlin says that the guests have left, and now they can talk about how she ended up in this place. Alice says that the cold milk is simply amazing, and asks the hostess Martha for another glass. Merlin says that no self-respecting lady would drink what was served to her so quickly. Alice says she already has a boyfriend named the legendary swordsman Elgin, and Merlin assumes he's just another idiot. Martha reflects on the fact that Mr. Merlin really is very popular among girls since he was able to hook Alice. After analyzing their behavior, she suggests that these two really do look like a couple in love. She carefully wipes the glasses and puts them back so as not to pour anything else. Immediately after this, she leaves the bar and turns to Merlin in order to take him away for a few words. She says that she needs to put the child to bed, and while she is gone, he can talk to Alice alone. With a wink, she says that he needs to be more assertive and energetic in order to restore a good relationship. Merlin looks at her and says that he understands everything perfectly, after which she, whistling, goes up to the second floor. Alice says that he has not yet returned to her what he took, so her anger will not be removed by simple words. Merlin looks at her carefully and asks what thing he was supposed to return, since he had already forgotten everything. Alice understands that this question will be quite delicate, so she hesitates before starting to talk about it. She states that she wants the item he took from her before leaving, adding that it was the mithril breastplate. Merlin says that it's a regular mithril breastplate that you can buy at the market if you want. After this, he admits that he simply sold this bib in order to get big money. He also claims that he spent the money he received from the sale on horse racing bets and lost it all. Alice says it was worth tens of millions of gold coins, but Merlin claims he sold it for only 1 million. Alice begins to get even more angry, realizing that her precious thing was sold for such a pittance. After this, she grabs him by the clothes and pulls him towards her, saying that he talks about it with such ease. After this, she firmly says that she will forgive him if he returns the mithril armor. Merlin takes her hand in order to push her away because he no longer likes this attitude. With a smile, she states that according to the rules of his demon tribe, the thing he took becomes his thing. After this, he states that he has no money, so he has nothing to offer but his own life. She points out that he is no longer the Demon King and that they should not have any hostile relations. However, he immediately looks at her with his eyes, saying that if she wants to take his life, it will change everything. He places his hand on the hilt of his sword, saying that if she wants to kill him, they could become enemies. Alice understands that she is still not strong enough to match this opponent. However, he suddenly removes his hand from his weapon in order to demonstrate his peaceful intentions. Alice doesn't immediately believe him and tries to understand whether this is true or whether he is trying to deceive her again. Merlin instead calmly sits down at the bar and takes out glasses of alcoholic drink. He advises her to calm down and says that Martha cared about him a lot, so he doesn't want to smash the restaurant. He also says that resolving disputes using words is much more effective than violence. Alice looks at him with irritation, realizing that she herself has no great desire to destroy this place. She asks him if he can't take the armor back, but Merlin states that they respect the rules of trade. Alice believes that he is no longer the Demon King, so he is not formally obligated to follow the rules. Merlin states that he is a former great monarch and cannot afford to lose the reputation he has earned. Alice says that she is no longer a hero either, because of him she got into debt and had to become an adventurer. She states that in order to have any chance of paying off her debts, she must work on high-level quests. She also states that for one such mission they give several tens of thousands of gold coins, but they are very dangerous. Merlin smiles widely and asks if this is really true. Alice says that these missions are very dangerous, and some monsters are even stronger than high-level mages. She notes that even so, she must reach the highest level to successfully complete such missions alone. Merlin realizes that this is a great opportunity to earn some money and weaken the curse for killing monsters. Smiling, he carefully turns to her in order to find the right words to begin a dialogue. He asks if there are any criteria for becoming an adventurer in the current times. Alice looks at him in surprise, then says that anyone who has an aura or mana can become an adventurer. Merlin understands that the aura or mana is radically different from human ones, and he is unlikely to be accepted as an adventurer. Alice asks him why he needs to know about something like that, and Merlin says that they need to team up. Alice asks him why she should recommend him to her team, and Merlin realizes that they are a good duo. Alice says that he should never think about it, since she would rather die than recommend him to the guild. That night, the two had a big fight because they couldn't find a common language for a compromise. We move forward a few days to a normal workday, where Merlin is back at work. He calmly washes the glasses that are on his desk, trying to figure out what to do next. He simply sighs and realizes that he needs to leave soon to avoid dying from the curse. Martha approaches him and asks him if he was able to see Henry, and Merlin states that he has not seen him today. Marta says that he left early in the morning without any warning, and therefore they will have to look for him around the city. She also asks him if everything is okay, noting that he seems more lethargic than usual. Merlin says that he would like to know from her what she knows about the profession of an adventurer. Marta says that an adventurer is a mercenary who completes quests of varying levels and receives a reward. Immediately after this, she freezes in place and looks intently at Merlin without uttering a single word. She asks if this means that Mr. Merlin has found what he plans to do in the future. Merlin says that he would like to become an adventurer, but he has neither aura nor mana, and Alice does not want to help him. Marta says that, most likely, he just didn't ask very nicely, and that he should try again with more respect. Merlin thanks her for her help, after which Martha pauses for a moment, saying that there is one detail. Merlin looks at her in surprise and tries to understand why she suddenly froze and began to tremble with excitement. She takes his hand to give him a little advice for the future, because it is very important to her. She expresses hope that if he ever becomes an adventurer, he will not take on dangerous quests. Merlin says that there is no need to worry about him, since he will definitely not get lost in any trouble. Martha and Merlin talk for a while, then discover that the weather has suddenly become very bad. Martha goes outside, saying that he should watch the store while she looks for her son. Merlin wonders what happened to those 3 adventurers who were here not long ago. After some time, an unknown man approaches the outpost and begins calling out to other guards. The guard says that the gates are already closed because it is too late and he needs to get out of here. The adventurer says that he left this city not long ago and declares that he is left alone and needs help. The guards understand that it is impossible to abandon a person in trouble, and they open the gates, coming out to meet him. However, the swordsman immediately begins to apologize to them, saying that he is very sorry that this happened. He states that he just wanted to save his fiancée, and it was the only way, so he is very sorry. The guard asks him who he is, and just then, another giant silhouette emerges from the darkness. Gargamel smiles and says that it turned out to be much easier than he initially thought. The guards look at this gigantic bulk with fear and realize that they have just been deceived. Gargamel tells his warriors to go forward and kill all the men, but only grab the beautiful women. He states that it is necessary to collect enough trophies for their emperor so that he will be satisfied with their campaign. Immediately after this, the goblins rush forward, beginning to plunder, and the adventurer asks Gargamel to fulfill the deal. He says that they are not going to return his bride to him, since she has already become the emperor's concubine. Without thinking twice, he throws a fireball at the unfortunate man in order to get rid of him as an unnecessary tool. This young man found himself in a terrible situation, but it was to be expected that the goblins would betray him. Gargamel continues to go on, saying that the puny humans were afraid of their incredible strength. Some guards manage to reach the bell tower in order to warn all residents of the danger. Fires start, but not everyone immediately understands the scale of the disaster and how quickly they need to respond. One of the residents wonders in surprise whether the authorities have really decided to mobilize troops. A few seconds later, goblins armed with sharp knives immediately jump towards him. Local residents don't even have time to understand what it is before they lose their lives due to this oversight. The residents are only now realizing that they have come under serious attack from goblins who are planning to plunder the city. In addition to plundering resources, the goblins also decide to start fires in order to sow panic. Alice encounters this panic on the street and tries to understand what is happening while eating a tasty apple. She discovers giant columns of smoke and realizes that a very serious fire has started in the city. And she decides to find out what is happening and why the fire started so suddenly and still hasn't been extinguished. Moving on, she sees people running away, who say that it is necessary not to stop. She is still trying to figure out what is going on, and one of the old men tells her to run away from here. Alice understands that she has ice magic, so she can help to neutralize this fire. A few seconds later, an arrow hits the old man right in the back and ends his life on the spot. Alice looks at what is happening in surprise and feels another person's blood begin to flow onto her face. The old man falls to the ground as the other goblins joyfully approach her, sensing easy prey. However, one of them does not have time to draw his bow again, while his hand begins to become covered with a crust of ice. The other goblins look at their comrade, who is covered in ice before exploding. Alice says that if they dare to attack her, they will deeply regret it. By creating an ice monument around herself, she says that none of them will have time to blink before they die. The goblins rush to attack her in order to take her by numbers, but they have no chance of winning. She creates special ice shards that are incredibly sharp and ideal for long-range attacks. When used in conjunction with a ground attack, it creates an explosion of ice shrapnel that scatters in all directions. One of the goblins manages to climb onto the roof in order to gain a more advantageous position. He takes aim at her with a crossbow and fires a shot, which in turn hits the ice crust. Pancake looks at his target in surprise, trying to understand how a barrier appeared in the place where Alice had just stood. Alice mastered her magic to such an extent that she was able to create ice that repelled the blow. Out of thin air, she says that for the sake of justice, she must send these monsters back to hell. The goblin looks at her with fear, after which he decides that such a target should not be taken alive and must be eliminated immediately. Alice rushes forward, covering the goblins with streams of ice that seal them in forever. Merlin, meanwhile, continues to be in the tavern, fulfilling his official duties. He tells them another hilarious story, saying that it is the pure truth. Suddenly he hears sounds of panic and says that he will leave them for a while to scout out the situation. They tell him to come back soon because they already miss his stories. A few seconds later, the door to the establishment is knocked down by a powerful blow from a green foot. Merlin and the frightened girls immediately turn their attention to the main entrance to find out who has come to see them. Goblins immediately enter here, looking around in search of prey or beautiful girls. The girls immediately become scared when they see these monsters, and they lick their lips, considering them easy prey. Merlin asks if these green misunderstandings are the culprits of the noise. The city continues to burn under the attack of the goblins, and with each passing minute, it gets worse and worse. Martha, in turn, tries to find her son, searching for him in the alleys and unaware of the impending threat. She asks where Henry went and why she still hasn't been able to find him. Henry, meanwhile, is in a completely different place, playing with toys with knights and goblins. He tells his comrades that his adventurer's sister has already promised him that she will teach him the most powerful sword technique. Friends who are in the attic say that it is simply amazing, and they are pleasantly envious of him. However, after some time, they say that it is too noisy on the street, and it is unclear what is going on. To find out, they carefully climb up to the attic window and look out. Henry is surprised to find the city ablaze with incredible force. He's trying to figure out what it all means, when he suddenly hears his mother's voice, still trying to find him. Marta says that it is very dangerous to be outside right now, and it would be better if he went home quickly. Henry looks at his mother and tries to understand what she is doing here, forgetting that he did not warn her about leaving. However, after a while, his eye catches a much more terrifying sight. Martha, unaware of the goblin attack in her wanderings, runs into one of their squads. They look happily at the next girl who can be dragged into captivity and rush forward. Martha doesn't have time to give them any resistance, and she doesn't have the strength to fight or run away in this situation. The goblins quickly knock her to the ground and then try to tie her up with rope so that she doesn't resist. Henry screams in terror, trying to scare the goblins away from his mother, but they ignore his existence. Henry quickly turns around and tries to run away, screaming that he is going to save his mother. They try to stop him, saying that the goblins will simply kill him because he is not strong enough. Henry demands to be released, declaring that he must save his mother no matter what, but she is already being carried away. Henry realizes that he won't make it on time and starts crying, hoping that his mother will be okay. Meanwhile, Martha is trying to figure out what to do, although in reality, she doesn't have many options. If Henry had behaved more sensibly and with dignity in this situation, perhaps this could have been avoided. Meanwhile, we return to the tavern, which the goblins broke into in the hope of getting more trophies. One of the goblins flies out of the window of this tavern, developing impressive speed. Merlin leaves the tavern and takes a stool with him in order to interrogate the creature. The rest of his comrades were less fortunate and were brutally destroyed within seconds. Merlin picks up a stool and says that they did not allow him to spend the evening with his precious guests and will pay for it. Immediately after this, he begins to beat the green invader until he stops moving completely. The stool is splitting into pieces, but that's the least of our hero's problems right now. Merlin discovers that he has new guests that he will have to deal with quickly. He looks at them haughtily and asks if they too have decided to share the fate of their comrades. The goblins don't quite understand the scale of the danger they're in and decide they just need to attack as a group. From their point of view, there is no way one person can cope with them if they attack from all sides. Merlin calls them pathetic weaklings and asks if they really hoped for a positive outcome. Immediately after this, he suddenly takes out his sword and delivers a quick blow, trying to hit everyone in a large radius. Immediately after this, he puts his sword back into its sheath, saying that there are quite a few of these creatures. So, with the help of magic, he will make their lives at least a little useful. Their bodies begin to swell and they explode like fireworks, and Merlin says that now their lives have not ended in vain. Meanwhile, the city continues to burn, and Gargamel watches all this with pride, not hiding his smile. He says that people are still weak, and therefore today they will be able to destroy absolutely everyone who is in this city. One of the goblins runs up to him and says that their army in the western part of the city has been completely destroyed. The goblin says that this killer looks like an ordinary man, but he dealt with everyone. Smiling, they say that apparently this is indeed some kind of unusual warrior about whom nothing is known. He muses that a normal person without mana and aura should not be able to fight goblins. The goblin states that he managed to notice the destruction of the army in the central part of the city, but a hero appeared there. Gargamel states that things are not going according to plan, and their army's losses are too great, so they need to retreat. He declares that with the number of human women they have captured today, this expedition can be considered a success. The goblin forces are retreating, but now we need to track down where they go in order to rescue all the hostages. Marta is among these hostages and hopes that her son will be okay. Alice continues to patrol the city in search of the remaining goblin squads that need to be destroyed. She understands that the goblins are retreating, and the weather in this case plays into their hands because it is difficult to keep track of them. The thing is that heavy rain very quickly washes away the traces that these creatures leave on the ground. Cries are heard throughout the city that these creatures cannot be allowed to leave with their trophies and that they must be punished. A few seconds later, a giant ogre jumps towards her, preparing to hit her with a club. Alice places a special block with her wing in the hopes that the blow won't be strong enough to penetrate it. The impact, however, is quite painful, and part of Alice's wing splits, making her less mobile. She lands on the ground and then looks at this giant creature that was sent to detain her. Alice says that he must step aside, otherwise she will definitely not take pity on him and will kill him with all cruelty. However, the beast, maddened with rage, simply screams loudly in order to pounce on her. Alice engages in combat with him and quickly realizes that this opponent is stronger than ordinary goblins. She tries to attack him, makes him cover his face with his hands, and prepares a powerful move. Seizing the moment, she rushes through her opponent and delivers a crushing ice strike. This single blow strikes the enemy's body, causing them to become covered in ice before exploding and dying. Alice looks around, realizing that she has been killing this monster for too long and has lost the trail of the goblins. She begins to reproach herself for letting these scoundrels escape, and now it will be difficult to find them. Looking around, she realizes that the city is in terrible condition and will take a long time to restore. In addition, the inhabitants suffered monstrous losses, and a considerable number of women were taken into captivity. Alice understands that in the near future, they will have no one to rely on, which means she must hold out in this city for some time. The residents look at the bell, which continues to ring, and understand that the mayor is calling the residents to discuss what happened. They all head to the church, where a temporary aid station has been set up to help the wounded and injured. The elder says that many people were taken prisoner and taken to the back of the mountain and then asks them what to do. He says that if he makes a decision, he wants to know the opinion of the residents because it will be wiser. The most oppressed person says that they just need to forget about it because there is nothing they can do. They claim that there are too many of these goblins, and they will most likely no longer be able to save their women. Henry talks about how he needs to fight no matter what, because those ugly creatures have captured his mother. He asks if they have any relatives who were taken captive and who would probably want to be rescued. He states that if you don't risk your life for your loved ones, then it's unclear why you should live at all. Suddenly, he is interrupted by a priest who says that the boy should stop talking nonsense. He states that even if they do nothing, they will go to hell because the great goddess of light is merciful. The headman asks him if they have a way to solve this terrible problem in any way. Residents begin to pray and say that the Holy Father must definitely think about a solution to the problem. The priest says that they will simply forget about the kidnapped and pray to the dead in the name of the light, which will forgive them this sin. The residents decide not to ask unnecessary questions and do only what the priest tells them, offering prayers to the goddess. One of the priests says that they know very well how numerous the opponents are, and that it would be foolish to fight them. He states that they can pray piously to the goddess, and she, in turn, will help them save their souls. They claim that if they buy Bibles, they will be able to pray to the goddess every day, and then everything will resolve itself. One of the residents says that he, too, was once captured by goblins, and many captives prayed. They ask him if this is true, and he says that the goblins were scared and did not dare touch him. Afterwards, they exchange glances with the priest, who clearly paid this man to promote him. He claims to carry dozens of blessed Bibles with him that they can purchase for prayer. Henry asks if they are crazy, claiming that this is an obvious scam to make money. The priest denies all accusations against him, saying that one should not listen to this stupid boy. Henry tries to bring the ordinary people to their senses, saying that this is all self-deception and that no one will be saved in the end. Alice puts her hand on his shoulder and tells him that he tried hard, after which she orders the priest to get lost. The priest asks who has come to him as a heretic, declaring that he will not tolerate interference in prayers. Alice says that she is a gold-ranked adventurer and a former hero of the 233rd generation of the Holy See. The residents look at her in surprise and wonder if she really is a hero of the Holy See. The priest says that this generation was the worst generation in history, which brought only shame. Alice says that if His Holiness knew what this priest was doing, he would not approve of such behavior. The priest says that prayers are the real salvation for people, and Alice decides to test it. With a sharp movement, she stops the rapier just a few centimeters from his throat, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. She says that he can start praying to check whether he will die by the sword or not. The priest understands that in this situation, there is no point in trying to pull the wool over others' eyes, since his life depends on it. He falls to his knees and begs for forgiveness, and Alice orders him to get out of here and call her father instead. She says that everyone is afraid of death, but prayer is a useless spiritual consolation that will not help anything. She also reminds that doing nothing is an act of cowardice, which will definitely be counted when entering the heavenly kingdom. She says that they really only have two options on what to do, and they both have their downsides. Alice emphasizes that the first option is that he will live until the pangs of conscience become unbearable. The second option from this point of view is to take up the sword and rise up against the goblins to fight for your relatives. She asks if he can tell her where the goblin's lair is, and the village elder states that there is one caveat. She says that the Goblin Emperor has apparently already reached this rank of power, making him an invincible opponent. Alice says that she doesn't see anything serious in this and asks to be told the exact location of the lair. Merlin, meanwhile, reassures the women he has hidden in his tavern, telling them that there is nothing to fear. Women throw themselves into his arms, hoping that he will protect them, and Merlin declares that they do not need to worry about that. Merlin remembers that Martha went outside to look for her baby, but they still haven't returned. Henry quickly runs into the tavern, after which he quickly runs to the second floor, ignoring Merlin's questions. After this, he opens the doors and grabs the sword that had been on his wall the whole time. He states that Merlin should mind his own business, since he probably doesn't even care that he's going to save Martha. Merlin intercepts the overconfident boy, telling him that he should not rush off to meet his death. Henry demands to be released, and Merlin states that he must explain the situation in more detail, as he is still too weak. Henry says that he must save her and will kill goblins with his father's sword, because it was because of him that his mother was captured. Merlin tells them that he is a weak child, and Martha says that, by the way, he promised something to his dad. He states that when he is not around them, he is the main man, so only he should protect Mom. Merlin briefly reminisces about the time he spent with his dear, beloved mother. He stated that when he grew up, he would protect her, and this brought a genuine smile to her face. Merlin feels that gentle smile spreading across his face even now, and Henry walks out into the street. Merlin realizes that this pathetic idiot is causing him a lot of trouble even now. He turns to his women, telling them that they need to stay in this tavern. Immediately after this, he talks about how sometimes he is overcome by an incredible feeling that he has to come to terms with. Quickly changing his clothes and going outside with his sword, he says that being a hero isn't always a bad thing. Meanwhile, Alice leaves the gates of the burning city in order to track the location of the goblins. After some time, she discovers a man lying down, who still shows signs of life. Alice asks him if everything is okay, to which he states that he is sad that everything turned out this way. Alice tells him not to move because he needs to conserve his strength, but he is in bad shape. After a while, she suddenly finds that the gold-level adventurer she heard about is standing next to him. He quickly takes her hand and says that he hopes that Alice will save his bride. He asks for forgiveness and says that he himself is not able to do this, so he is forced to ask her about it. Alice tells him to raise his head, noting that adventurers should always maintain their dignity. Immediately after this, she takes his badge and says that she will use it to show his fiancé. She asks him what his bride's name is, and the crippled adventurer says that her name is Avra. Alice says with firm determination that tomorrow Avra will personally return his adventurer badge to him. He looks at her in surprise and says that the Goblin Emperor is a very powerful saint-rank being. Alice says that she has been told this several times already, but she has no choice but to fight. She grips her sword tighter, knowing that this opponent will be extremely difficult for her to deal with. However, this does not affect her unwavering determination to complete her mission. Meanwhile, we are transported inside the underground Goblin Mausoleum, which is located several kilometers from the city. The goblins brought here a huge number of women who will now be considered concubines. The Goblin King says that Gargamel truly deserves to be called the king's best advisor of all time. The Goblin King says that this is a good party that needs to be taken to the prison cells. After this, he tells his advisor that he can go, since he has no orders for him at the moment. Immediately after this, he heads towards the exit of the cave in order to prepare for a possible attack by people. He orders his assistants to take several fighters in order to set up an early ambush. The Goblin sentry, meanwhile, watches carefully in order to spot the enemy in advance. After a while, he notices something strange and looks at it for a while, trying to figure out what it is. He quickly reports to Gargamel that some white thing is approaching them. Gargamel asks him what it is, and he begins to look closely at his comrades who are in trouble. Taking a closer look, he declares that a swordswoman has arrived here who wields ice magic and is destroying her comrades. Gargamel says that giant goblins need to be called here to deal with this girl. Alice quickly freezes the last goblins that were in her way and goes to Gargamel. Gargamel looks at her with irritation and says that such an impudent woman is ruining his grandiose plans. After that, he creates large fireballs and tells this girl not to bother him. Alice demands that he get out of here immediately and kicks him in the green face, sending him flying out of control. Gargamel struggles to get out from behind a huge hole in the wall, and the goblin asks him if everything is okay. Alice passes by this goblin, and I understand that it is necessary to get rid of even him, after she freezes her opponents, and we wonder why there is not a single soul here. However, after a few seconds she stops and feels something very small and strong approaching. Giant goblins break the stone blocks from which the walls were assembled and prepare to attack her. One of them swings his mace to deliver a crushing attack and destroy Alice. Alice quickly runs to the side in order to get the opportunity to carry out a serious counterattack. She quickly dashes through her opponents while casting ice spells on them. This is enough for them to lose mobility and begin to become covered with an icy crust. Alice looks at them angrily and says that they are the last stronghold of defense of the pathetic king. She advises them to get out of the way, otherwise she will destroy them with all cruelty. At the same time, a large number of people armed with whatever they could find were heading towards the goblin hideout. However, their determination drives them to move further and further as they intend to win back their women. Each of them is ready to fight back against the damn goblins who don't yet realize that they have made a big mistake. The peasants are so angry that they are ready to tear apart any goblin that comes their way. Being part of an organized group, they feel more courageous and are therefore capable of desperate actions. Gargamel, meanwhile, is having a hard time coming to his senses while the other goblins are around. They tell them that their affairs are very bad because the city's inhabitants have launched an attack on their base. Gargamel asks them, "She has been with me for years. She really can't believe that the people dared to fight back." Meanwhile, the peasants are really grommeting the frightened goblins who are left without the support of their elders. Gargamel watches this battle closely, realizing that the vile humans have once again ruined his plans. They say that they cannot compare with noble warriors, and a couple of tricks that they still have left. They use the demonic power of earthly fire to create a special barrier that does not let anyone through. Out of nowhere, a powerful wall appears, through which an ordinary person is unlikely to break through. Merlin approaches this wall of fire and says that this is truly an unusual obstacle. He turns to one of the guys in the garage and asks him if he's seen an arrogant jerk named Henry there. They tell him that children were forbidden to leave the city, and Merlin realizes that he got here secretly. The headman tries to stop him by saying that Alice is already doing this, but Merlin says that she is weak. Immediately after, he destroys the wall of fire with one swing of his amazing demon ball. Having seen such a stunning and amazingly powerful spectacle, the townspeople freeze in place and cannot go further. The headman looks closely after Merlin and says that he thinks he has seen this silhouette somewhere before. It is noted that this man has an aura exactly like that of the great swordsman who destroyed the Bant operatives 6 months ago. The townspeople understand that this legend has indeed been wandering their land for a long time, but they did not expect to see the legend themselves. People simultaneously admired his strength because he single-handedly kept the entire imperial army in fear and apprehension. However, the city's inhabitants simultaneously despised him because this man consoled the girls with his speeches and got them drunk. It was hard to believe that this could be the same person, since they were complete opposites. Gargamel says that the crowd of weaklings outside will never be able to stop his wall of fire. He tells the servant to hurry up and take the guards so that he can stop Alice. In response to the question of whether he can cope, he becomes very defensive and declares that it was all just a misunderstanding and that he gave in. After a while, he hears a voice behind him asking him how he spent last night. Gargamel discovers that a man has entered the room who was not burned and asks him who he is. Merlin claims that he is an amazing talent that makes everyone and everything fall in love with him with just one glance. Gargamel demands that he finally show how powerful his power is, that he is so flowing. Having analyzed Iman's aura, he realizes that this is some kind of scum that was miraculously lucky enough to cross over to this side. Gargamel decides that the job is done, and then releases a fireball at him, which should defeat him. Merlin calmly casts this spell with light movements of his hand, as if he didn't feel it. Gargamel tries to understand how his technique, which he had perfected for years, had no effect. Merlin prepares to draw his sword. However, Gargamel still has a couple of spells to save himself. It creates a giant fire tornado that can destroy very powerful monsters. Gargamel demands that this is how it should be turned, this arrogant bastard into Peripi, but Merlin laughs. After this, he makes another movement with his hand, which immediately disperses this tornado to the horror of Gargamel. Merlin states that she gives credit to his ingenuity, but his attacks are too weak to mean anything. He also states that he really doesn't like it when a small, weak bug tries to cling to life and jumps in front of him. Immediately after this, he grabs his sword and makes a slight movement to draw it out a little. Gargamel is receiving incredible damage, which means he can't lose and die right now. Merlin immediately puts the sword back without even drawing it out completely in order to deal with this enemy. Turning around, he walks away from the defeated enemy, declaring that he is too weak and does not deserve to draw his sword. After this, he shook out his clothes and thought about the long search he would have to undertake to find all the hostages. He reflects on how his immunity to any type of magic makes finding a worthy opponent difficult. Meanwhile, the guards continue to guard the prison cells, but you still don't know that one of their generals has been defeated. Meanwhile, the girls continue to sit locked up, hoping that someone will have to go there to save them. After some time, they hear strange sounds of battle and realize that someone has destroyed the goblin. Alice moves closer to deliver a sharp blow with her saber to the keyhole of the prison cell. Opening the door to the captives, she tells them that they can go out, and they ask her if everything is okay. She states that there is no need to worry about her, and that they need to carefully evacuate on their own. Martha asks if everything is okay with her son, to which Alice states that her son is waiting for her in the city. Martha starts crying, saying that she is glad that her son is okay, and Alice says that they need to leave now. She asks her to organize the escape of these girls, and Martha immediately calms down and begins to coordinate the others. Meanwhile, Alice begins to look for the adventurer's beloved, calling her by her first and last name. After some time, the girl responds, saying that she has been in captivity for some time. Alice comes up to her and says that she brought her a message and news for her from her fiancé. After a few seconds, the girl looks up, her eyes wide open in surprise and horror. The thing is that a giant silhouette appeared behind Alice, which belongs to the Goblin King. Alice understands that now she will have to fight this monster, and quickly pushes the priestess away. However, because of this, she does not have time to dodge the upcoming blow, and ends up getting hit, receiving considerable damage. The impact is so strong that she is thrown back against the wall several times before she stops. The girls are all already looking at her, trying to understand how they can help in the fight against such a serious enemy. The Goblin King talks about what he found in the bathhouse, and instead of the place where his concubines were, some kind of rat got in. He turns to the girls and says that they will not escape him, since he will catch them anyway. However, after a few seconds, a giant ice cage forms around him, preventing him from moving. Alice says that as long as her heart beats, she will not allow harm to come to civilians. Her determination continues to shine within her soul, illuminating her path, even though it can be very dark at times. The king destroys the ice cage, saying that in front of him is a real madwoman who thinks she can escape. Alice says that she didn't really intend to escape from this palace until she destroyed it. Immediately after this, she turns towards the priestess and throws her a large medallion that her fiancé gave her. The priestess quickly intercepts this small thing and decides to examine what it is. Alice tells her not to despair, as her fiancé is still alive and he is waiting for her outside safe and sound. She also says that once they escape from here, this nightmare will end and they can return to a peaceful life. She also states that she will be able to reunite with her beloved and marry him and live a normal life. Immediately after this, she goes into the darkness to fight her opponent and give him a rebuff. The Goblin King asks her if she really decided to sacrifice herself to stop him. He adds that he is very merciful and will therefore give her two options, emphasizing that she can give in and become his princess. Alice says that he is quite talkative, so she will immediately choose the option where they fight each other. After this, he decides to use an unusual skill, the likes of which he has never used before. The goblin asks her if this is her final futile effort, noting that it will not change anything. Alice says that she will give him a wonderful opportunity to die from her sword and become an ice statue. She briefly flashes back to her memories of when she was just beginning her journey as an ice swordswoman. This was not easy for her, and she put in a lot of effort to succeed in training. She asked the teacher why she spent so much time practicing the basic skill. The teacher said that she should understand that most saint-ranked people are humans, and even a simple attack can kill them. The teacher also said that it is necessary to act creatively in order to deceive the opponent's expectations. Alice remembers these words and understands that now she will have to rely on the precepts that her teacher passed on to her. She is preparing to make a decisive dash to the side when she suddenly hears a strange sound. She looks away briefly to find out what the strange sound is and whether it is another attack. Henry, meanwhile, gets into serious trouble and quickly loses to the goblin who found him. The guard asks why such a small rat was able to escape into their huge dungeon. Henry demands that he give him back his mother, but he only swings his arm, telling him to go to hell. Henry closes his eyes, knowing he won't be able to fight such a giant monster, but nothing happens. As soon as he carefully opens his eyes, he discovers that his opponent has been simply destroyed. Merlin looks closely at his opponent and is convinced that he will definitely not get up. Henry looks at him in surprise and asks him how he managed to get here and get past the security. Henry only now realizes how strong his friend was all this time and simply hid his power. Merlin says that Henry broke through the guards, but he shouldn't have done that, and that's very bad. Henry asks if Merlin's sword technique was really that powerful and destructive. He realizes that Merlin wasn't lying to him when he praised his quick decapitation technique so much. Merlin looks at him carefully and asks if he is okay, hoping that he is not seriously injured. Henry says he's fine, adding that he'd like to learn this quick decapitation technique. Merlin says that he already offered this to him, and he refused, so nothing will come of it. Henry continues to try to persuade him, when suddenly they stop, hearing Martha's voice. Merlin and Henry ask her if she is okay, hoping that she is not hurt. The family is reunited, and Merlin understands that he is in for a scolding, so teaching him the technique will not work anyway. Martha learns of Merlin's incredible power, and asks him if he can help Alice, who continues to fight. The Goblin King, meanwhile, manages to grab Alice and temporarily disarm her with a powerful blow. He says that he realized that the snowstorm was just a trick to distract attention, and now he could catch her. He adds that she jumps from side to side so quickly that it was not so easy to intercept her. He gradually begins to squeeze his hand harder and harder until it becomes very painful and her bones break. Merlin has no desire to save her, but he understands that this might be his ticket to the Adventurers Guild. Marta says that if he helps her, she will triple his salary for half a month. Merlin says that it was offensive because he is not a person who is willing to do anything for money. Henry and Martha look at him with awkward smiles, and he assumes they've been thinking that about him all along. Smiling, he says that his feelings and sympathy for Alice cannot be destroyed by any amount of money. Henry and Martha advise him to be careful so that they both return safe and sound. Merlin smiles and says that they don't have to worry because he will win this battle. He declares that he, in turn, will go to that silver-haired stupid girl and help her. The Goblin King, meanwhile, continues to try to inflict as much damage as possible on his captive. He says that with each passing second, he becomes more and more interested in her because she is very strong. Meanwhile, Alice feels that in a little while she will simply die due to the incredible pressure on her body. She decides to use one more trick to get out of this serious and deadly trap. The Goblin King looks at his hand in surprise where the icicle fell and looks up, noticing a whole cluster of sharp icicles that were formed with the help of pure magic. Before the Goblin King can react, more icicles begin to fall on him. Alice falls to the ground, and he asks her how she dares to treat him so terribly. Alice says that this is the result of his underestimation of the enemy, for which it is customary to pay very dearly. Immediately after this, she rushes forward to deal him a crushing blow while there is still time for it. These strikes are incredibly precise and surgical in order to cause bleeding from vital points. Alice continues to deliver these blows only to finish it all off with one powerful lunge of an icicle. This blow is so crushing and powerful that it pierces right through the heart of the Demon King. He starts screaming loudly because he has never been hit so hard in his entire life. Now his balance is unsteady, and he falls to his knees, feeling his life force slowly draining away. Alice looks at her opponent, hoping that he will no longer move, because he has been pierced through. However, she understands that it is too early to relax, because this opponent may have a few more tricks up his sleeve. She says that it is finally over, but after a few seconds, energy appears around her. She quickly turns around to find out what it all means, unaware that it was just the beginning. Saint Rank energy touches the Goblin King's body to quickly heal him and restore the found body. The giant hole that had been in his body all along was now beginning to close at a terrifying rate. Alice takes a few steps towards him, trying to understand why his wound healed so quickly. The Demon King himself quickly rises to his feet, feeling that his peak level of power has now increased even further. Alice asks why he didn't die at all, since she pierced his heart, and after that, even saint-ranked people can't survive. The Goblin King smirks and says that the goblins' hearts are on the right side, not the left. He claims that she lost due to her lack of knowledge, but gives her credit and states that he underestimated her. Alice sighs in irritation, realizing that now she will have a hard time because of such a strong enemy. He quickly grabs the mace and says that now he will simply smear her across the walls. Alice creates an ice wall to deal with this enemy and tries to block its movement. The king says that this is a worthless ice barrier that will not be able to block his attack and hits her body with force. Alice receives much more serious damage than ever before and knocks down several columns. He approaches her again, realizing that now she will definitely not be able to resist his unbreakable will. Smiling, he says that now she will lie only for him for the rest of her life. He tries to clamp his claws tighter so that she understands that he can wring her neck at any moment. However, after a few seconds, he hears a strange movement that just passed by him. He turns around at the question, then realizes another rat has entered his domain, finding Merlin with Alice in his arms. To understand how this was possible, he turns around and sees that part of his arm has been cut off. He glares at his opponent, calling him a pathetic bastard who struck from behind. Merlin calls her a fool, who risked her life for strangers, and almost died. Merlin says that they met a long time ago after such a long separation, so he cannot let her die. He also states that he will not judge her, as he himself has been in similar situations, and recommends that she take a rest. Alice opens her eyes with difficulty and tries to make out the person who came to her aid. She sees everything very blurry, so it seems to her that the same swordsman Elgin has come to her aid. She slowly closes her eyes, realizing that she is now in good hands and there is no need to worry about it. And she also quietly says that she loves him incredibly much, which causes Merlin to immediately freeze in place. He tries to understand what she said as the Goblin King takes a few steps towards him. He asks him if he came here to fight or to try to mope with his girlfriend. He says that he thought that only one rat had entered his palace, but then another one appeared. He notes that he has incredible skills, as he was able to cut off his arm before he could react. He smiles and says that it is pointless, since he will quickly grow a new arm. He asks him what he was thinking when he challenged the Goblin King, because it was certain death. Merlin says that he can kill any opponent without any problems, as long as he draws his sword. The Goblin King smiles, realizing that he has heard something like this several times before, and it has led to nothing. After this, he decides not to wait for his opponent to show his trump cards, and strikes with his head. The impact is so large-scale and crushing that solid stone blocks crumble like plasticine. Merlin managed to stop the blow with one hand, which greatly surprised the Goblin King. When asked who was in front of him, Merlin said that his rank was too low for him to know his name. The Goblin King decides to tell him the long story of his rise, offering him the position of his deputy. Merlin grins as he listens to this story, realizing that his victory is already in his pocket if things go this way. He asks him if he got scared and tried to lure him away, calling him a pathetic nobody. He declares that no one in this world can defeat him because no one is worthy of taking him as their pawn. He also says that his proposal deeply insults his status and he feels very angry. The Goblin King himself understands that this stupid farce must be ended immediately, since the boy has infuriated him. He immediately jumps into the air to strike harder and deal with this splinter. He states that if he doesn't want to accept his offer of cooperation in a good way, then everything will be bad. Merlin says that the fact that such a fat man was able to jump so high impresses him greatly. The Goblin King uses the Thunder Club, saying that he will definitely be able to surprise him now. Merlin laughs, and then a crushing blow is dealt where he had just stood. The Goblin King says that this is his pride, and even those of the highest rank are unable to stand against it. Merlin asks him if this is really the most powerful technique that he has always been so desperately proud of. The Goblin King doesn't have time to understand why he missed out, while Merlin declares that it is his turn. Immediately after this, he makes a sharp dash and uses his signature technique, cutting through the enemy. The Goblin King notes that the man was able to strike back, and that this is admirable. Already preparing to turn around and destroy his opponent, but something goes wrong. He suddenly feels his body begin to crack exactly in half at the place where the blow had just been dealt. He asks how a man could inflict a blow that exceeded the ceiling of his possible recovery. Merlin says that he was curious about who could have caused such a disturbance, but it turned out to be a pathetic loser. After the Goblin King falls apart, Merlin realizes he has solved another problem. He notes that this opponent was also strong enough to remove the heart curse from him. After some time, the walls begin to collapse, and he decides to find out what is behind them. Taking a few steps forward, he discovers the glitter of countless amounts of gold. Merlin also wonders if it's time to return this stupid girl to the safe zone. However, his thoughts are immediately interrupted as soon as he takes a good look at the gigantic treasure trove. He understands that such a huge number of coins will allow him to exist comfortably for centuries. However, after a few seconds, he discovers that the entire dungeon is beginning to collapse under its own weight. Merlin suggests that their battle with that fat man caused the dungeon to begin to destroy itself. He understands that if he tries really hard, he can take out part of the treasure, but he will not be able to cope with the evacuation of Alice. He thinks hard and then makes a decision, the consequences of which he will have to live with for the rest of his life. The treasure chest begins to collapse as he grabs the sleeping Alice in his arms and carries her away. He accuses her of causing him a lot of trouble, and he will simply strangle her when she wakes up. Meanwhile, the peasants who decided to fight the remnants of the goblins finally meet their relatives and wives. The girls go to meet them and rejoice because they were finally able to escape from this dungeon. Each of them throws themselves into the arms of their husband, brother, or father and rejoices that everything worked out. At this time, the headman carefully watches the destruction and orders everyone else to be more careful. The dungeon, which was located deep in the mountains, now looks like a heap of ashes after a major explosion. The peasants say that there was an underground goblin palace there, which is now completely destroyed. Henry looks at this picture and hopes that Merlin and Alice were able to get out of there alive and well. Marta puts her hand on his shoulder so that he calms down and doesn't worry about these people. She states that Merlin is a very strong man and will definitely not die from some rockfall. Henry smiles and agrees with her, saying that he really is strong enough to escape in time. Meanwhile, they watch the smoke screen from which Merlin and Alice gradually emerge. He stops in front of these people, and they slowly surround him, not saying a word out of surprise. After some time, they begin to praise him, but Merlin is sad about the wealth he lost because of Alice. After some time, he takes her to the tavern to put her on the bed and give her some rest. He notices that this stupid girl is seriously injured, and if she is not treated, she may die. Smiling, he says that now she is lying unconscious, and he can get revenge for the humiliation on her part. After some time, she finally comes to and discovers that there is a compression bandage on her head. She looks around in surprise and realizes that someone has changed her into regular pajamas to make it more comfortable to sleep. She asks herself what has already happened, because she doesn't remember anything at all after she lost consciousness. Marta quickly enters the room and asks her about how she finally woke up after a long sleep. She states that she herself did not sleep all night, but nevertheless the whole following night, and now she is fine. She also says that she was brought here from the Goblin Palace last night and had serious injuries. She also states that if it weren't for Merlin's intervention, she would have died, and suggests that they are former lovers. Alice claims that this is not the case, and Martha suggests that she is a young girl and simply very shy. Alice realizes that her denial has just made the situation much worse, and she has fallen in the eyes of others. She understands that, in short, she suffered another disgrace because she was saved by demons, but she still did not repay her debt to him. Meanwhile, Merlin is calmly strolling around the tavern, thinking about something abstract. New visitors came to see her, and Alice says that she is simply very glad that their love was able to survive. The adventurer, who miraculously survived, says that if it weren't for her, his life would have been destroyed. He also says that they will forever remember her kindness and keep it in their hearts. Merlin understands that she is just a stupid girl, but even so, people are grateful, and being a hero is not so bad. He watches these guests carefully, hoping that the boy will be able to stop soon. After this, he comes into her room and asks her how she feels, noting that she has become better. Sitting down on the table, he also says that Martha told him that she wanted to see him, so he decided to look in. Alice tries to find the words to express her gratitude to the person she hates the most. She says that she hates him a little less, but that doesn't mean she's forgiven him for what he did. Merlin says that he does not accept this forgiveness and adds that he did this because he still needs her. Smiling, he says that he wants something tasty and that she should vouch for him, and Alice declares that this is impossible. Merlin says he's disappointed that she treats her own savior so poorly. Alice says that if he helps her pay off the debt he got her into, then she might think about it. Merlin says that in that case tomorrow he will tell the bards that she is an ungrateful hero. Alice says that she will definitely kill him for this, but Merlin leaves, saying that he will actually tell everyone. She asks him to stop, after which they move on to negotiations, and we are transported to the site of the goblin nest crash. There is a huge amount of debris here, which in one moment is destroyed by someone's powerful blow. An unknown woman walks through the ruins of this palace, saying that there really was a riot here. She states that if it weren't for the main news of the day, she would never have known that this group of goblins was hiding here. After some time, she approaches the rubble, from which she manages to retrieve the giant mace of the Goblin King. She uses her magical powers to lift it into the air and examine it closely. She also commands the object to take on its true form, and it immediately begins to transform. Gradually, it disassembles into different cubic forms, revealing the true essence that lies within. Inside this object is a strangely shaped key, which is clearly needed for some kind of diabolical purpose. Smiling, the girl says that the third key to the Legion of Hell has finally fallen into her hands. She states that she had to go through a lot to find this key, and she finally completed her mission. After some time, a mysterious entity contacts her, who calls this girl Carolina. Carolina bows before her patron and says that she is glad to welcome her master. The essence says that the rumors were true, and the news that their plan was successful makes them very happy. Caroline says she would never have thought that goblins could hide so well. The entity declares that the plan to revive the former state is ready for implementation. Caroline says that she is ready to put her soul on the line for the revival of the state and the destruction of Britannia. Meanwhile, our heroes leave the small town as new adventures await them in the Adventurers Guild. Merlin waves his hand at Henry and tells him to take care of his mother and not let anyone hurt her. Henry says that as soon as he has an aura, he will definitely find him to see him. Martha wishes that Merlin would marry Mrs. Alice and that they would finally live a happy family life. Merlin wonders if this is some kind of curse, noting that he has never heard anything worse in his life. Alice practically mirrors his words, saying that no one has ever insulted her so much. After this, they begin to make claims against each other about why they do not respect each other. Merlin says that many people came to see him off, and she still wears breast pads. Alice states that this is necessary to absorb damage, and not because she has any weaknesses. Merlin says that this man-made reason probably wants to make sure that he dies with meaning. Alice kicks him aside, telling him that he doesn't deserve to ride with her all this time. Alice also says that he is a pathetic poor man who cannot afford to buy a ticket to another city. Merlin declares that the quality of this wretched carriage has only improved because he has sat in it. Martha watches them go with a satisfied look, thinking that these two really get along very well. Apparently, the journey to the next settlement was not boring for our pair of heroes, who were constantly arguing. They constantly mocked each other, while the donkey calmly carried them to the right place. Thus passed a whole week of a very difficult journey between two opposite people. Alice hopes that she can finally send this scoundrel away and heads to the Adventurers Guild. Merlin opens the door with pathos and looks around carefully to understand what is going on here. Almost immediately, he notices a foreign noise coming directly from the main room. An unknown warrior approaches a special crystal ball to place his hand there. As soon as he does this, the ball begins to shine very brightly, and this attracts the attention of all the other adventurers. They understand that this warrior is of saint rank, which is just confirmed by the test of this crystal ball. Merlin speculates that the saint rank is the Goblin King's level of power, while Alice states that it is extremely rare. After some time, an unknown man approaches her, who assumes that she has returned her old love. The young man introduces himself as Hobbs and asks her how he managed to tame this wild horse. After a routine squabble with him, Alice heads towards her friend named Lugia. Lugia mentions that they haven't seen each other in a while and asks her how her mission went, but she refuses to answer. The only thing she says is that everything went fine, but she brought another candidate here. Lugia is very surprised that Alice brought a man here, which means she will get married before her. Alice immediately makes it clear that these assumptions are false, stating that they do not occur. She states that for some reason, this person needs a recommendation to become an adventurer. Lugia says that upon joining the guild, all his misdeeds will be annulled, and he will be able to pay off his debts while he works. She also states that first it is necessary to determine his strength in order to give him a badge of the appropriate level. She says that if his starting rank is a little low, then this is a normal coincidence. After some time, she remembers that here in the north, there works an old man who is 102 years old, and he recently leveled up to the second rank. Merlin says that there must be easier ways to level up. Lugia says that you need to work constantly, and if you don't complete tasks, you'll simply be demoted. She also states that he can destroy strong enemies, which will also increase his rank, and then invites him to the ball. Merlin realizes that now will be a tremendous opportunity to demonstrate his invincible power. After this, he takes a few steps towards this steel ball and gets ready. He proudly speaks of how he will show the almighty power of his great self and make all the pathetic mortals tremble before him. People are very impressed by such loud words and carefully watch what the crystal ball shows. However, it quickly becomes clear that he doesn't react at all to Merlin's touch. Lugia says that the ball has no reaction, which means it simply cannot be an adventurer. Immediately after this, the entire guild begins to laugh at all the members who are watching this. They say that this person needs to be a little more honest about his strength and bulk up a little. Alice asks what happened to him, because he is clearly a pretty strong swordsman. Merlin talks about how he has no mana, and Alice asks how he defeated the monsters without it. Merlin says that his technique is at too high a level, and he doesn't need mana. Alice asks how the existence of technology that requires nothing at all is possible, and how to learn it. Merlin says that he is simply unusual, and should be treated as an exception to the majority. Alice asks if she can recommend him, assuring him that this man is capable of much. Lugia says the charter clearly states that it is forbidden to take people who do not possess at least some power. Merlin says that he is ready to challenge the strongest representative of the guild to a fight to prove that he is strong. Lugia states that this is the first time she has heard of such a thing, and advises the unruly visitor not to attract attention. Merlin declares that he can challenge absolutely everyone here to a duel at the same time. After some time, a man appears behind him and says that he accepts his offer. He wonders why not test the man's strength if he wants it so much. The adventurers observing this man realize that he is a guild master named Taylor. Lugia says that her grandfather is a saint-ranked expert who managed to kill a giant at the age of 17. Taylor says he's seen a lot of youngsters and is excited to see the new additions. Merlin says that he would gladly accept the challenge, since this is exactly what he needs now. Taylor says that this place will be too small for their sparring, so it's better to go to the backyard. He also asks them not to follow him, as this is a duel between the two of them, and it must be decided privately. Lugia says that Grandpa is worried that there will be a huge gap in power between them. Alice is generally impressed and tells her friend how strong her grandfather is. Merlin enters a special room that is designed for duels. Taylor states that he is facing an ordinary person, so he must attack with full force and force him to take a step back. Merlin asks him if he really wants to be attacked at full force. After this, he advises him not to doubt and keep an eye on him, as his quick decapitation technique is very fast. Taylor smiles, still not taking him seriously, and recommends that he show his technique faster. Merlin executes a tactical, instant strike, greatly impressing the seasoned fighter. The punch curves around Taylor's body and slams into the wall, but the force doesn't stop there. The attack is so powerful that it destroys the pavement, leaving several streets without proper access. Taylor survives. Merlin deliberately stops his weapon to avoid killing an innocent man. After this, he falls to the ground, and Merlin declares that he struck with the butt of the sword in order to prevent a catastrophe. He also states that if he had attacked him with a blade, he would have killed him instantly and would not have left him a single chance. Taylor realizes that even if he responded with all his might, he would still die instantly. He tries to understand what kind of person this young man is, after which some time passes before making a decision. Merlin and Alice leave the guild, saying goodbye to their puzzled comrades who are watching them. Most of them look surprised, as they did not expect such a turn of events. Lugia asks her grandfather why he gave a recommendation to such a weakling. Other people also do not understand what happened and why the master decided to stand up for this commoner. Taylor pokes her stick at the wooden floor several times to get their attention and calm them down. They immediately realize that things are getting serious, and it's best not to anger this person. Taylor says he has his own thoughts on the matter and that the topic should simply be closed for good. The fact is that the damage from this blow to the god turned out to be so extensive that now the safety of the city is in danger. Alice continues to follow him and tries to understand how he managed to create such destruction. Merlin, meanwhile, looks at the badge he received from his comrade. Taylor told him that usually everyone looks at mana and aura indicators, but only for him, an exception would be made. After this, he turns over this badge and finds that he is considered an iron-ranked peasant and adventurer. Merlin says that this is a serious insult, because even Alice has a gold rank badge, which is much more prestigious. Alice asks how the duel went, and Merlin states that he only showed a part of his power to the master. He also says that their guild master is quite ordinary and is slightly stronger than the generals he fought. Alice is trying to figure out how many years she will have to train in order to defeat him and erase her humiliation. Merlin, meanwhile, proudly clutches his adventurer's badge, realizing that now his life will definitely go well. He says that he had some problems, but starting from today, he is an adventurer and will fix everything. Alice says that he received the badge of the weakest adventurer, and it is too early for him to think of himself as the new king of the world. Merlin states that he will definitely improve his performance, and Alice states that their paths will diverge anyway. Merlin says that this is simply amazing news, because he hopes to never meet her again. After a while, he takes a few steps and stops again, realizing that there is one important detail. He looks tensely from side to side and tries to feel something in his pocket. The thing is that he is holding tickets to the hippodrome in his hands, but he has absolutely no money left. He doesn't understand where he should spend the night, and this question has been echoing in his head all this time. He quickly began offering passers-by a box of matches, which would be a very profitable investment. He assures them that these matches are moisture-resistant, which means they will be able to provide for them, even in bad weather. Having failed to achieve success, he realized that he would have to sleep outside in the cold and hunger. Some more time passes, and he throws away the match, realizing that it will soon go out. He quickly comes up with a brilliant idea. He can simply get free food from Alice. Meanwhile, Alice enjoys her life, hoping that now no one will bother her. She reflects on the fact that now this scoundrel will not receive any task anyway, and will not interfere with her. She begins to pray in them, hoping that this time this scoundrel will fall on the street like a beggar. She also expresses hope that he suffers from hunger and cold, while Merlin begins to sneeze. She continues to take water treatments as if nothing had happened, not realizing the danger she is in. A few seconds later, she hears a loud ringing sound, assuming that the owner has forgotten something. She is sad that her owner is acting so persistently, because she has just returned after a long absence. Nevertheless, she decides that she needs to quickly get out of the bathroom in order to let the owner in. She carefully opens the door and asks her if she could not have come at such a late hour at night. After a few seconds, she opens her eyes and realizes that the person in front of her is definitely not her owner. Merlin wishes her a good evening, saying that he will lend her a shoulder and leave good memories if she lets him in. Alice freezes for a moment, realizing that the very man she hates so much has come to see her. Unfortunately, she turned out to be too hostile, so the trick with a cute face did not have the desired success. Merlin gets hit hard in the face and is sent flying several meters towards the gate. Alice slams the door and says that she doesn't know how he found this place, but he shouldn't appear here again. Merlin scratches his face in irritation and suggests that this girl is acting too strange. After a few more seconds, a figure appears behind him and asks him what he is doing here. Alice sits down in the bath of water and hears the doorbell start ringing insistently again. Alice quickly grabs her saber, realizing that this issue now needs to be resolved through violence. She abruptly opens the door and says that her patience has run out and he should not try his luck any further. A few seconds later, the stern face of her mistress appears in front of her, looking at her intently. Merlin and that stern grandmother look at her carefully, and Alice realizes that she was very much mistaken. The grandmother states that it is clearly stated that she cannot use a gun in the house, as it would be a violation. Alice tries to understand what it all means, and Merlin realizes that the time has come for his part. He asks her why she is doing this here, and why she continues to wave a weapon in someone else's house. Alice asks him how he dares to yell at her and try to scold her, even though he doesn't even live here. Suddenly, her grandmother tells her that she must watch her behavior, despite the fact that they are a married couple. She states that she is a stranger, but must read it because she cannot throw her husband out on the street after the wedding. Alice looks at her with horror and asks her why she says that there was a wedding between them. She immediately tries to destroy this lie by saying that she has nothing in common with this idiot. Merlin turns to her again to get her attention for a while. He says with pitiful eyes that he can't believe that she still says that they are not married after so many years. The landlady says she can't continue renting to them due to family disputes. Alice says that everything is fine, since she usually does not use her sword at home unless absolutely necessary. The hostess says that in this case she should allow her husband to enter and not make a fool of herself in front of the neighbors. Merlin says that he is very sorry for the inconvenience caused, because he is used to the bad character of his beloved. The hostess says that a day spent together as husband and wife means endless devotion until the end of their days. Alice steps on Merlin's foot with all her might to make him stop pretending to be the one who knows everything. The landlady also asks for this month's rent, and Alice resignedly goes to her room. The landlady also turns to Merlin and tells him that he should cherish her because she looked unhappy when she was looking for a place to live. Merlin thinks that she really had a very hard time, and his extravagance and licentiousness are to blame for everything. She also gives him a key in case he gets kicked out again so that he can get into the apartment. Some more time passes, and the hostess leaves, while our heroes settle inside this house. Merlin happily reflects on the fact that he has secured a place to live and will now be able to continue to exist comfortably. He turns to his partner, saying that he has an amazing offer that she won't refuse. Alice points a gun at him and says that this time, she will definitely not let him escape his fate. Merlin says that now he is her husband, so she should not dream of becoming a widow. Alice says that all this means nothing, since in front of her is not a husband, but just a shameless bastard. Merlin declares that if he draws his sword, this house will instantly turn into splinters, and she will compensate for everything. Alice hopes that one day she will deal with him, and asks him what he wants. Merlin lies down on the soft sofa to express his brilliant thoughts to her. He advises them not to get excited, and states that he has come up with a win-win situation for both of them. Alice notes that he won't leave here anyway, so he can tell her this brilliant plan. Merlin decides he needs to refresh himself before he shares his universal wisdom. Slowly peeling the skin, he says that it would be nice if they paid the rent for this house together. He notes that she's already doing well financially, so this way she can save some of it. Alice says they are enemies, and Merlin says they should have started over by now. Alice listens to him attentively and understands that she can really save a lot of money. She says they'll pay the rent together, but he's sleeping on the couch and will give up his share right now. Merlin instead hands her a banana peel, implying that he doesn't have any money right now. He promises that he will give them tomorrow, since he will start working, and high-ranking missions will become a piece of cake for him. He also shows her horse racing tickets and tells her that this time he will definitely win everything. The next morning, they head to the guild building to watch the broadcast. A crystal ball can be used to see how effectively a horse race is going. Merlin hopes that the horse he has bet everything on will still be able to break through the rest to take first place. Lugia watches them with keen interest, trying to understand what is so interesting about this man. She still doesn't understand why her grandfather gave him the adventurer's certificate, because he looks like an idiot. After some time, an unknown young man takes the flowers and tries to present them to Alice, declaring that she is very beautiful. Alice feels a little awkward and says that she is very grateful to him, but will not accept them. This is the same Arnold who constantly continues to court Alice, but always without success. One of his comrades comes up to him and tells him to stop wasting his energy. He immediately points to Merlin, saying that this man has already successfully won the love of his dreams. Alice says that this is not the case, while Arnold feels incredibly humiliated and insulted. He takes a few steps towards him and asks him where he came from and what is going on between him and Alice. He also takes out his sword to challenge the man to a real knightly duel. He says that Merlin is probably threatening her, and that is why he challenges him to a duel. Merlin says that there is no need for this duel, since he has nothing to do with Alice. He asks him why he is refusing, because they live together, so they are in a relationship. Arnold receives far more information than his young and hot heart can digest. He wonders how it is possible that they live together, since he has been pursuing her for so long. Alice tells Hobbs to talk nonsense because that creep broke into her house last night. Arnold says that in order to make her change her mind and show her charm, he will change his approach to courtship. After that, he shows the A-rank mission and says that they can take it for their competition. He also states that whoever can perform it better will be the most suitable suitor for Alice. He also states that every adventurer can take part, so they are obliged to agree. Merlin looks at the man carefully, while Alice tries to understand why no one asks her opinion. Nevertheless, she approaches her friend and asks her what Arnold means by this task. Lugia says that this is a mission from a neighboring city, where they recently began gathering adventurers. She states that rumors say that some tomb raiders have entered the dungeon, activated the traps, and now there are a lot of undead there. Arnold states that, to be honest, he hired a saint rank for this mission, spending a huge amount of money. Alice asks him who he hired to quickly complete this task, and Arnold says that he hired Mr. Claude. Arnold says that this knight showed a keen interest in the undead of this city, so he gave him a generous fee. Alice says that with the holy rank, victory is guaranteed, so she agrees to join their team. Once they receive the stamp of approval, Arnold immediately becomes proud of the fact that he took her for himself. Arnold declares that the competition between men has begun, and he will soon learn that with money, you can meet anything. Merlin carefully studies the terms of the assignment and says that he would also like to take on this mission. Lugia says that there needs to be at least 2 people on a team, since those are the rules. Merlin wonders where he could find a comrade he could take with him as an ally. Without thinking twice, he turns to Hobbs, saying that he will go with him to complete everything. Lugia initially tries to challenge this decision, but Taylor says that they should be allowed to take the quest. Lugia looks at him in surprise and says that it is not safe, but Taylor states that everything will be fine. Merlin thanks them and states that the task will be completed as quickly and efficiently as possible. After some time, some of our heroes get into a carriage to get to the right place. Arnold tries to introduce Alice and Claude, stating that they will now cooperate for the common good. Claude says that they can forget about cooperation and do their own thing, trying not to take risks. Arnold asks him if he really cares about his safety that much and promises that they will help him. Claude says that he will be honest and states that if they detain him, he will leave them mercilessly. Alice tries to understand why he treats them this way, because he is not a professional fighter. She suddenly finds that her insight has become heightened after observing Merlin's movements. She reflects that if she had known this would happen, she would have gone alone, and wonders who Merlin has already taken. Merlin leaves the house and reflects on the fact that he has no carriage to travel in. Smiling, he says that the solution lies on the surface. He can borrow it from Alice. Hobbs watches him happily, continuing to sip the healing beer from his mug. By the time they left the next morning, his mood had changed significantly as a hangover had set in. In addition to the hangover came the realization of what a dangerous journey he had embarked on without knowing it. Merlin made himself comfortable on the hay wagon to make the journey as pleasant as possible. Hobbs asks him if he really agreed to go yesterday, and Merlin says that's exactly how it happened. Hobbs realizes that he simply doesn't have enough strength to fight monsters of such a high rank. Hobbs suggests leaving here, as the royal palace will soon send experts there. He states that the mission issued by the government has a high reward, but it is not so easy to complete. Merlin says that there is nothing to be afraid of here, since he can simply hide behind his back. Merlin begins to laugh heartily, enjoying his invincibility, and Hobbs believes that he is simply crazy. He asks him how he should believe in him, since he is just a low-level pyromancer who cannot protect him. Merlin says that there should be no obstacles, since he is determined to make money. Hobbs suggests simply eliminating a couple of monsters and leaving, remembering Alice and stating that they have Saint rank with them, so they are safe. Sometime later, a whole crowd of horses with heavily armed riders appears in front of them. Hobbs and Merlin turn around in surprise to find out who they are. Among them, on the road, there is one man, dressed in very rich armor and having a rose symbol on his shoulder pad. Merlin asks his comrade who it is, and Hobbs says that they are Duke Rose's men. He notes that this is the Lord of Wales, and says that there is a small guard around the cart, and that someone from his family is riding there. After some time, the main rider catches up with our heroes, and slows his horse's pace a little. He asks them if they know the shortest route to the town of Denbighshire. Hobbs suggests that if they want to save time, they should take the path over one of the hills. He also states that if they don't want to take this route, they can go south, but it will be more difficult there. The soldier says that they probably don't know who is in this carriage, and they don't recommend such dirty routes. Hobbs says there's nothing wrong with them walking a little, as long as their legs don't hurt. The knight immediately grabs his whip and asks if he wants to tell her that his lady is in poor health. Merlin jumps to his feet and quickly intercepts the blow, assessing his opponent with his eyes. The knight demands that he immediately release the whip if he does not want to be punished in return. Merlin smiles and realizes that this is a pathetic youth who has not yet met truly strong enemies. Immediately after this, he pulls the whip towards himself with force, causing the horse to begin to behave restlessly. She loses her balance, and the knight falls to the ground with her, hitting his face in the mud. Merlin says that they gave him direction, but instead of gratitude, he shows his nasty attitude. The knight looks at him angrily and demonstrates with his whole appearance that he will now finish him off on the spot. Hobbes says in fear that they should not behave like this in front of the aristocracy. He emphasizes that before them is a man who has the best right-wing voice in these parts. Merlin says that it doesn't matter to him at all that Samara will stand in front of them, since he will stand on the side of the weak. The knight quickly jumps to his feet and says that this humiliation can only be washed away with the blood of a duel. Merlin smiles and says that he accepts this challenge if someone is in such a hurry to go to the next world. A noble priestess named Cecilia tells this knight named Kyle that a knight should not fight weaklings here. She also states that they are just people and have never seen her, so they cannot be blamed for this. Merlin looks closely at this girl, trying to understand who exactly he is dealing with. She takes a few steps towards him and says that she apologizes for her servant's behavior. Merlin says that simple words of apology will not be enough, and she must show something interesting. Kyle immediately rushes towards him, asking him how he dared to be rude to Ms. Cecilia. She immediately stops him, saying that there is no need to continue the fight. She turns around and leaves, stating that they are iron-ranked adventurers, so they don't have time. Kyle agrees to his mistress's will, but before doing so, he turns towards Merlin and looks at him menacingly. Merlin, in turn, only smiles, realizing that if a brawl had started, he would have finished everyone off. Immediately after this, they get into carriages and drive away, leaving behind a large column of dust. We are once again transported to the carriage of Mr. Arnold, who feels that the time has come for another confession. He states that his family's house was so big that he got lost in it almost every day. He also states that his life has been too easy and asks Alice if she understands what he is getting at. Alice honestly admits that she doesn't have the slightest idea, and Arnold says that thanks to her, he will be able to live a normal life. He says that one day he went to the city to visit his uncle instead of his father, and one day he saw an amazing sight when he accidentally passed by a forest edge. He says that 6 months ago she also went to this city and helped local residents deal with a wild boar. Arnold states that he saw valor coupled with great looks, and he realized it was destiny. He rushed to the heroine with a proposal of marriage, but she immediately refused, and since then he has been stalking her. Arnold claims that it was God who arranged their meeting, so she should fall in love with him, but Alice refuses. Claude, who had been sitting silently the entire time, said that he had a question he would like to ask them. He asks who the legendary swordsman Elgin is, whom they have mentioned several times already. Arnold asks him how it is possible not to know about this man, and Claude says that he practiced deep in the mountains. Alice reflects that this is not surprising, because when you are in isolation, you do not know about such legends. Arnold claims that the legendary leaders of the pirate gang were destroyed by a master swordsman. Claude learns that these pirates were wholly ranked, but states that this victory doesn't really mean anything. Alice and Arnold look at him in surprise, trying to understand why he was not impressed by this action. Claude states that the Saint ranks have their own divisions, and they can all be at different levels of power despite being formally identical. He is also surprised that people are now placing their hopes on a guy whose identity they don't even know. He laments the helplessness of the royal family, and Alice tries to understand why he keeps mentioning it. Arnold says he's interested in hearing Claude's opinion on who should be a real hero. Claude asks them if they have heard anything about the 4 heroes of the former kingdom. Arnold asks him about it again in fear, while Alice understands that this topic is not very well understood for her. All she can remember is that there was a dragon tamer named Caroline and 2 twin swordsmen named Zoe and Joey. Claude also mentions that among them was Stormtrooper Bernard, emphasizing that they are definitely called heroes. Alice recalls the information she read on the subject and states that these 4 were the founders of the kingdom. Their historical excursion is interrupted by the coachman, who says that they must make a stop to rest. Arnold says he supports the proposal, then declares that they need to get some fresh air. Claude remains seated, but Alice addresses him before leaving and attracts his attention. She says that these heroes were amazing individuals, but they have long since died and become part of the past. After this, she declares that there is no point in comparing the past with the present, and leaves, and Claude watches her go. Arnold quickly gets out of the carriage and tries to catch up with her, telling her to wait for him. Claude continues to sit there, wondering if it really is that pointless. The sun is gradually setting, painting the clouds in very pleasant shades of orange. The horses are peacefully located at the edge of the forest, slowly nibbling the grass, which is already gradually beginning to turn yellow in anticipation of autumn. Alice wonders in her mind what Merlin is doing right now, assuming that he will surely destroy something. Arnold comes to keep her company, but she is clearly not happy about his arrival. Arnold asks her if she wants to know the difference between the stars and the sun and emphasizes that she is in his heart. Alice feels that this is probably the most awkward compliment she has ever received in her entire life. Quickly getting to her feet, she asks him to stop, saying that she will try to find Claude. She moves on, while the sun sinks even lower, making it much darker. Alice hears strange words about the need to give up her soul for the sake of the revival of the former kingdom. She begins to slowly make her way through the thicket to find out who is speaking. However, after a few seconds, she sees a giant silhouette appear in front of her, looking at her. It turns out to be Claude, who is holding a giant sword several meters long. Claude unleashes powerful blows on her, but stops them just centimeters from her face. He says that he thought that the person in front of him was an ordinary thief and almost made a serious mistake. He apologizes for this, saying that he didn't mean to scare her, and asks if something happened. Alice tells him that she came to tell him that they are going on a journey. Claude immediately turns around and heads towards the carriage, thanking her for notifying him. After this, he turns towards her and asks her if she heard any strange sounds. Alice smiles and says that she may have heard him say something, but she doesn't remember it. Claude says that he heard this, and then declares that they need to leave right now. Alice reflects that this night is rather suspicious, and it is unclear what he means by reviving the kingdom. After some time, another cart stops near them, this one belonging to Cecilia. She looks out cautiously and says that she didn't expect to meet Arnold here. Arnold looks at her with a smile and asks her what she is doing here, noting that he is pleasantly surprised. He assumes she is on vacation from the theological academy and is surprised that they are enjoying time at home. Cecilia says that she is going to the city to resolve the crisis in her father's stead. Arnold says that their target is also this city, and besides, he has two bearers of this rank. Cecilia looks at him in surprise and asks if he really has two such strong fighters. After some time, the coachman runs up to them and says that they need to deal with a big problem. Arnold turns around to find out what has frightened his servant so much. The coachman points to a strange fiery glow that is raging somewhere several hundred meters away. This is the result of the migration of flaming rhinoceroses, which are medium-sized herd animals. At this time of year, they migrate south and represent a formidable force that sweeps away everything in their path. Arnold talks about a whole herd rushing towards them, and Cecilia remembers that those two peasants warned them about this. The horses begin to panic as they sense the approach of a giant herd of rhinoceroses, which make a very loud noise. Kyle addresses his knights, saying that it is necessary to protect the young lady in the name of the throne. He states that if the animals are far away, you need to use ranged weapons and not get too close. Arnold looks around in search of his comrades, trying to figure out where they went. Meanwhile, the rhinos continue to approach, and Cecilia decides that it is time to join the warriors. She bestows upon them the most powerful blessings in her arsenal to make them stronger. Kyle says that it is necessary to prevent Ms. Cecilia from being injured and to ensure her safety at all costs. However, after a few seconds, a giant silhouette approaches them, which undoubtedly belongs to Claude. He holds his giant sword in his hands and looks at the approaching monsters. After this, he takes a few steps forward, ignoring the warning that it could be dangerous. Claude notes that it's great to come together and cheer for each other, but he doesn't need to stand in line. After this, he watches the approach of these monsters and prepares to deliver a devastating attack. This sweeping strike immediately sends a powerful shockwave towards the approaching rhinos. Cecilia looks at what is happening in surprise, trying to understand whether this man is really that strong. Kyle is also amazed by the subsequent result, as the rhinos were stopped within a second. This shockwave has a devastating effect and simply tears animals apart. Alice watches this from a respectful distance and is amazed by the incredible force of this blow. Arnold grins and says that this man is his comrade in arms. He notes that it is also Claude, who is a bearer of the highest saint rank. Cecilia asks him how he was able to get such a powerful knight into his team. Cecilia immediately turns to him and says that regardless of the amount, she will offer him more. Claude ignores all her words and takes a few steps past her, calmly throwing his sword over his shoulder. After this, he stops for a moment and says that he refuses this offer. Cecilia thinks that this knight is strange, as she can smell black magic on him. Deciding not to ask any unnecessary questions, she immediately turns to her knight and says that they must hurry. She also states that they must sincerely destroy all the undead and get there before the rest. Kyle bends his knee and says that they are going there right now. After some time, they finally reach the city and make camp near the military quarters. One of the soldiers says that they need to drink to the fact that fate brought them together on this mission. The adventurers thank each other for accepting this quest and now decide to eat and drink. Alice is also present at this celebration of life and is glad that there is a very pleasant atmosphere here. Claude tells them that they can go have fun while he rests before heading out on a mission. Keeping his cool, he heads to his tent, ignoring everyone else. Alice is trying to figure out if it could be that this is a major criminal in the kingdom. She understands that the Adventurers Guild is quite loose, and therefore there are quite a few criminals there. Arnold immediately approaches her, saying that it is a wonderful evening that it would be nice to spend together. Alice states that they haven't gathered all the intelligence yet, so it's too early to have fun. Arnold looks after him sadly and says that this is a very sad development of events. Alice realizes that it would be nice if Hobbs were here, since at least he knows his business. After walking a few more meters, she finds Hobbs and Merlin there, having fun with the others. Alice asks if they are both already here, noting that they set out on their journey much later. Arnold understands that here he can take revenge on his rival for Alice's heart, but she declares that there is nothing and never was anything between them. Merlin, meanwhile, boasts to the girls, saying that his title is just a cover. Alice comes closer and says that this person is actually a middle-aged man. After this, she sends everyone else away, showing her badge and declaring that they need to talk about serious things. The girls step aside, saying that this saint rank is being too presumptuous. Alice asks him which road they took to overtake them, even though they left a day later. Merlin says it's all thanks to Hobbs and the amazing donkey they borrowed from her. Alice asks him why he is so free to use her things, which she saved up for a very long time. After some time, the familiar forces approach them again, praising Merlin for his courage. They claim that he still has the strength of spirit to come to such a dangerous place, no matter what. Arnold also adds that he will never lose to a scoundrel like him in a battle for Alice's heart. After this, he points to his broken nose and says that it is a trophy that Alice gave him. He calls it an incredible seal of love that accurately symbolizes her feelings towards him. Merlin says that the boy clearly has problems with his head, and Alice says that it was noticeable right away. Merlin smiles and says that he meant that only idiots and madmen fall in love with someone like her. Alice says that if he says one more word, she will definitely find a way for them to die together. Arnold states that their battle is pointless, as tomorrow the great swordsman Claude will complete the task in a couple of minutes. The other adventurers watch what is happening and assume that two jealous guys are fighting over a woman. Alice says that she will now go gather intelligence and recommends that he return to the camp. Arnold is glad that she is concerned about him, stating that he cannot get too tired around her. Hobbs asks if Arnold prefers girls with flatter curves, noting that it's pretty weird. Alice immediately understands that he picked up these phrases from Merlin, and it must be eradicated immediately. She asks him if he wants to die, or if he still plans to stay alive after this mission. She also asks him what he knows about the situation in this city, and he states that he has information. Alice understands that he will not share it with her for free, and gives him a couple of coins in her hand, so that he will tell her everything. He tells that in the north of the forest, there is a cemetery of the Prime Minister of the former kingdom. He also states that it is a 3-story labyrinth, and cracks have appeared on its surface. He notes that this Prime Minister was a necromancer in his past, which is why he summoned all these undead. Hobbs states that the purpose of the military corps is to hold back the undead in the forest until the king sends qualified men. Alice remembers Claude's words about the former kingdom and understands that this could be very suspicious. Claude, in turn, is in his tent, in which a bright light is burning. Bernard barely moves, as if he is meditating before a very serious task that needs to be solved quickly. He tenses his arms, feeling that he is in for a tough fight, as his opponent will definitely be strong. However, he reassures himself by saying that all this is necessary for the sake of the revival of the former kingdom. After a while, the loud festivities end, and all the adventurers head to their tents. After this, Claude cautiously leaves the tent camp to look around. Finding no one around, he slowly walks past the tents, hoping not to scare them away with any random noise. After this, he slowly opens the oak gates and slips through them further, pausing for a moment. Alice quietly opens her tent, since she had not slept all this time and suspected something was wrong. The skirmish with the goblins that attacked the city at night taught her that she needed to be on guard in any situation. She quickly discovers that Claude is trying to leave the camp to do something strange. She slowly walks towards him, thinking that she knew he was suspicious, but now she will expose him. Hobbs also goes out at night to get some fresh air and hears strange noises, which distracts him. Alice slowly follows Claude towards the open doors, and it immediately comes into his field of vision. He looks at her in surprise and tries to understand why she is suddenly hanging around the camp at such a time. However, he decides that it is just his imagination, since it is night and he is a bit scared. Meanwhile, we are transported several hundred meters towards the mission location to which the adventurers were sent. Claude slowly approaches the entrance to the temple, feeling the presence of sinister forces growing stronger. Alice continues to watch him very carefully, trying not to make any unnecessary noise so as not to be discovered. She suggests that perhaps this knight decided to deal with all the problems alone while everyone was sleeping. Carefully analyzing the ruins of this building, she realizes that it looks like the entrance to an underground labyrinth from which the undead emerge. A few hours later, morning comes and the sun rises over these endless expanses. We return to the tent camp, where people are still sleeping, but already preparing to wake up. Arnold feels simply disgusted, because the sight that unfolded before him was not a pleasant one. He looks at Merlin and Hobbs, who are sleeping peacefully on their mattresses and snoring loudly. Arnold rips off the fabric entrance to the tent and tells Alice to confess that she was forced to sleep with this man. Merlin looks at Arnold in surprise, who apparently got the wrong tents when he tried to make a dramatic entrance. Arnold looks at him in surprise and realizes that he really did go through the wrong door and that there will be consequences. Merlin says that if he does this again, he will send him to hell because this blanket is very important to him. Arnold says that Miss Alice has gone missing and he can't find her anywhere, so he decided to look here. He also states that Mr. Claude is missing, which could mean that he kidnapped Alice and tried to escape. Hobbs says that one night when he went to the toilet, he noticed her go into the tomb alone without telling anyone. Merlin quickly decides to change his clothes and says that Alice dared to play against the rules. After this, he declares that he will not let her leave and changes his clothes with incredible speed, imperceptible to the eye. Hobbs looks at him in surprise and asks him if he is really going to do such a reckless thing. Merlin smiles and says that he will, of course, go to the tomb, since he wants to complete the task. Hobbs states that the iron rank will only get in the way due to its unimpressive strength. Merlin says that his goal is far from being to receive a reward of 1,000 gold coins. Taking a few steps forward, he states that his opponents are undead, so he can use healing to prolong his life. Meanwhile, we are transported to the second level of the underground labyrinth, in which Claude continues to move calmly. Alice watches him, realizing that it's strange that he knows this place so well, because, in theory, he's never been here. She assumes that he has a map of this labyrinth, or that it is somehow connected with the head of the former kingdom. Turning in other directions, she realizes that these are new traces of the battle, and that someone has already been here before. Meanwhile, Claude reaches a small gate, near which stand a couple of skeletons. They immediately rush at him, hoping that they will quickly destroy the intruder, who should not be here. Claude immediately grabs his sword, feeling that these opponents won't be able to do anything with him anyway. He strikes hard, knowing that it will be enough to deal with such pawns. He actually manages to destroy them in a split second, without using any serious skills. After the skeletons fall apart, he takes a few steps towards the giant doors. After this, he pushes them forward in order to enter the giant hall and destroy whoever is there. This room looks very ominous, but Claude continues to walk forward, as if he knows exactly where he needs to go. Alice carefully looks inside this room and sees a large number of dim lights. Claude stops in front of an unknown figure that looks like a skinny skeleton sitting on a throne. After a short pause, Claude says that they haven't seen each other for a long time, looking closely at the skeleton. The skeleton looks at the knight in surprise and asks him why he broke into the place of his eternal repentance. Claude says that about 400 years have passed since their last meeting and calls the skeleton Ian. Ian stares at the knight in surprise and asks him who he is and what he is doing here. Claude forcefully thrusts the sword into the red carpet and the stone floor directly below it. With a slight smile in his voice, he says that Modark is getting old, having forgotten his Imperial Stormtrooper. Ian wonders what Bernard is doing here, adding that he should have died a long time ago. Bernard says that they, along with the other 3 heroes, were resurrected using ancient magic. He also claims that they were resurrected by a prince who was lucky enough to escape when the Old Kingdom was destroyed. Ian asks him what they plan to do, now that the prince has escaped and is now sucking the blood of elves. Bernard says that they need a more advanced force to overthrow the government and restore the former kingdom. He demands that they give up the key that has been hanging around the necromancer's neck all this time, since it will greatly help them become stronger. Ian says that if the previous king had not signed a contract with the devil, the kingdom would have survived. Bernard says he doesn't want to fight him, but he needs the key, and Ian says he refuses. Bernard grabs his sword because in this case he must forgive him for his rudeness. Ian states that the greatest honor for a warrior is to die on the battlefield, and Bernard says that right now it is more important for him to restore the kingdom. He prepares a powerful attack to destroy the necromancer in a second and put an end to this. A fierce battle begins between them, which Alice watches in horror because she does not know what to do. After some time, Merlin enters the labyrinth and quickly reaches the second level without meeting anyone. However, just as quickly he discovers that he is lost and does not know where he needs to go. Merlin says that if someone gets the reward before him, then he will have wasted his time. He quickly remembers that Hobbs told him that this labyrinth has several levels. He continues to walk further, hoping to find some guiding signs, but all in vain. After a while, he gets tired of it and says that it is not the best solution, but for now, it is the best one. Taking proper aim at the stone floor, he flexes his hand, signaling that it's time to have fun. Immediately after this, he begins to deliver crushing blows in order to break the ceiling structure. The skeletons don't immediately understand what's happening above them and stare in surprise at the shaking ceiling. A few seconds later, giant chunks of rock fall right on top of them, giving them a second death. Merlin fights his way to the very bottom, feeling like a true champion. He smiles and says that this is the fastest way to get to the lowest level. Meanwhile, we are transported to another section of the underground labyrinth, where another battle is taking place. Cecilia uses her divine skills to drive out the evil that has taken up residence in these ruins. The skeletons are unable to counter this incredible force, so they die quite quickly. Kyle, along with the other knights, rushes forward, saying that it is necessary to develop the attack. Cecilia realizes that the informant who gave them all the information did not tell them about the monsters here. They continue to fight, but over time they begin to tire due to constant ambushes and hard battles. Cecilia wonders silently why it is so difficult to gain her father's acceptance. Kyle approaches her and tells her that he should back off, but she orders him to shut up and listen to her. Kyle says that they are already returning the same way, but there is still no exit, which means they are lost. Cecilia turns to her knights and tells them that they must trust her and push a little more. She says that they can get out if they understand the structure of the labyrinth, and they must trust her. However, deep down, she knows that while the divine light is effective, her mana is not infinite. She takes a few more steps when she suddenly comes across a strange crack inside the floor of this labyrinth. And she looks at this crack in surprise, trying to understand what it is, but it is too late. A skeleton emerges from the crack and grabs her by the clothes to throw her to the ground. Because of this, the divine light disappears, and the knights wonder what to do. Cecilia hopes that someone will save her from this monster, who has already grabbed his dagger. The skeleton stares at her with furious red eyes, preparing to quickly finish her off with one blow. However, before he can do this, his head is blown off by a spear, which turns out to be quite heavy. Kyle turns to her and asks if she is okay, hoping that she is not hurt. Cecilia states that she is fine, but she urgently needs to get the staff, which is nearby. She almost immediately discovers that it has fallen a few meters away from her and only needs to be retrieved. However, as soon as she tries to run to him, a giant centaur armed with swords appears in front of her. Cecilia takes a few steps back in fear, realizing that she won't be able to defeat such a monster. The monster, in turn, immediately rushes forward at the easy prey, since the priests are useless without their staffs. Martha immediately steps to her side to block this powerful attack, but the monster continues to press. Kyle is in serious trouble and falls to his knees under the sheer weight of the beast. He asks her to run away and says that he will delay this monster as long as he can. Meanwhile, other soldiers begin to die due to the fact that they are not receiving enough light. She realizes that she has led everyone into a real trap from which they will have practically no chance of escaping. Around her lies a huge number of dead bodies, who were alive just a few minutes ago. Cecilia remembers her father's words about survival of the fittest. He told her that weaklings had no place here, adding that she was the weakest of all the children. This hurt her deeply, which is why she constantly tried to prove to her father that she was not so bad. She was also often bullied by her older and younger siblings due to them having already reached a higher level of strength. They talked about how they would easily defeat her, despite the fact that she tried much harder, even though she was older than them. In the end, they decided that there was no point in recognizing her as an older sister if she couldn't defeat them. Cecilia was constantly bullied by her relatives, which made her a more withdrawn child. However, another person always came to her aid, who was not formally her relative, but always helped spiritually. That man was young Kyle, who was always ready to lend her a helping hand. In this way, she at least acquired someone else who was on her side and helped her survive in this estate. Kyle also experienced serious difficulties, as he was a knight's apprentice and had to comply with all disciplinary measures. The instructor told him that whoever did not complete the training today would be beaten as a form of discipline. Cecilia hoped that he would be spared and tried to use her position to ensure that everything worked out. Many years passed in this difficult and stressful environment, and now they have finally become a little more mature. Kyle swore eternal loyalty, declaring that he would pledge his life to her and follow her absolutely anywhere. Cecilia was very surprised by this offer, as she did not expect anyone to treat her so well. However, almost immediately, a very sweet and contented smile appeared on her face from this realization. She agreed, thinking that they were two weak creatures reaching out to each other for shelter. Some more time passed, and finally winter came. The two became a little older, by a couple of years. Cecilia watched closely as Kyle's training continued every day, no matter what. Cecilia asked him if he hadn't become the strongest yet, trying to understand why he trained every day. Kyle says that only these trainings will help him protect her if the need arises. Cecilia was surprised by Kyle's persistence, as he put himself at risk of injury every day. However, it could not be said that she was against this state of affairs, although she understood that in the world of aristocrats, everything is not so simple. However, now they find themselves in a real trap, from which it will be almost impossible to escape. Kyle asks her why she doesn't run away, and Cecilia says that they will run away together, because they have a chance to survive. Kyle points out that he is her knight, so he would be humiliated if she put herself in danger. Cecilia advises him to forget about the knight in this situation, since they must save their lives together. Kyle continues to destroy the monsters that are advancing on them as a diversion, desperately declares that it is an honor for him to fight for the one he cherishes more than his life. The giant skeleton, which has grown a couple more heads, is preparing to launch another attack. Kyle provokes him and tells him that there is nothing wrong with his exceptional loyalty. Immediately after this, he decides to deliver multiple blows in order to confuse his opponent. At a certain moment, he manages to catch a window of opportunity to punch his opponent in the head. He smiles, realizing that maybe they really do have a chance to break out of here. However, in this situation, it would be a deadly mistake to relax. This skeleton just blocked Kyle's spear. Immediately after this, he feels severe pain in the abdominal area, realizing that blood is gushing from his mouth. Cecilia looks at her knight, realizing that he made a serious mistake and now paid for it. So many years, probably so many attacks with several blades at once into the body of your opponent. Blood begins to drip more and more actively onto the stone floor because the wound turned out to be too severe. The skeleton uses its arms to lift the opponent into the air, preventing them from escaping. After this, he brutally throws him aside so that he further damages his limbs. Kyle falls to the stone floor with a dull thud, losing any ability to continue the fight. Cecilia immediately rushes to him in the hope that he is still alive, and now, this is the only thought that runs through her head. She asks him to wake up and protect her immediately, but these requests are more of a desperate nature. With tears in her eyes, she asks him if he remembers his oath, but he does not answer. Meanwhile, the skeleton that had just defeated her protector doesn't think about stopping and takes a couple of steps forward. He quickly approaches her, swinging his arms, realizing that the next victim will not even resist. Cecilia understands perfectly well that this is where it will all end, since she has no chance to fight this monster. Closing her eyes, she reflects that it's not so bad because her empty, petty life is finally over. However, at that very second, the ceiling above these monsters begins to crack, and after a few seconds, a collapse begins. These stones bury any monsters that weren't quick enough to jump aside. Of course, the giant skeleton, which had limited mobility, had no chance of survival. Cecilia hugs Kyle in fear, trying to understand what happened and why they are still alive. Merlin jumps down and says that he hasn't thrown his fists in a while, and that it has had its consequences. He tries to massage his neck, saying that his stiff muscles are now aching. After this, he turns around abruptly and looks closely at Cecilia, who looks at him in shock. He grins and says that this is an incredible coincidence, which he certainly did not expect to encounter. He asks her if she is the arrogant daughter of the Rose family and wonders why she is so sad. Cecilia says that they were attacked by skeletons, and Merlin claims that they overestimated their strength and it is their own fault. Merlin asks why she came here, because the priestess cannot cope with so many undead. Cecilia says that she wanted to prove to her father that she is strong, and Merlin just laughs. He asks her why she needs to prove her strength to someone else if it is only needed by the one who has it. He also states that now she has only proven that she is a fool who runs after her stupid ideas. He reminds her that people are dead now for such a stupid reason, and if she were a demon, he would find her incompetent. Cecilia says that people died, and even the protector Kyle gave his life, and this calls into question all her efforts. Merlin quickly looks around, realizing that in some way he shares her feelings. He also says that trying hard is a basic condition, but they simply didn't have enough effort before. They need to think with their heads. After this, he says that the time for conversation has come to an end, when suddenly, the debris begins to move. From beneath the rubble emerges a giant skeleton, badly damaged but still able to fight. He immediately lunges at Merlin, and Cecilia shouts at him to be careful. Merlin smiles and says that he feels unfair towards his enemies, because they are all weak. Immediately after this, he briefly gets the opportunity to deliver a sharp, swift blow. Having destroyed his opponent, he says that such a pathetic laughingstock will not yet be able to challenge him. He also says that the undead really irritate him, and no matter how many of them he kills, they cannot prolong his life. Cecilia couldn't understand why such an incredible power came from such an ordinary movement. She suddenly begins to feel Kyle's life impulses and realizes that she needs to ask for his help in order to survive. She asks him not to leave here and hopes that he can protect the two of them while she heals him. Merlin asks her why he should stay here, since he is not interested in helping her. Cecilia says that she can give him a monetary reward for this. Merlin realizes that this is an excellent opportunity to extort a reward from the noble lady. Smiling, he says that he will, of course, receive a reward from her, but she must understand what he is talking about. She understands that such a strong man became an adventurer, not for fame and money, and it turns out that he needs something else. She closes her eyes in embarrassment, realizing that for her, this would be a betrayal of her own honor. However, after this, the image of Kyle appears before her, who is ready to sacrifice everything in order to save her. She understands that she must follow his example, even if it will be terrible. And she says that she understood everything perfectly, and, despite the terrible conditions, she agreed to fulfill them. She begins to carefully remove her clothes, saying that he should definitely like this award. Merlin immediately stops her, saying that he is only interested in money, and she declares that she does not have any right now. Merlin says with irritation that aristocrats have always been very difficult people to communicate with. Immediately after this, he prepares to draw his sword. Cecilia fearfully asks him what he is going to do. Merlin makes a quick movement, after which he immediately puts the sword back into its sheath. However, after a few seconds, a bright cut separates a small stone platform from the rest. The terrain around her collapses, while the platform they are standing on remains motionless. Merlin, meanwhile, says that these undead cannot climb that high, so this will protect them for a short time. Cecilia says that she wanted to be escorted, and Merlin states that, unfortunately, he has a lot of things to do right now. He also throws her a staff, saying that it is probably a very valuable and useful thing in this situation. Cecilia intercepts the staff, realizing that this is what can help save her protector. Merlin smiles and says that her knight is still alive, so she should know perfectly well what she needs to do. Cecilia understands that she doesn't need anything for this, but she can't lose him. She looks down carefully and finds that the skeletons there show no interest in her. Merlin runs away, saying that he will definitely return later, hoping that Alice will lose to him. Meanwhile, we are transported to those very catacombs where the battle between Ian and Bernard is now taking place. Alice reflects that Claude's old-fashioned style is now unsurprising since he was pretending to be someone else. Ian summons otherworldly forces from beyond the grave to finally gain the decisive advantage. Alice wonders what she should do now because it turns out that this man is much stronger than he claimed. She understands that she must tell the guild leader everything and take advantage of the time to retreat. Ian asks him if he has aged and notes that his movements have become much slower. Bernard asks him how long he plans to maintain his arrogance, pretending that nothing has changed. Immediately after this, he prepares to launch a powerful attack with his heavy sword. Ian watches his every move closely and tells him that this is a pretty stupid decision. After this, he creates a giant bone hand, saying that he will show him his secret technique. This secret technique is called the Skeleton King and is almost impossible to dodge. Bernard is indeed exposed to a powerful blow that would leave no room for a normal person to survive. Another skeletal arm emerges from the ground, and very soon the main body of this monster will appear. The head breaks through stone walls, which means that it is much stronger than thick boulders. Thus, Ian summons a giant monster, dressed in a robe and similar to him in appearance. After this, he states that Bernard's strength remains at the same level as before, so he has no chance. Bernard can barely stay on his feet, but he puts all his strength into getting back up. He takes aim at his opponent and says that he really only needs one attack to win. He notes that he will crush his skull and extinguish his soul flame with his secret technique. Ian says that these stupid talks will not help him, so he must fight and not talk. Bernard advises his opponent to accept his fate, saying that he will no longer be able to touch him. He taps into his inner strength and activates a secret stormtrooper mode that empowers him. Immediately after this, he rushes towards his opponent, not paying attention to the fact that he is much larger than him. And so, after a few seconds, the ground between them collapses, and pieces of rock begin to fall with it. Bernard is surprised and wonders what is going on, and who decided to interfere in their holy battle. Merlin asks them if their battles are over, noting that if that is the case, he came here at the right time. He returns to Bernard and says that Alice probably followed him, but he doesn't see her here. Bernard, meanwhile, can't believe that all these undead couldn't cope with an Iron Rank weakling. Bernard realizes that in order to keep all the secrets of the kingdom's revival, he must kill the witnesses. Ian, meanwhile, asks how the stranger dared to break into his eternal resting place. He immediately orders him to turn into dust, but Merlin creates a powerful shield that turns out to be stronger than this spell. Bernard watches what is happening in amazement, trying to understand what this incredible technique is. He immediately says that he should not be underestimated because he clearly hides his strength. Alice realizes that the church has suffered huge losses due to Merlin's anti-magic barrier. Merlin says that he will not call himself by name because in front of him is only a skeleton that has been standing for 5,000 years. Ian says that he will not tolerate such an insult and will destroy his newly emerged opponent. Merlin smiles, and then, instead of the place where he had just been standing, a powerful attack from the skeleton falls. Bernard knows that even he wouldn't have survived the blow, but after a few seconds he stares forward in surprise. The smoke gradually begins to clear, and it becomes clear that this attack has not produced the desired results. Merlin holds the skeleton's hand calmly, without experiencing any difficulty at all. Alice understands that even this person's physical defense is at the highest level. Ian is so surprised that his jaw drops several tens of centimeters lower than usual. He says that there is no man who can withstand the blow of the skeleton's hammer. Merlin says that the creature he summoned is interesting, and then breaks its hand, squeezing his own wrist. The skeleton begins to look in surprise at its limb, of which only pitiful pieces remain. Ian only now realizes how much danger he got himself into by attacking this man. Merlin draws his sword from its sheath, saying that the useless undead should go to hell. At that very moment, he delivers another calm blow that cuts through the enemy. Ian realizes that he is facing a real monster, after which he dissolves into thin air, having lost the last of his strength and life. Alice is surprised that this monster was not strong enough to withstand more than one blow. She also realizes that this is already starting to develop into an unpleasant pattern, as if Merlin cannot be defeated. Bernard watches him and thinks that perhaps none of the four heroes can compare to this monster. He assumes that if such a powerful force works under the leadership of His Majesty, then everything will go smoothly. Merlin, meanwhile, is happy that the money is guaranteed because he just needs to see if there is a trophy here. After taking a few steps, he quickly finds such a valuable key, which seems rather strange to him. Bernard immediately rushes forward, realizing that he needs to get it immediately. Merlin picks up this key, saying that this choice is very interesting. Bernard realizes that this is the key to the infernal core, which is necessary in order to revive the former kingdom. He understands that under no circumstances can he be allowed to fall into the wrong hands, otherwise he will never be found. Bernard takes a few steps towards the protagonist and addresses him by name. He asks him to give him this key, since he really needs it at the moment. Merlin twirls his key in his hands and asks why he should give him the trophy he just received. Bernard states that he will give him 200,000 gold coins in order to purchase it. Merlin realizes that if he invests this money and bets everything on the right horse in a different way, it will make him rich. Before he can agree to this, Alice runs out of ambush and says that he must give him the key. Bernard turns around in her direction in surprise, trying to understand what she was doing here, since he hadn't seen her before. Merlin claims that she abandoned them for the reward, and Alice claims that she tried to find out the truth right away. Immediately after this, she points to Bernard, saying that he is the source of the problem. She also says that he is not a living person, as he is one of the 4 heroes who died a long time ago. Merlin turns his gaze to the night, wonders, and then realizes that he is an undead who has been resurrected. Alice says that they were the defenders of the Old Kingdom, but they were revived with magic and plan to revive it. Alice states that they came here for this key, because it contains some big secret. Merlin pauses for a moment and smiles, suggesting that this is a much more interesting development. He also assumes that this thing is probably very valuable, which means he will be able to pay his debts. Alice understands that, apparently, his identity has been revealed, so it is necessary to eliminate the witnesses. He makes a sharp movement towards her in order to bring down his giant weapon on her. He doesn't have the slightest pity for this girl, since she put their mission in jeopardy. Alice looks at him in fear, realizing that she definitely won't have time to dodge such a serious attack. Merlin suddenly comes to her aid and stops the blow with one light movement of his hand. Merlin asks him with a grin if he can't hold back anymore and wants to rush in like this. Merlin points out that they pay the rent together, so he can't let that fool die. Bernard says that if they give him this key, he will pretend that nothing happened and they will go their separate ways. Merlin states that this key holds a great secret, so it cannot be given away, and besides, Bernard attacked them. Bernard states that there seems to be no point in talking further, and Alice delivers a sharp blow with the weapon directly into his unprotected body. She chose just the perfect moment to deliver a precise, measured blow and caught him off guard. Alice says that the holy sword began to hiss, which means that there really is an undead in front of them. Merlin asks her what she's doing, saying that she shouldn't have attacked him. Alice states that she will help him, and Merlin states that he should not accept help in the battle from anyone else. Alice reflects that she really doesn't understand the strange obligations he imposes on himself. Merlin says that 2-on-1 is unfair, but he can't come up with an excuse in a 1-on-1 fight. Bernard realizes he has no choice, so he accepts the challenge and takes off his helmet. He also states that if someone asks who is the strongest of the 4 heroes, it will definitely be him. Merlin asks if there is any point in passing on glory that has been around for so long. Bernard says that he will not stay long, and Merlin declares that no one will come to his aid. He emphasizes that Alice is very lucky to have met him, but she herself thinks completely differently. Bernard decides to use his stormtrooper mode to become even stronger and faster. Alice jumps to the side, saying that this aura turned out to be much stronger than the previous one. Merlin smiles and continues to watch his opponent with a bored expression as he prepares his attack. Bernard takes aim at him with his giant sword and declares that he did it in the name of the 4 heroes. He quickly breaks away from the spot in order to cut his opponent, while the latter still hopes that everything will work out. Merlin, however, continues to stand still and wait for his opponent to launch his attack. Bernard says he has too many openings, so he'll just cut off his head. Merlin looks at him carefully, and Bernard suddenly loses all his confidence and stops. He immediately jumps aside, and Merlin asks him why he retreated so suddenly. Bernard looks at his opponent, realizing that his heart has suddenly started pounding wildly. He realizes that his senses have sharply heightened and tell him that this man is incredibly dangerous. Bernard admits that he was scared because he was facing a really serious opponent, and this amuses him. He says that it has been a long time since someone has appeared who would force him to use all his strength. By addressing him by his title, he says that he will certainly be able to understand his current feelings. Merlin states that he understands his desire to be invincible, but in this case, he does not share the enthusiasm. He states that Bernard will definitely not be able to compete with him, but this only makes Bernard more excited. He says that he will force him to acknowledge his strength so that he will consider him as an equal opponent, and he says that he will give it his all to leave no regrets. After a few seconds, his aura begins to become more aggressive and dangerous. With complete concentration, he prepares to deliver a swift and devastating blow. Alice realizes that this is a forbidden technique of the madman's victim, which exchanges life for a short-term increase in abilities. Alice notes that this forbidden technique was lost in time, but she didn't expect to be able to see it. Merlin smiles and says that it sounds quite interesting and he will test his opponent. Alice watches in horror as beads of sweat begin to slowly trickle down her face. Merlin, by contrast, shows absolutely no reaction to this increase in power, as he is unimpressed by it. Bernard rushes into battle, vanishing into thin air, but Merlin reads his movements perfectly. Waiting for the right moment, he puts his weapon forward to block the blow. After this, he continues to dodge these attacks and launches a light counterattack with his leg, but misses. Bernard tries to crush his opponent with his giant sword, but he is too clumsy to do so. Merlin continues to turn away, but at a certain point, he exposes himself to a possible blow. Bernard decides to take advantage of this opportunity right now and strikes a few more blows, but all in vain. After some time, they decide to face each other blade to blade and find out which of them is faster. Alice watches what is happening, but the battle is so fast that it is impossible to follow it properly. She only has time to blink before the duel is over, and the clash of blades causes an explosion. The smoke gradually clears, and she continues to peer forward eagerly, hoping to find out who has won. The smoke gradually clears, and Bernard says that this is impossible because he has already killed him. Merlin states that it was just an afterimage, and while Bernard was fast, he wasn't good enough. Bernard, already turning around, feels that his life force is gradually leaking out due to the fatal wound. With a blurry gaze, he sees before him the image of Merlin, who is saying the same words as he is. Bernard falls to the ground, saying that he has aged because he did not recognize the sword of the strongest monk Lucifer. Merlin turns around in surprise to face his opponent, wondering if he's seen them before. He claims that he was a famous recluse among people and traveled very rarely, so he could not be recognized. After thinking for a bit, he suggests that perhaps he just misheard it and it doesn't mean anything. Immediately after this, he takes a few steps towards Alice, who had been standing rooted to the spot all this time out of surprise. He makes a sharp slap next to her face so that she finally comes to her senses and looks at him. Merlin says he surprised her, and Alice says he's almost up to par. She also says that this key cannot be kept to oneself, since it must be given to the other party. Merlin immediately flicks her on the head so that she comes to her senses and starts thinking clearly. She says that if this key really leads to treasure, then it cannot be given to absolutely anyone. Alice says that this is the key to something much larger and possibly much more dangerous than they think. Merlin states that the treasures must be divided equally, as the key the Saint rank was looking for is definitely not useless. He also advises her not to be so impractical, and adds that her debt is much less than her debts that need to be paid. After this, he starts laughing loudly, and Alice assumes that she should not have agreed since she was just deceived. Merlin, meanwhile, picks up the key in order to turn it properly from side to side and examine it. He states that the only problem now is finding the secrets that this key unlocks. Alice says that she has a friend who understands these things, and they need to ask her at the guild. Merlin asks if she can be trusted, as the doors open and the undead come running out. A huge number of skeletons came to avenge their fallen master. Merlin states that she should step aside while he destroys them all, and Alice says that she does not need his concern. They display their unyielding and cruel aura as they approach the dead, whose fate has already been decided. A few minutes earlier, we return to the military base of adventurers who are preparing for battle. They gradually approach the habitat of the undead in order to send it back to where it came from. Arnold is also among the other warriors, hoping that he will be able to survive this meat grinder. Hobbs asks him why he fights, and Arnold says that his family are military leaders and he cannot disgrace them. Hobbs tells him that a real fight is very dangerous, and Arnold states that this way he can impress Alice. Hobbs also says that he is not worried about Merlin, as he has already shown himself to be a difficult person. Arnold suddenly turns to him and says that wealth is his strong point, and he is ready to pay off his debts. Hobbs almost immediately switches to his side, saying that he is ready to do anything for money. Meanwhile, Marina, one of the mercenaries, starts blowing her horn to give her comrades fighting spirit. After this, they all rush at the army of skeletons, and Hobbs almost immediately turns around and tries to run away. Meanwhile, a very tough battle begins, as some of the skeletons pose a serious threat. Powerful skeletons, which are the terrifying experiments of necromancers, come out here again. Hobbs finds himself right in front of such a monster and understands that they will not be able to escape from here and save themselves. It rather darts to the side, letting out a guttural growl, and they both grab onto each other in an attempt to save themselves. However, after a few seconds, this skeleton freezes, as if something had stopped it very strongly. After a few more seconds, they all break apart, as if the force that held them together had dissipated. The adventurers look around in surprise, trying to understand why the undead suddenly turned to dust. Hobbs and Arnold immediately say that they are the strongest adventurers who have destroyed all enemies. After some time, the leader of the military unit hands Alice a reward of 5,000 coins and thanks her for solving the problem. Alice is embarrassed to accept this gift, saying that she has already told him several times about the circumstances of what happened. He states that it all needs to be given to Merlin, since he killed the enemy with one swing of his weapon. However, the military leader says that no one will believe that a weak iron-ranked adventurer did this. She also says that it is rare to find lawyers who refuse an award and give it to others. After this, he states that the investigation is complete, so a report needs to be sent to Her Majesty. This letter states that 2 saint ranks of the previous kingdom were defeated by the valiant Alice. Arnold points out that they didn't think Claude would be such a person, noting that the guild leader would be very surprised. But he adds that the power of the previous kingdom has not yet died out, so the Knights of the Red Order will be sent here. Merlin asks who they are, and Arnold says that they are the royal personal bodyguards. And he also says that they didn't think that a person like Claude would be next to him because he is still a little scared. Merlin asks them how scared they would be if he told them that he was once a demon king. Hobbs asks him how much he's had to drink, suggesting that he's talking too much for his power rank. He also states that demons frighten him because they often rob the church's marching army. He also states that they won't be able to stop them if the demons suddenly decide to attack them, so they are doomed. Merlin asks who said that demons would invade human territory, and Hobbs replies that these are the words of the church. Merlin says that demons never attack first, because until now, they have never launched a campaign against people. Merlin claims that the church saints only know how to carry out their intrigues, and Alice refuses to comment on this. Hobbs asks why the demons are emigrating south and not uniting with the kingdom like the other races. Merlin states that the world's evolution is divided into 4 eras, and when the age of humans approached, everyone except demons migrated. Hobbs asks why the demons stayed there and didn't move to another place. Merlin says that demons are an independent race that does not cooperate with anyone and does not serve anyone. Hobbs notes that Merlin is quite aware of this, and Merlin tries to hint again that he is the king. Arnold interrupts their idle chatter by loudly slamming his mug on the table, telling them to shut up. He turns to the protagonist and says that it is obvious that both of them did not win the battle for Alice. However, he states that he is definitely not going to give up, and they will continue the fight next time. Alice immediately kicks him and asks him why he is mocking her and wants to give his life to God. Merlin wonders if he's forgotten anything, suspecting that he's missed something important. Cecilia is still waiting for him in the hope that he will not abandon them in trouble, but now the undead are dead, and they can get out on their own. Meanwhile, we are transported to some unknown place that looks very ominous. The atmosphere among the main villains is one of guilt and anger at their failure. The unknown creature says that this is a worthless Bernard, since he was unable to bring the key before his death. Carolina asks the leader to calm down, saying that His Majesty must take care of his body. The summoner approaches her and asks if she was able to find the location of the key at the site of Bernard's death. Caroline says that rumor has it that Bernard and Ian fought and became weakened, and then a gold-ranked adventurer finished them off. They find it highly unlikely, but Caroline says the key is almost guaranteed to be in the hands of the adventurer. The summoner says that if this is the case, then their plan may be exposed, so they need to deal with it quickly. He addresses Zoe and Joey, stating that they must stay here to protect the shrine and stop anyone who tries to come. They both say that they will not allow any enemy to enter their shrine in order to ensure the safety of the ritual. The summoner states that Caroline must head to the city and retrieve the key from this adventurer by any means necessary. Carolina says that those who took their things must pay with blood, so she will do it with pleasure. 2 days later, we are transported back to the Adventurers Guild, where the most important news has already reached. Lugia states that Alice has done a great job and has become even more popular after being on the news. Alice stares at the newspaper in surprise and says that news travels too fast. Merlin smiles and says that this is very cool, and Alice angrily says that no one believes her. Taylor comes closer to them and congratulates them on successfully completing this task. Alice asks him if he heard about what happened in the dungeon, hinting at Claude's betrayal. Taylor says the headquarters has already begun assisting the capital in investigating this case, as it is quite important. Merlin, meanwhile, decides that it is time to talk to Lugia about receiving a reward for his efforts. He winks at her and hopes that she will give him the full amount without any problems, because he won. Lugia says they earned 6,000, but after deducting 70% for their debts, they were left with 1,800 for shared expenses. Merlin looks at this money with joy, realizing that it can definitely be useful to him in the future. However, after a few seconds, he realizes that something is clearly wrong here and tries to figure it all out. They ask her why they counted the money together for everyone, and Lugia recalls that they are husband and wife. A heavy silence falls over the Adventurers Guild after they hear that they are considered husband and wife. Merlin and Alice don't even know what to say, because this circumstance changes everything so much. Lugia smiles and says that, judging by the documents Taylor presented, they are a married couple. Alice immediately turns to Taylor and asks him why he treated her so cruelly. Taylor claims he had to use this loophole to register Merlin as an adventurer. Taylor recalls that she said she was going to vouch for him because she believed in his strength. Arnold, of course, is nearby when he hears this and drops the bouquet of flowers in horror. He says that he will accept this defeat, but he does not understand why everything turned out so cruelly. Alice hits him on the head, saying that he is already adding to her problems with his constant whining. Merlin wonders if they can't call off the marriage, and Alice declares that she doesn't want to be with him. Lugia says that they should get married and then get divorced using a divorce certificate. Merlin and Alice talk about how they don't want to get married and marry each other because it's terrible. Lugia says that this is the adventurer's marriage certificate, which arrived yesterday from headquarters. Alice decides to read what is in these documents in order to have complete information. This testimony says everything about Alice being in a family relationship with Merlin. Alice wonders how she will live now because everyone will think that she is married to this idiot. Lugia congratulates them, saying that they are an amazing couple and wishes them family happiness with all her heart. Merlin and Alice do not share this happiness at all, since Merlin now also has to pay off her debts. Alice smiles, thinking that now karma has finally struck this scoundrel. Merlin realizes that the time has come to do the most courageous and manly thing he can think of. He proudly declares that he is giving up being an adventurer and leaving Alice to pay off the debt on her own. Lugia says that no matter where he runs, he will be on record, and he cannot take on tasks without Alice, and vice versa. Merlin and Alice look at each other in surprise, wondering how this is even possible. Merlin says it's a stupid rule, and Alice points out that it's completely unnecessary. Lugia says that a couple of years ago, there were several cases where the wife went on a date with another man and cheated. She notes that this is precisely why they changed the laws, and that is why nothing else can be changed. Asmodeus says that if she marries him, he will pay off her debt, even though it is a considerable sum for him. Alice says that she is very pleased with his kindness, but she does not need such pity. Arnold is morally destroyed by hearing such an answer, and understands that she does not want to be with him even in such a situation. Alice tries to understand why this man thinks that she is selling herself to pay off her debts. Merlin stops her, saying that she almost forgot about the reward they were supposed to receive. Alice asks him if he is going to extort her savings after they receive the money. Merlin says that their rewards are joint, so he wants to take his share, and that's okay. Alice says that she accepts his terms and reminds him that they agreed to pay for the house together. She also imposes a number of other rather harsh and restrictive conditions on his movement. After a while, she hands him the money, and Merlin is glad that he at least earned something. Alice gives him an incredibly generous reward of 1 gold coin, which can buy practically nothing. Merlin says that he tried so hard for so long just to get some pennies in the end. After some time, we are again transported to the house of our married couple, in which now only Alice is present. Merlin knocks on the door, and she opens it and asks what he forgot in her courtyard. Merlin reminds him that he is also paying for this house, so it would be strange not to come here. Alice lets him in, saying that it would be bad if her neighbors saw a wandering swindler at the door. Merlin asks her why she thinks he's a fraud, and states that he will show her what it's like to be decent. Alice asks him what he is going to do to pay off their shared debts. Merlin says that they need to leave everything as is, because they won't be able to pay everything off now anyway. Alice says that she will be able to take on more profitable tasks when she becomes stronger, and Merlin says that he hasn't seen any like that yet. Looking at her, he also adds that she has not yet reached the rank after which she needs to take on expensive tasks. Alice understands that she really still has a long way to go to become much stronger. However, determination still continues to sit inside the soul, since she is not used to giving up. She claims that she will one day become a saint-ranked person, but Merlin smiles and says that this is a rare fortune. Alice says that there are other high-ranking tasks that pay at least several million. Merlin says that such tasks are probably incredibly rare. Alice says that she heard that the previous top-ranking task was only 10 years ago. She also shows him 2 fingers and says that they gave about that much for it. Merlin assumes it's 2 million, but she says it's 20 million, which will pay off their debts. Merlin is very impressed by the size of the fee for such a task, which raises the question of what needs to be done there. He understands that in addition to money, he needs to somehow remove the curse from his heart, so it will not end there. He notes that if he uses this money and achieves victory, he will somehow be able to live 7 lives. Alice tells him that he will lose everything, but he begins to argue, saying that this time everything will definitely be different. After a while, they finish their meal and prepare to discuss their next steps. Merlin asks her how strong the top-rank tasks are, and she states that they are extremely difficult tasks. She also says that the final task was carried out by a hero of the church, adding that it was the legendary spear hero. Merlin recognizes the name and asks her if this man was really sent there. Alice states that she heard from the church that this hero completed the campaign against his mother. Merlin says that this is indeed the case and asks her for more details about this hero. Alice states that she doesn't know much, adding that the drunken bishop told her that he was only one of 10 such heroes. After this, she begins to clean vigorously in order to suppress the rage that has begun to accumulate within her. She says that if she were even half as strong as this hero, she would be able to defeat Merlin. Alice also tells him that these heroes have mysteriously disappeared, and Merlin is trying to understand why this happened. Alice guesses that the giant monster he was sent against last time must have been crippled. Merlin also notes that if this monster is not killed, it can still be finished off and your curse can be lightened. As he falls to the ground, he says that they won't have to put in much effort for a higher-ranking task to appear. Alice understands that they can't sit back and do nothing because they have to pay rent and debts every month. Merlin says that this is a very boring prospect, after which he remembers that he brought an important artifact with him. Looking at this key, he realizes that it is better to put his hopes on finding treasure and enjoying life. Merlin reminds her that she has a friend who can unlock the secrets of this key. Merlin asks if she can be trusted, and Alice immediately says that this person can be relied upon. They decide that it is necessary to visit this person and prepare to do so the next morning. The morning seems perfect for going for a short walk. Merlin reads a newspaper that talks about the swordsman Elgin and tries to understand who this strange man is. He also learns that the capital has urgently appointed the 10th of the 12 Red Bud Knights to investigate the undead matter. Merlin learns that this knight's name is Sahaddin and wonders how strong this knight is. A few seconds later, there is a frantic knocking on his door as he has been occupying this place for a long time. Alice says that they agreed that she would use the restroom first. Merlin declares that they must answer the call of their nature, for whoever awakens first has the right. After this, he thinks for a moment, trying to understand what he needs to do to calm her down. The answer doesn't seem so obvious to him, so he decides to drag it out a little longer. Finally, he opens the door, and Alice says that next time she won't let him leave so easily. Merlin declares that the newspaper and the toilet are a perfect match, so he couldn't help himself. Alice slams the door and says that it is his turn to cook today, so he should make breakfast. Merlin goes downstairs to the kitchen and reflects on how this is all starting to feel very tiring. Someone starts knocking frantically on the door of their house, but it definitely can't be the owner of the apartment. Merlin tries to figure out who could be coming so early and suggests that they might be enemies. After this, he slowly opens the door, looking out into the street to find out if it is an ambush. Lugia appears in front of him, wishes him good morning, and asks where Alice went. She states that the two of them should go with them right now, as the knights want to meet them. Merlin is trying to figure out why the Red Bud Knights came here, since they had nothing to do with it. After some time, they go to an active military unit, where they are met by the local commandant. He greets Alice joyfully, saying that he has been waiting for the moment when she would come here for a very long time. He bows before her with a smile and tells her that she should go forward and not be afraid of anything. Immediately after this, he lowers his hand to spank her sensitive backside. Alice feels an incredible rage that runs through her entire body like an electric discharge. She immediately delivers a powerful elbow blow right to his face and asks him what he allows himself to do. The man immediately begins to happily talk about how he has never felt so good. Merlin looks at this psycho in surprise and asks who he is and what he is doing here. Alice says that this is an active army captain nicknamed Price, noting that he is a little strange. Price continues to smile, after which he suddenly calms down, looking attentively at his beloved's companion. He notes that it must be Merlin, who is Arnold's rumored love rival. After this, he laughs and says that it is quite funny that he is sitting on his own wife's neck. Alice begins to get indignant again, but Price ignores these thoughts and lets them into a special room. Merlin steps inside and finds that the doors behind them are starting to close rather quickly. While no one has come to see them here, he decides to quickly get the key in order to examine it. After this, he turns to Alice in order to have time to agree with her on the criteria for a possible interrogation. He says that she should keep quiet about the fact that they found the key, as it will lead to problems. After some time, they hear the sounds of approaching people who are quickly heading towards them. Merlin immediately turns towards the door and manages to hide the key before anyone gets inside. A few seconds later, several knights dressed in fancy outfits enter the room. The leader of this small group of knights asks them if they are the married couple. Merlin and Alice talk about how everything is, after which he moves the table to sit down on it. This knight says that his name is Brent, adding that he is a member of the Knights of the Red Bud. He notes that Sir Sahaddin appointed him to interrogate them about the recent events. Brent states that he won't make things difficult for them, and just wants to know a few things after what happened. Brent says that Taylor is an authority figure, so they won't do any harm. Brent says it's time to begin, and asks if they heard anything from the conversation between those two holy ranks. Alice says that these people said something about the revival of the old kingdom and gaining new power. Merlin immediately lightly kicks her in the body to prevent her from giving them any unnecessary information. Alice also says that she could not hear the details because she was quite far away. Alice also says that she heard that these people were revived by the previous prince of the kingdom. She also adds that rumor has it that he now lives by sucking the blood of elves, and Brent says that this is important information. He looks at her carefully and asks if they have any more information, hoping that they are not lying. He also says that it was surprising to him that someone was able to reach the saint rank at that level of strength. Alice understands that there may be problems here because it is difficult to go against the rules of power distribution. After this, she comes up with a brilliant way to shift responsibility onto another person. Merlin proudly confirms her words, saying that it was he who finished off these giants. The knights look at him carefully, and it becomes obvious that they do not believe that the Iron Rank was able to do anything. Brent, smiling, says that they have to tell the truth because no one will believe this nonsense. Alice feels humiliated and insulted because she is now forced to come up with new versions. Alice says that she then orders them to show their blow, otherwise they will not be believed, and Merlin declares that he is not a circus monkey. Brent expresses hope that she will answer fairly the question about the strength of the defeated saint-ranked knight. He also emphasizes that they were sent by Queen Elizabeth herself, and the consequences for refusing to cooperate are severe. Merlin questions the authority of the Knights of the Red Bud, and they ask him why he says so. Tensions between them begin to mount almost immediately, and Alice realizes that this only makes the situation worse. She wonders in her mind why things turned out this way, and tries to come up with an excuse to dissuade him. Alice states that she agrees to tell the truth, and notes that they were not that strong, just high level. Brent chuckles and says that this is now much more like the true version of events. He states that the four heroes were not that strong, and Merlin states that he agrees with this statement. Before leaving, Brent says that her husband answers much more honestly than she does, and then smiles. Finally, they say goodbye again and say that he thanks them for agreeing to cooperate. Finally, after this, they turn around and go about their business, since they still have a lot of work to do. Alice despairingly wonders why no one believes her, and Merlin declares that everything turned out just fine. Brent, meanwhile, says that they need to return to the capital and report on everything they just learned. He declares that no other knights will be needed when suddenly he feels the aura of a very strong person next to him. He turns around and realizes it was a man, hoping he could get a better look at him. However, as soon as he looks carefully towards the crowd, he cannot find that person. He reflects on how this girl looked like the dragon tamer Caroline, although it was strange. A colleague asks her what happened, and Brent says that he might have imagined something. Meanwhile, Alice continues her training to become an even stronger warrior. The drops gradually fall down and turn into icicles as she strengthens her aura. This aura only becomes more threatening and serious as it refuses to give up. To complete this exercise, she attempts to command the waterfall to freeze instantly and completely. A wave of ice rushes forward with terrifying speed and stops the flow of water. Alice looks carefully at the ice sculpture that has appeared in front of her and feels a little proud of herself. She lets out a careful breath about it because she really did succeed. However, after a few seconds, the water begins to crack, and it becomes clear that it is not frozen enough. Gradually, the ice begins to crack and fall down, creating huge waves that fly towards her. Alice suffered, but it served as another reminder that she did not yet reach that rank. Merlin says that she still has a long way to go, and that she is still a weakling. Alice immediately turns around and realizes that this scoundrel has been watching her all this time to mock her. Alice asks how he knew she was there, and Merlin states that he suspected it when she started leaving early. Alice says she needs to practice, and Merlin says she's just wasting her time. Alice asks him what he means, adding that she is always training and fighting. Merlin reminds her that she asked him a year ago about his efforts, and he claimed that he had defeated Mordor. He notes that when you are in a situation of near death, your potential is revealed much more easily. Alice realizes that this makes sense, as her mana and aura were purified after she was beaten by the Dark King. Alice says that this is a really smart idea, but she has one serious problem. She points out that she doesn't have a suitable training partner, and Merlin immediately offers himself. In response to her suspicion, he says that she should be happy, because he did not agree to teach even his sister. Alice says that she will be in danger if he hides his evil intentions and wants to kill her. Merlin turns around in irritation and says that she is incredibly precise and it is bothering him. After this, he heads towards a small but solid branch, which will accelerate to serve as a sword. He states that she has no reason to worry, since this bread branch is certainly not something to be afraid of. He states that she should attack him with all her strength, just like the time he did it on the beach. Alice has a hard time containing her anger, but she understands that now she just needs to be patient, and that's all. She uses her magic to its fullest extent to deal a serious blow to her opponent. Merlin asks her why she uses magic if she knows perfectly well that it doesn't work on him. He simply activates his special barrier, which blocks any spells that could harm him. Alice rushes forward, and Merlin declares that she should actually attack him with her sword. After this, he begins to dodge, saying that she is fighting too slowly and needs to work on it. He skillfully parries her blows with an ordinary stick, which turns out to be not as flimsy as he said. As punishment, he hits her on the head with this stick, declaring that she is too slow and this needs to be corrected. Alice feels beaten, and Merlin asks her if she is capable of anything. Alice feels true rage, which boils inside her more and more strongly and gives her more strength. She tries to attack him with her aggressive aura and says that she should not be underestimated. Merlin watches her with interest and says that this is an interesting development. Immediately after this, he decides to use a small percentage of his powers and delivers a powerful blow to her head with a stick. A few hours later, we return to the house and Alice is sitting on the sofa, irritated, with a bandage on her head. She asks him why he is so strong, since he fought with just a stick, and Merlin apologizes for this. He says that he is doing all this only so that she can reach this rank in the near future. Alice asks why he hit her, because she found him a job and also allowed him to live with him. Merlin says that he swears that he didn't hit her on purpose and then invites her to dinner. Alice is surprised when she tries this dish, which smells incredibly delicious and feels very unusual. At some point, she begins to feel like she has never tasted anything more delicious in her life. She's trying to figure out if this man is better than her, not only in fighting, but also in cooking, and it irritates her. After a short pause, she says that from now on she will do all the housework and he will cook. After some time, they return to the tavern, where they can watch a broadcast of sports races. Merlin keeps a close eye on the stallion, on which he has placed a considerable amount of his money. Unfortunately, his hopes are dashed by the harsh reality of a sport he understands nothing about. Merlin complains to Hobbs that he shouldn't have listened to him, otherwise he wouldn't have lost his money, but Hobbs consoles him. He says that there is never a guarantee of victory, and that it is perfectly normal to lose once or twice. Merlin says that he did not win even 1 copper coin, although he made more than 1,000 bets. Hobbs says that for an ordinary person to win even a little is statistically almost impossible. Taylor misunderstands Merlin and assumes that he is training his intuition and willpower by placing bets. Hobbs says that if he tries a few more times, he will definitely be able to win and make his wife happy. Merlin says that they are not married, after which he begins to dig into his inside pocket again. Taking a closer look at this key, he reflects on the fact that treasure hunting is a more reliable way to make money. After a few seconds, he feels as if someone is looking at him very intently through such unreality. He quickly looks around to find out who is looking at him so intently. Carolina quickly hides, thinking that she never thought she would meet this man here. She notes that, judging by the stories, this is the same adventurer's husband who does not have the presence of aura and mana. She thinks that getting the key from him will be easy, and Hobbs says that they need to have fun in the secret cottage. He also says that there is a ton of booze there, adding that any self-respecting man would understand this place. Merlin says that this place brings back memories for him, but he has absolutely no money. He reassures him, saying that they will go there together with Price, so they will be allowed through. After some time, they enter a secret club, where the girl who meets them says that she hasn't seen them for a long time. She asks them who it is, and Hobbs states that it is Merlin Lucifer, who is their new comrade. Hearing his name, the girl reacts very strangely, as if she saw a real superstar. Merlin notes this strange reaction and tries to understand why she is acting so unusually when she sees him. Hobbs asks Helena what happened to her, and she states that everything is fine and she was just thinking about something. After some time, they go to the VIP room to have some fun. Hobbs tells his coworker that rabbits are in heat all year round and that he is, in a sense, similar to them. Another girl starts beating Price and calling him a squealing pig, but he is very happy about it. Merlin watches this nightmare and reflects on how city boys know how to have fun. Hobbs looks closely at the menu and says that it is time to order a dancer. After a while, a disguised Carolina comes in and says that she will show them the high class. Price and Hobbs are immediately struck by her incredible figure, while Merlin ignores her. Carolina reflects that if she hadn't tried to do everything covertly, she would have simply destroyed them. However, her gaze quickly shifts from these two blockheads, who are of no value to her. She understands that Merlin controls his emotions well, but he will still be captivated by her incredible grace. She hopes that they will look at her very carefully and performs an amazing dance. She tries to display incredible grace and seduce everyone present, aiming for Merlin. So far, all this resonates exclusively with Hobbs and Price, who are becoming her new fans. She glances at Merlin periodically, but he continues to ignore her existence. She decides it's time for the last resort and approaches him cautiously, miming another stage of the dance. Merlin reflects that the feeling he gets from this woman also seems boiled to him. Carolina tries to quietly get into his inside pocket in order to get the key from there. Merlin pushes her aside sharply and tells her sternly that he has never seen anything more boring. Merlin asks her how old she is, and Caroline says she is only 20 years old, and she is surprised by his refusal. Merlin understands that this is a salary, because young girls do not use such perfumes. Caroline is very surprised, while Merlin presents his hand and clicks it near her. He states that usually either old unmarried women or old grannies approach him. After this, he makes a curtsy, asking her which of these two options she is. After a while, Helena enters the room and says that someone is calling Merlin to talk. Merlin suggests that it might be Alice, and says that this is the first time he has come to this place. Merlin follows her, after which he realizes that, fortunately, it was not Alice, which means his life is saved. And yet, going further, he discovers that this girl is going down into the dungeon, and this already looks strange. He asks her where she is taking him, adding that he is starting to find it suspicious. Helena says that there is no need to worry, and that she will explain everything to him, but for now, he should follow her. Merlin continues to descend, trying to understand what all this means and how it will all end. Helena stops, says that they have finally arrived, and states that this is the place she was talking about. Merlin looks at the gate in surprise and realizes that it seems very familiar to him. Helena bows before him and says that she has not seen Mr. Lucifer in the flesh for a long time. Merlin guesses that he is a demon and asks her how she recognized him, since few people have seen his face. Helena says that she saw him before at the meeting of kings 3 years ago, when she accompanied the Lord. Merlin asks who she serves, and Helena says that she is the general of the fourth demon king. Smiling, she states that her master is Merlin's friend named Asmodeus, who is also a demon of lust. Merlin, although he doesn't believe it, looks at her and says that he never expected to meet him here. In order to save the fourth demon king's palace from the economic crisis, he decided to debut as a. Helena opens the door and leaves, after which she says that she will not distract him from his memories. Merlin goes inside and finds himself in a small room with no one else in it. He looks at the chair and the mirror, realizing that this mirror must be magical. Sitting down in front of it, he says that he always liked to complicate things, and waits for a reaction from the mirror. For a couple of minutes nothing happens, and he asks the mirror whether it is going to show itself or not. Almost immediately after this, the mirror begins to cloud over, and then Asmodeus becomes visible through it. Merlin smiles and says that they haven't seen each other for many years, but they still love to flirt as much as before. Asmodeus covers his face with a fan, saying that a year ago they could not have imagined that they would meet like this. And he asks him what he is doing in this establishment, assuming that he is lonely, and Merlin jokes about his appearance. Asmodeus smiles and says that it is strange for him to hear that he is called a debauchee and a pervert. He casually recalls that someone looked at him very excitedly and gave him a gift when they met. Merlin says that he didn't know then that Asmodeus could take on the appearance of girls, so he fell for this trick. Asmodeus laughs and says that he didn't actually invite him here to make fun of him. He brings up the issue of his banishment, and Merlin says that he was banished because he was unable to revive the demon race. Merlin reveals to him that he probably won't tell him about his curse, which needs to be lifted. Asmodeus asks him if he would like to return, adding that he will put in a good word for him in Parliament. Merlin says that the price of freedom is higher, because now he just wants to live a normal life. Asmodeus asks him if it was because of his freedom that he became a low-ranking adventurer and now wanders around the world. Merlin says that money cannot buy his will, so he continued to live as he does now. Asmodeus says that the palace will be empty, but Merlin declares that he bequeathed everything to his generals. Asmodeus grins and says that these generals won't be able to defeat even him, and he has never been strong in battle. Merlin knows that he will most likely be asked to return one day, and this brings him no small amount of irritation. However, he decides to change the subject and asks his friend if he really invited him here, just for this. Asmodeus smiles and says that this is not true, since he called him here to send an important invitation. Merlin immediately becomes excited, asking what event they are trying to invite him to. Asmodeus jumps to his feet and says that he wants to organize a transvestite parade and invites him to join. Merlin immediately refuses, saying that now he really wants to break this mirror. Asmodeus claims it was just a joke and states that according to the report, messengers from hell have recently appeared here. Merlin smiles and says that there is no need to worry, because if necessary, he can cut down the Lord of Hell. Asmodeus grins and says that they haven't changed a bit, and Merlin says that the same can be said about him. After a while, he comes out of there, and Helena declares that if anything happens, she will inform him about the audience with Asmodeus. Merlin also states that he no longer needs to be called the Demon King, and Helena states that for now, that status is reserved for him. Merlin, realizing that arguing is pointless, says that they can call him the Lord of Pride if they want. He also says that he is afraid of running into his partner and asks if there is an exit where there are fewer people. Merlin asks her how long she has been serving Asmodeus, and she calmly says that she used to serve him as a housekeeper. Merlin sadly recalls that his chief maid was very strong, but had a peculiar character. Merlin realizes that if he successfully removes the heart curse, he will be able to hire normal workers like Helena. Helena asks him if he really communicates with people and, like an ordinary adventurer, hides his plan. Merlin asks her what this all means, and Helena suggests that he is trying to strengthen the demon race. Merlin briefly stops her wild fantasies about his insidious plans by placing his hand on her shoulder. After this, he says that she is incredibly smart and immediately figured out his plan, but he cannot give any details. He also states that he needs a little help paying off his debts, and Helena states that she would be happy to help. Merlin happily says that he doesn't have that many debts, and that the amount will amount to a couple of tens of millions of gold. Helena immediately loses all her enthusiasm and looks at him with some regret and surprise. Immediately after this, she begins to slowly close her door in order not to cross paths with him. Merlin asks her why she rejected him, and Helena recommends that he go home and get some sleep. Merlin looks sadly at the closed door and understands that shifting responsibility to others will not work. Meanwhile, Carolina continues to follow him, preparing to strike him again. She hopes that under cover of night, he no longer has any need to pretend to be someone else. She contemplates killing him now because he insulted her choice of perfume. Merlin, meanwhile, continues to walk through the alleys, wondering what he will eat when he returns. Carolina continues to follow him as a shadow, then quickly rises out of the darkness to strike. She uses her daggers, which are like the fangs of a poisonous snake, which will definitely leave no chance for an iron rank. Merlin turns around sharply, trying to figure out what this all means, and accidentally kicks himself. The blow is so powerful that Carolina barely survives such serious damage. The momentum from this monstrous blow also sends her flying, and she crashes hard into the wooden boxes. Merlin looks calmly at the wreckage and assumes that this woman wanted to hit on him and chose a bad moment. He assumes that this is the same old woman and says that they are not destined to be together and that she does not need to follow him. Meanwhile, Carolina raises her head, and we see that she is also an undead who is not yet fully recovered. She watches him go and realizes that this guy is definitely not an iron-ranked adventurer and that something is wrong here. Carolina realizes that she has been deceived since her power is definitely hidden behind the certificate. The thought that she can't get this certificate alone distracts her from the appearance of a dark entity. The dark entity immediately asks how everything is going, and Carolina kneels. She says that she lost because the opponent was insanely strong and was at the peak of the saint rank. The summoner says that Bernard's death is now justified and advises her to hurry. Carolina asks him not to worry, saying that she will not make any mistakes and will do everything in the best possible way. She also talks about enlisting the help of the great dragon Izrem, and the summoner states that this is a dangerous idea. This holy dragon was one of the 6 dragons that made a contract with the former king and became the protectors of Ares. It was sealed by thousands of court magicians, but now Caroline decides that it is necessary to awaken it and subjugate it. The summoner says that if Izrem keeps the terms of his father's contract, then their powers will double. Meanwhile, we are transported to Alice's house, who has not gone to bed all this time due to Merlin's absence. She greets him with an extremely stern look and asks where he has been and why he returned so late. Merlin tries to come up with an excuse, saying that he went out for a walk in the streets to get some air. Alice says that he has large lipstick marks on his face and demands that he tell the truth right now. Merlin says that she has no right to interfere in his affairs, but she is trying to find out about his personal life. Alice claims that they are not really married, but they will spread rumors if they see him hanging out with other girls. Merlin says there is nothing to worry about, and Alice states that she values her reputation. She also demands that he start training with her tomorrow, and Merlin reminds him that it will be painful. Alice says that she might change her mind, and Merlin says that the fickle hearts of women are sometimes hard to understand. The next day, they return to the same place to conduct another sparring session with a predictable result. Merlin asks her if this is all she can do while she is recuperating. Alice says that she can still continue, so it's too early to write her off. Merlin says that they need to speed up, because if things continue like this, she won't reach Saint rank in the coming years. Alice attacks him again and asks if she doesn't study, and uses magic against him again. After a while, they decide to take a break, since Alice lost to him once again. Alice reminds him that he promised to be more gentle, and Merlin says that she is too weak and offers her fish. Alice states that this type of training is nevertheless quite effective, as she feels like she is improving. Merlin states that she is still far from the desired result, so these trainings must continue. He says that being a magical swordsman is too difficult for her, and it is better to choose one thing. Alice says that she swore to become the heir to the Great Snow Mountain, and she cannot give up halfway. Merlin is trying to figure out if there is some kind of artifact or pill that can be found to upgrade something to saint rank. Alice asks him if he really believes in his weapon so much, remembering that the bishop said that the king himself is weak. Merlin says that trusting the bishop is a foolish idea, noting that the sword is a royal weapon. Alice asks him how he can wear it if he is no longer king, and Merlin states that there are no other candidates yet. Alice remarks that she thought anyone could pull this sword, and Merlin tosses her the weapon for her to try. Alice laughs that despite how often he uses the weapon, she has never touched it herself. Taking a closer look at it, she says that this weapon looks like an ordinary souvenir shop prop. However, even with the slightest attempt to draw it from its sheath, she fails, no matter how hard she tries. Alice couldn't do it even with all her high-ranking aura, and Merlin recommends that she give up. He also states that the smoke break is over and they need to continue, but Alice says that she hasn't even rested yet. They continue to fight with all their might, but Alice still can't even scratch him. Merlin continues to fend off her attacks with incredible ease using a pathetic twig, thereby irritating her. Alice feels that anger is gradually building up, and this prevents her from thinking clearly and planning attacks. She finally decides to use 3 stages of terminal ice, and Merlin states that this is something new. Merlin steps back and suddenly feels his heart begin to squeeze as hard as it could, as if a blade had been pierced there. Merlin realizes that right now is the worst time to experience such an attack. Before he can react in time to the blow flying at him, he loses consciousness and begins to fall down. Alice doesn't immediately understand what all this means and continues to rush forward, delivering a powerful blow. She manages to scratch his arm as Merlin continues to fall straight towards her. Alice doesn't expect such strange behavior from Merlin and hits her head with his forehead at full speed. After this, she falls to the ground and starts screaming, feeling an incredible burning, throbbing pain. Merlin quickly clutches his heart and comes to his senses, realizing that the pain has finally gone away, at least a little bit. Alice asks him if he did it on purpose, accusing him of hitting her with his head. Alice carefully sits down on the ground and says that she is a stupid fool, so she will always be right. Merlin and Alice simultaneously discover that the sword was able to work on him, even though he is at a high level. Merlin quickly takes the photo to study its aura and realizes that the sword is challenging him. Merlin says that this weapon is very interesting, but he does not understand why she put a seal on it. Alice states that she has no idea about it and simply stole the sword from the teacher. She makes excuses and says that she secretly ran away from the mountain, thinking that she had learned everything, but it turned out that this was not so. Merlin says that if he were her teacher, he would not want to communicate with her and disgrace himself even further. Merlin states that it is already late, so it is necessary to finish today's training and go home. After he returns home, he goes back to look at his hand for any injuries he received. Merlin notes that this sword is very strange, since he was still able to leave this scar on it. He wonders if this pathetic thing could ever become a threat to his life. A few days later, they head into town to visit an old friend of Alice's. Alice states that they need not delay, as they do not want to waste Miss Da Vinci's time. After some time, they finally spot this girl, who is carefully reading a book and notices them. Miss Da Vinci says that they haven't seen each other for a long time, and Alice says that she needs very serious help. A few seconds later, another girl approaches her and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Alice turns to this girl with irritation and says that all she knows how to do is push her chest into other people. The girl asks her why she hates her because she has a better figure, no debts, and earns more than her. Merlin asks her if she's okay, and Alice says that Rossetti is acting the same as always. Rossetti, in turn, wonders whether the rumors about Alice's recent marriage were true. She quickly approaches Merlin and tells him that her heart trembles before his incredible power. Smiling, she says that Arnold is probably crying now that he saw the kind of man she married. Alice says that they are not married, and this is all just a formality to make life easier. Rossetti happily says that this is amazing news, and then hugs Merlin as tightly as she can. She says that in that case, if they are not a couple, then she might even think about taking him for herself. Alice pulls them apart, telling him that she shouldn't pester him, and should at least have a little bit of conscience. After this, she proudly declares that this man belongs to her, unaware that this can be understood in an ambiguous way. Merlin and Rossetti look at her in surprise, trying to figure out what this all means, and she realizes that she screwed up. Rossetti chuckles and says she has never seen a funnier attempt to hide her jealousy. Alice says that the man she loves is the swordsman Elgin, but Merlin is a good cook. Miss Da Vinci, who had been watching this peculiar performance the entire time, clears her throat to get everyone back on track. She states that they need to get back to the topic they came here for, as she has to go to the library. Merlin quickly takes out the key, which he had carefully kept with him all this time, and offers it to her. He states that they found this key on their last mission and wanted to know what it was for and what it was used for. Miss Da Vinci looks closely at this key and tries to understand why it looks so strange. Rossetti, in turn, does not quite understand the peculiarity of this key, and Alice says that saints of the rank fought over it. Miss Da Vinci carefully examines the materials it is made of, as well as the method of casting this key. She adds that it appears to be a holdover from the Old Kingdom, and Merlin is impressed by her knowledge. Miss Da Vinci says she would like to take some time to study this key. She uses a light magical recognition spell when suddenly a powerful aura begins to press on her. Because of this, she loses her balance for a while, and the key falls out of her hands and hits the floor with a characteristic sound. Alice asks her if everything is okay, and Miss Da Vinci, after a short pause, says that everything is fine. She is agitated and wonders if she imagined that this aura looked incredibly hostile. She looks at the fallen key, thinking that this key emits an aura that does not belong to this world, and she states that she needs more time to study it, and Alice says that she can vouch for her. Merlin agrees, and Miss Da Vinci thanks her for trusting her and promises to reveal secrets. She asks to give her some time and promises to tell her everything when she finds out what happened to this key and where it came from. A week later, we are transported to an ice cave that was once some kind of dungeon. This cave has an eerie atmosphere because it contains a large number of frozen corpses. These ice sculptures belong to the mages who sacrificed their lives to seal the dragon. This eerie painting is a monument to incredible dedication for a great cause. Carolina goes inside, thinking that this is probably where the ice dragon was sealed. She states that they paid a small price to seal away such a powerful being. Coming closer, she reflects that the time has come to begin her mysterious and powerful ritual. She expresses confidence that after regaining its freedom, this dragon will become a great force that no one can cope with. She begins to cast spells to summon the great ancestor of the 6 huge dragons here. She also states that the elite's protector, who has been sleeping until now, must awaken at her call. Hearing these words, the dragon opens its eyes, and the aura in this place becomes even more threatening. And the ice begins to spread at an incredible speed as the dragon regains its strength. Carolina uses a special dragon language to speak with this creature. Caroline says that the huge ice dragon Izram has finally returned to his glory. After a short pause, the dragon lands on the ground with a loud thud, creating a powerful clap. The shockwave raises snow and ice dust, which gradually settles, hiding the majesty of this dragon. Carolina puts her hands forward to avoid getting hurt and forms a small protective barrier. She tries to understand how the court magicians were able to seal him because it seems like an impossible task. After a while, the dragon's pressure stops and he looks closely at the person who awakened him. This creature looks very menacing, but it is in no hurry to destroy the one who brought it back to life. Carolina addresses him in dragon language and asks him if he remembers her, since they have seen each other before. Izram claims that he knows the human language, so she doesn't have to try speaking dragon, as she has a terrible accent. Carolina clears her throat and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time, and she didn't even think that he would remember her. Izram says that she should address him more respectfully, since he did not give her the right to call him by his name. Carolina creates a protective barrier, which is almost completely destroyed, and she miraculously remains alive. She immediately apologizes to him, saying that she offers him her apologies and congratulates him on his return. She says that 400 years have already passed, and Izram is surprised that so much time has passed. After this, he carefully examines her and says that she should not be alive because people do not live that long. Caroline shows her face, and Izram asks who is controlling her, noting that he can destroy it. Caroline says that she was revived by Prince Copperfield, whom this dragon already knows well. Caroline expresses hope that this dragon will help them to revive the kingdom. Izram says that he protected the kingdom because of a contract with the king, but now there is no need for that. Caroline says she has revived him, but he claims that reviving the kingdom is an unfair price. Carolina understands that they won't be able to bargain for much, and says that they only need to kill one person. He smiles, saying that there is no problem with this, and a smile of sharp teeth appears on his face. He asks her why she can't handle it herself, but she replies that this guy is damn strong. Izram says that this is starting to seem interesting to him, and asks where her opponent is. Meanwhile, Merlin continues to peacefully enjoy his sleep, comfortably settled on the sofa. Nothing disturbs his peaceful sleep, and the appearance of this dragon will certainly not occur tonight. However, after a few seconds, his body begins to thrash like crazy, and he quickly jumps out of bed. He also loses his balance because the pain that pierces his heart has become even stronger than before. He tries to get to his feet, but feels something piercing him with all its force. He understands that the interval between each seizure is getting shorter and shorter, and this is not good. Meanwhile, we are transported back to the ice cave, where his enemies continue to plot. Carolina says that she will prepare everything herself, and these people will come to the place of their death voluntarily. Izram says that he will use his dragon to remove obstacles, and Merlin understands that there is no time to waste. He carefully rises to his feet to stabilize his body near the sofa. He is sad and says that these skeleton stormtroopers were insignificant, so they could not remove the curse. There was also a goblin king, but he was too weak to pose a serious threat. This begins to anger him greatly, as he now needs to look for a more serious opponent. Alice comes downstairs and asks him what's wrong with him, trying to understand why he suddenly made a noise in the middle of the night. And yet, quite quickly she discovers that he is clearly not well, since he acts as if he is not well. She quickly approaches him and asks if he is okay, but he does not answer. Looking at his face, she finds that there is indeed something wrong with him as he looks lost. She reflects on how rare it is to see such an invincible man in such a sorrowful state. Merlin says that he can stand up on his own, and she doesn't need to pull him up. Alice suggests that they go to the hospital, but he states that this is an old problem, and he can handle it himself. Immediately after this, he lies down on the bed and turns away in order to be alone with his thoughts. Alice looks at him carefully and understands that this must be difficult, considering that he has been suffering from this disease for a long time. She gently pats his shoulder to let him know that she is on his side no matter what. She asks him not to go through this alone if it happens again, and states that he can call her again. A few seconds later, she freezes in place and realizes that she has just made a very dangerous proposal. She also says that she is not worried about him, they just pay off their debts together, so it is a matter of rationality. Merlin coldly tells her that he doesn't need her help, he can handle it himself, just like before. Alice turns away in irritation and realizes that she can't leave him like this, so she decides to do something. Merlin quietly turns towards her to find out what she is doing and whether she is trying to finish him off. However, to his surprise, Alice opens the kitchen cabinet to find the necessary products there. He reflects that his reputation must have been completely ruined if such a pathetic heroine feels sympathy for him. Alice places a hot decoction on a small table, saying that this medicine should help him in the future. After this, she turns around and says that he needs to get some good rest. Merlin stops her and asks why they don't stop relaxing and go to work. Alice says that she is not used to seeing him so hardworking, because usually he is constantly lazy. Merlin says that they don't have much money left, so they can't just sit and wait for the weather to change. Alice reflects on the fact that it was she who influenced him, and reflects that he has become much more decent. Merlin, meanwhile, says that they live in this house together, so she better watch what she's in. He informs her that she is wearing a sheer nightgown and he is not interested in looking at her body. Alice calls him a pervert who can't keep his eyes open for even a couple of seconds. After this, she immediately runs to her room and slams the door, demonstrating her attitude. She reflects on how this idiotic demon king never lives up to the care he receives. Merlin, meanwhile, settles more comfortably on the sofa and looks at the steaming mug she brought him. He wonders if she has decided to worry about him, as this is completely out of character for her. He chuckled and guessed that she treats absolutely everyone this way because of her gentle nature. The next day they return to the Adventurers Guild to take on a new quest. They look around for suitable contracts, but they don't find anything right away. Hobbs greets them joyfully and says that they really do walk together forever, as if there is love between them. Alice asks him about what he just said, and Hobbs claims that she misheard it, and he remained silent. Alice starts asking him why he dragged Merlin to an indecent establishment, and Hobbs starts mumbling. She also says that she will never allow him to go to such establishments and demands that he not follow her anymore. Merlin turns around in her direction in surprise and assumes that this is the same legendary strict wife. After a while, they approach the notice board to find out if there are any interesting tasks there. And so, unfortunately, it all comes down to the fact that there is simply no suitable job for them, no matter how long they look. After a while, Lugia comes out from around the corner and says that she has found a task for the two of them. Merlin and Alice look at her in surprise, then ask what kind of assignment this is and why it should be given to them. Alice recalls that the assignment is a task from the Adventurers Guild, where the client chooses the candidates themselves. Merlin guesses that if he was chosen, then he must be very popular among the others. They are told that the whole matter concerns a nearby village that has just been attacked by a dragon. Lugia says that, according to rumors, a dragon brought winter to this village and also killed many people. Alice looks at them in surprise and asks if this is true, since it is not typical for them to attack at such a time. Lugia says that this evil dragon demands beautiful girls as sacrifices and has already eaten many. Merlin looks closely at the reward and notes that it is quite impressive for such a task. Hobbs asks them if they are talking about the village that was attacked by the dragon, and they ask for details. Hobbs says that an ice dragon attacked there, which means it must be the legendary creature named Izrem. Lugia says that if it is a sacred dragon, then only the Redbud Knights can defeat it. Hobbs says that even for them it will be difficult, but the Demon King who lives in the north can defeat him. Merlin grins, and Alice reflects that she has never seen him so pleased. Lugia asks him why he is so sure, and Hobbs explains that the Holy See has lost one dragon. He emphasizes that this loss was in a battle with the Demon King, and this story is music to Merlin's ears. Lugia slams her hand down on the table to silence them all and get their attention. She emphasizes that if there really is a legendary dragon there, then they cannot approve this assignment. She also says that if something goes wrong, he will be responsible for his words. Hobbs tries to object, but immediately adds that these are just his guesses and he doesn't know for sure. Merlin understands that if his guesses are correct, then he needs to study this task because it will help him ease the pain. Merlin says that they will take on this task and emphasizes that everything will definitely be fine with them. Lugia begins to doubt him, after which she asks what Alice thinks about this and how she views the danger factor. Alice says that she truly believes that there is a chance that it could be a very strong dragon. However, she states that since there are casualties there, it is simply impossible to sit back and do nothing. Lugia looks at them carefully, after which she says that they need to be extremely careful. With these words, she puts her stamp on their form so that they can complete this task. This mission is set to S tier, meaning it will have a very significant reward. Some more time passes, and an old acquaintance of theirs, who constantly annoys Alice, returns to the Adventurers Guild. He bursts into the building and says that he demands that Alice return the heart that she stole. He claims that he has thought it through carefully, and if she does not accept him, it means that he did not express his feelings well enough. He declares that from this moment on, he will pursue her with all his heart, and one day she will fall in love with him. Hobbs asks him if he hasn't heard that Alice has now gone on a joint mission with Merlin. This news has an extremely devastating effect on him, as he did not expect to lose so quickly. He refuses to give in and sends a curse his way, while Merlin suddenly sneezes. Alice asks him if he is sick, and Merlin says that such a temperature is not dangerous for him. After this, he suggests that perhaps someone was speaking ill of him, and that is why he sneezed. Alice asks him if he doesn't have problems with the cold because he is cold. Merlin smiles and realizes that he can do one amazing trick on his ally to make fun of her. Without thinking twice, he begins to slowly remove his gloves and asks her what exactly she means. After this, he puts his hands on her cheeks and says that he is definitely not cold. Alice starts beating him and says that she didn't expect his body temperature to be so high. Merlin laughs before letting her go and putting gloves on his hands, leaving Alice still feeling insulted. And after a few seconds, a small bag flies at his head, containing something soft and woolen. Merlin looks at the package in surprise and asks her what it is and why she is throwing it around left and right. Alice states that he lost everything on bets, so she decided to give him a scarf so that he would not suffer so much. Merlin says that he accepts these conditions, and Alice declares that if he doesn't want it, she will take it back. After this, they turn away to rest a little, and Alice snorts in irritation. After this, she freezes for a while and looks closely at the snowflakes, which continue to fall beautifully. Merlin turns to look at her and remembers that she recently brought him a hot potion to help him recover. Almost unnoticed by her, but quite loudly, he says that he is grateful to her for her help. Alice turns around in his direction in surprise and asks him what he means. Merlin continues to look somewhere else, as if he hadn't said it. Alice wonders if she might have misheard it, but it seems unlikely. Suddenly, her heart starts beating a little faster, and she tries to understand why her soul is trying to reach out to this scoundrel. After a while, she talks about how it's getting colder, and Merlin says that this dragon is no weakling. They finally reach the village and discover a giant glacier there that wasn't there before. Alice wonders if this is the work of the sacred dragon that has been awakened. After thinking for a bit, she says that this is another argument in favor of the fact that Izrem will oppose them. Merlin says that he is still not sure what level the sacred dragon he defeated was. He notes that then, this dragon would not have wasted its power just to create a small hill. Meanwhile, Izrem waits for his victim to arrive and begins to smile, sensing that someone is approaching here. However, pride and rage begin to rage within him even more, and he declares that this village means nothing to him. Carolina apologizes for offering him this task, and he declares that human lives are nothing to him. The only thing he adds is that human beings are quite tasty if cooked properly. Carolina understands that this big lizard does not want to sign the contract at all, and it is not clear how to persuade him. Izrem says that as soon as he helps her destroy the man, he will immediately go in search of his friend Ives. Caroline says that she has heard some very disturbing rumors about this dragon, but she doesn't know how true they are. Izrem demands to know everything she knows, and Caroline says that rumor has it that he died at the hands of the ruler of pride, Merlin Lucifer. Izrem is very surprised to hear this news, and begins to rage with rage because of this information. He says that this is some kind of nonsense, since the demonic race has never been strong enough to kill a dragon. Caroline says there were rumors that the Holy See sent this dragon to fight the king, but it never returned. Izrem begins to feel an incredible rage spreading through his icy body, and he gnashes his teeth. He hits the ground several times and says that this is simply impossible and incomprehensible. Its impacts cause a powerful earthquake, which also triggers the collapse of the ice cave. Carolina is forced to create an ice shield in order to survive this brutal cataclysm. Izrem says that immediately after he crushes this scoundrel, he will immediately go after the Demon King. Carolina says that now all they can do is wait for these adventurers to appear, and it will be quick. Smiling, she realizes that she can already sense the approach of her prey, as the wheels gradually creak on the snow. Merlin and Alice finally reach the long-awaited village, which is in a deplorable state. Alice says that the mountain looks even bigger from here, and a thin girl's voice greets Merlin. The girl turns to them and says that she has been really looking forward to the arrival of dear guests who should help them. She states that her name is Anna, and that she called them for help in order for them to defeat this dragon. Within seconds, the dark magic reaches their carriage, and Caroline realizes that everything is under control. Alice asks what really happened, and Anna says that everything happened quite quickly. She notes that they had summer, but suddenly it started snowing, and it was very strange, but that was just the tip of the iceberg. She states that a snowstorm mercilessly swept away their village, and it became incredibly cold in the village. She also states that after this, a fierce dragon descended from the heavens and made an ice mountain to live there. Anna says that because of this dragon's threats, several sisters and friends were given to him, but tomorrow he will eat her. Alice says with a smile that they don't need to worry, because tomorrow this threat will no longer be here. Merlin asks why they chose them, and Anna says that she saw it in the newspaper, so she sent the letter at random. Alice, smiling, says that now she is famous, which means that soon everyone will know her name. Merlin starts making fun of her, and Alice says that it is not her fault that no one will believe her story. They continue their tour of the village and find that the situation is getting worse and worse by the second. Anna finally reaches her father and shouts loudly for him to come closer to her. She asks him why he is outside now when it is so cold, to which he replies that the village chief must help everyone. Merlin approaches him and asks him if he is really ready to sacrifice his health. Alice says that they came here at Anna's request in order to finally solve this problem. The headman says that it is better for them to leave here, since they will not be able to defeat the dragon that is settled here. The headman says that at first he thought it was an ordinary dragon, but then it became clear that it was a sacred dragon. Alice realizes that there is actually a legendary creature here that feeds on the villagers. Merlin smiles and says that since the dragon came here on its own, he will gladly finish it off. The chief shows them a giant ice mountain, saying that they must understand how powerful this creature is. He advises them to return, because he has already reported everything, so real help should come soon. Alice understands that, in reality, no one will risk themselves for this village, which is already freezing. The headman says that they can only wait until tomorrow and negotiate with the dragon during the transfer of the girl. Anna looks at her father with fear and hides behind Alice, realizing that tomorrow it will be her turn. Alice tells him to go to hell, asking if he has any compassion left. The headman states that he has no other choice, and they have hope that the families will agree to give up their daughters. He states that they have no way to fight him, and Merlin muses that this is the logical course of action. Alice looks at them with irritation and understands that they are talking about a small child who will be given to be eaten. After thinking for a bit, she says that it is a small ice mountain and she will be able to destroy it. People look at her in surprise, trying to understand whether she can really destroy the ice mountain. Alice says that she is not 100% sure, since she has never encountered this before. However, she states that they will not be able to know the truth until they try their best. Taking a brief aim, she prepares to make a sharp dash and strike the block of ice. The block turns out to be quite strong and immediately throws her aside due to very strong reverse inertia. Alice puts her left hand forward to slow down and keep her balance. Looking at the ice sculpture, she realizes that she gave it her all, but did practically no damage. She's trying to figure out what to do next, since this scratch clearly won't impress anyone. They ask her how they are even going to fight the dragon if they can't even break a mountain. Alice talks about not giving up, and they ask her why she is so optimistic. Alice pauses for a moment, then says that she has one trump card that she has not used. She points to Merlin and says that this young man will be able to destroy the dragon if he wants to, without any problems. Alice comes closer to him and tells him that he should not forget that this is their shared responsibility. Merlin says that these trips become more troublesome with each attempt he makes to earn money. He carefully walks around this icy mountain and carefully looks for the most vulnerable spot that can be hit. After this, he places his hand on a small point in the ice mountain and realizes that this is the perfect place to strike. He takes a good swing and delivers a devastating attack that is also incredibly fast and decisive. However, from the outside it seems as if this has not changed anything, since the mountain continues to stand in place as before. However, the sound of cracks begins to be heard, as if these cracks have gone somewhere far and deep. This attack also creates a shockwave that throws a huge amount of snow off the summit. Merlin looks closely at the results of his actions and is in no hurry to boast about what he has accomplished. After this, he shakes his hand and says that this ice is really hard and not so easy to break. Alice demands that he stop fooling around, but the peasants discover that the mountain has begun to move. Even thicker cracks begin to appear across the entire surface of the sculpture, and it begins to fall downwards. Merlin looks at her with a smile and asks why she decided that he doesn't take his job seriously. The mountain collapses, after which the slope of heavy leaden clouds gradually begins to dissipate. The peasants joyfully look at the sky and realize that the snow has stopped falling and the sun has finally come out. Alice watches what is happening, trying to understand what kind of power Merlin really has. If he was able to break a mountain, Merlin immediately flicks her on the nose to make sure she doesn't relax and forget who's boss. He also steps aside and tells her that she needs to train hard because she is not ready yet. Meanwhile, we are transported to the mountains, where the dragon that caused this nightmare for the local village actually settled. He moved there specifically so as not to initiate a battle with our heroes prematurely. Waking up, he senses strange vibrations that signal the destruction of a giant mountain. He wonders if the enemy he was told about has finally arrived here. He smiles and says that someone actually managed to break his ice, and this piques his interest. After this, he prepares to rise into the air with the help of his massive and gigantic wings. When he leaps into the air, he creates a powerful shockwave due to the massive flapping of his wings. He rushes towards the village in order to punish the pathetic nobody who challenged him. Meanwhile, a hot spring is discovered in the village where you can warm up properly. Alice sits down in the warm water and says that she has never felt so comfortable even at home. Merlin says that he would never have thought that such a small village would have such good hot springs. Alice says that Anna recommended this place because it is very pleasant and great to relax here. After some time, they realize that they are actually in this source together. Alice immediately grabs the stones and starts hitting him, asking questions about what he was doing here and why he was following her. They start arguing about who came here first and accusing each other of some kind of indecent plans. After a while, Merlin goes behind another stone so as not to spy on her under any circumstances. Alice reflects that Merlin was a great help to her because he was able to break that giant block of ice. After some time, she turns to him to ask him a couple of important questions. Merlin asks her what happened, and she tries to figure out how to increase her physical strength. Merlin lists herbal medicines, various tablets, medicinal mixtures, and other medicinal preparations. Alice asks him if such medicines don't cause harm to the body, even if it is a demon. Alice also says that these medications may contain other ingredients that can be harmful. Merlin says that if the dragon's ancestral crystal can be obtained, the outcome will be completely different. Merlin says with a smile that she will receive the flesh and magical power of the dragon clan, which makes you much more powerful. Alice wonders if this crystal is as powerful as others say it is. Merlin says that, unfortunately, the chance of getting such a crystal is less than the chance of it winning the bet. Meanwhile, in the room they were just in, someone is very thoroughly searching their suitcases. Carolina says that instead of a key, she finds a huge number of breast pads. She tries to eavesdrop on them and learns that they gave the key to someone, but she doesn't know who exactly. Caroline irritably thinks that now she will have to change her plans in order to get the key. After some time, night falls, and our heroes leave the hot springs to stop at an inn. The headman states that he would very much like to speak with Merlin about the dragon that must be fought. Merlin says that there is no longer any reason to doubt his strength, since he has shown that he will win. The headman says that he can tell him about the unusual things that have begun to happen in the village. Merlin looks at him in surprise and asks what exactly he means by unusual things. The village elder says that before the dragon's attack, the priest said that there was a dark aura hovering around Anna, as if she was possessed. Merlin asks if his daughter has made contact with or bothered any of the demon races. The village headman says that this is impossible because there are no connections between their village and the demons, but someone killed the priest. He also says that just recently after this, a dragon suddenly attacked their village. Merlin says that there is no point in doubting this girl, since she is most likely pure at heart. Merlin suddenly asks if Anna reads the newspapers and realizes that there are still a few suspicious points here. The headman says that this is out of the question, since she is still little and doesn't even go to school. Merlin realizes that the story about the newspapers was a lie and tries to understand what it all means and why she lied. A few seconds later, a severe earthquake occurs, causing the unfortunate old man to fall onto the wooden floor. The cold begins to spread rapidly throughout the village again, filling almost everything here. The headman looks up somewhere in fear and says that the dragon came here, and that's why it has become so cold here. Meanwhile, the dragon actually lands not far from this village and looks around carefully. He destroys one of the houses in order to look inside and interrogate the people who live there. He turns to the first girl he comes across and calls her a bug who must tell him where Merlin is. By a sad coincidence, this bug turns out to be Alice, who is now unable to utter a word. The dragon says that she can't even cope with her fear and therefore is a worthless person. Alice understands that she definitely cannot die here, since she has never even met anyone yet. The dragon opens its giant mouth in the hope that it can swallow her in a second and get some food. Alice closes her eyes and directs her last hopes towards Merlin coming to her aid. The dragon doesn't have time to close its mouth, as it receives an incredibly powerful blow right to its face. Merlin comes to her ally's aid in time and repels the enemy's attack, sending him flying in the process. Immediately after, he triumphantly lands in front of his student, demonstrating his power. Alice looks at him with a wave of surprise, and Merlin smiles, realizing that he must be damn good. After that, he turns his gaze to her and says that she definitely doesn't look scared, and it's quite awkward. Alice is still trying to come to her senses after what happened, because she has never seen such a dragon. Meanwhile, the dragon slowly begins to move its wings, gradually coming to its senses. Alice realizes that just now, Merlin was an incredibly handsome man who exuded the aura of a true hero. Izrem quickly rises to his feet and calls his opponent a pathetic little human. He prepares to use his aggressive ice breath to turn him into ice. Alice looks at him with fear and understands that she needs to act now to protect herself. She tries to stop this dragon or run to shelter, but she doesn't have time for this. Merlin is completely unfazed by this ice attack and destroys it with one light wave of his hand. Izrem looks at this in surprise and tries to understand whether his breath was really dispersed so easily. Merlin says that if heaven or hell won't give you survival, then you must make it yourself. After this, he jumps forward and says that it is time to enjoy the battle to the fullest. Alice looks at him and tries to understand if there is a force in this world that can stop him. However, she quickly comes to her senses and realizes that she needs to act decisively. Residents run out into the streets in fear to find out where they need to evacuate to avoid harm. One of them turns out to be not attentive enough to watch her step all the time. A woman carrying a child falls in the snow, making her a priority target for aid. As soon as she gets to her feet, she looks up at the sky and sees a block of ice flying towards her. She doesn't have enough agility to jump to the side, so she just looks at this block, rooted to the spot. Alice comes to the aid of a civilian, in time to deal a serious blow to the ice block. Having crushed this obstacle, she turns to the peasant woman and tells her to run away from here as quickly as possible. After that, she turns towards Merlin, hoping that he is okay and will be able to get out of here. Looking at this giant hurricane, she understands that it is necessary to not interfere and help other people. A few seconds later, she hears the familiar cries of a child calling her to come over to help her. Anna says that she is very scared, and she didn't think that this dragon would try to eat her. Alice lets her get closer to her, telling her not to worry and that they will evacuate together. Anna holds a small dagger in her hands, which she is ready to use at this very second to kill Alice. She quickly discovers the girl's intentions and kicks her to the side to make her lose her balance. The headman watches this with incredible horror, as he did not notice that his daughter was holding a weapon. He asks her what came over her, and Alice says that it's a trap and she can't go there. She also realizes that if it weren't for Merlin's training, she wouldn't have dodged it, and asks who's in front of her. Anna slowly gets to her feet, then looks closely at her victims, without moving a single muscle. After a few seconds, a smile appears on her cracked face and she begins to laugh at what is happening. Caroline removes her disguise and says that she is bored, as she wanted to play this role a little longer. The headman looks at what is happening, trying to understand who she is and why she came here. Moreover, the most important question for him is where his real daughter went and how to get her back. Carolina smiles and asks if he really wants to know where his dear daughter has gone. After a short pause, she says that his daughter was fed to the dragon to give him strength. The village elder falls to the ground and cannot believe that he no longer has any relatives left. Carolina says that she needed to introduce herself and gives her name, saying that she is a former member of the Four Heroes. Alice says that now she understands who is in front of her and asks why she came here. Caroline says that she came here not to avenge Bernard, but for a simpler reason. She states that she simply needs to return the key that they stole from her, and Alice does not immediately understand what she is talking about. Throwing it aside, she says that she doesn't understand a damn thing of what she just said. Carolina says that it won't be possible to fool her, adding that she deliberately set a trap so that they would come here. Alice asks if she really hurt countless people just because of this. She accuses her of no longer being a hero, and Caroline says that His Majesty does not need to know about these sacrifices. The picture is truly depressing, as this innocent village is now completely destroyed. The headman lost all his daughters, and only because of the whim of this capricious Caroline, whose days are already numbered. Alice looks at her with irritation and says that this is an unforgivable act that will be punished. She rushes at her with her weapon, hoping that she has now become much stronger and will be able to cope. She also confidently says that she will never allow her evil plans to come true. Caroline looks at her with a smile and asks if she is too presumptuous for an ordinary knight. Alice rushes forward to deliver a simultaneous attack with her ice spears. A few seconds later, a powerful blow is heard, and one of the participants in this battle flies into the wall. Alice suffers serious injuries as Caroline easily figures out who the real warrior is. She comes closer to her and says that, apparently, she underestimated her and made a couple of mistakes. She claims she didn't think some pathetic hero could hurt her with his stupid toothpick. After this, she grabs her by the throat and lifts her above herself, saying that if the key is not with her, then it is with her husband. Alice has a hard time saying that Merlin is not her husband, and she is tired of being considered a married couple. Carolina smiles and says that she will never believe this cheap bluff, since everything is obvious to her. After a few seconds, she turns to Zoe, and an ominous black portal appears next to them. A warrior emerges from there, looks around carefully and prepares to cover their retreat. Carolina says that she doesn't have the key, so we need to follow her while she finishes what she started. Meanwhile, Merlin is fighting the dragon, who is trying his best to even slightly touch him. Merlin comments that this dragon's speed is rather pathetic compared to others he has seen. Isrem responds to this by having Merlin dart aimlessly from side to side like a small mosquito. The dragon looks at his opponent with irritation and delivers a monstrous attack, which Merlin is forced to block. Any other person would have simply died on the spot, but Merlin survives and is only thrown into the mountain, creating an explosion. Isrem says that soon people will pay for their terrible deed because a sacred dragon has appeared before them. Merlin rises to his feet and says that such threats do not impress him at all. He grins and says that another sacred dragon is now looking after his house as a pet. Isrem looks at him with irritation and tries to understand whether this boy is really trying to provoke him. He decides to quickly deal with this annoying thorn and says that all this is not worth attention. He also states that his comrade would never submit to a man or curry favor with him. Merlin jumps to the side and ends up on one of the pieces of rock that was thrown into the air. After this, he pushes off from it in order to give himself even more acceleration and flies towards the enemy. He hits him with a powerful blow to make him lose his balance and stop attacking him. Merlin says that the dragon would not be subdued by an ordinary person, but he is the Lord of Demons. Isrem only now realizes who is in front of him, and this gives him even more motivation to fight. He states that the creature Caroline spoke of is the Demon King, who must be eliminated. Merlin jumps aside and says that it doesn't change anything, because he will still win. Isrem attacks him with her icy breath in order to silence him forever. Merlin looks at this with a smile and says that this dragon is completely unteachable. Powerful magical beams fly towards him, but we already know that our hero is invulnerable to magic. He tells the dragon about this, saying that he had already told him about this, but the latter, apparently, did not listen to him attentively. After this, he discovers that the dragon has decided to change tactics and tries to understand what this means. Isrem sends forward several special projectiles by swinging his giant paws. These projectiles are rapidly heading towards him, causing a powerful explosion in the place where he was standing. Merlin jumps to the side, saying that if it weren't for the curse's influence, he wouldn't have had to dodge. Isrem says with a smile that he is the first person who remained unharmed after his continuous attacks. Merlin states that it's quite fun here, as he not only found the right task, but also chose the right enemy. Isrem takes this as an insult, and then tries to sweep him away with his wings. Merlin stays on his feet despite everything, but he senses that this is only the beginning of a much larger blow. Izrem turns into a real ice hurricane that can destroy everything it touches. Merlin continues to stand still and asks the dragon why he suddenly decided to try on the role of a fan. Izrem angrily says that this is not the end and he is just warming up for the real fight. After this, it descends downwards at an incredible speed, causing the hurricane to intensify several times. A powerful shockwave is created that splits rocks and throws them tens of meters away. The dragon makes a serious attack, falling like a stone down on its opponent and trying to crush them. However, he quickly realizes that his plan has failed, as his opponent is still alive. Merlin holds his mouth with his hands and asks him if he has now decided to take on the role of a dog. After this, he hits him in the face with all his might so that he flies away and calms down. Merlin adjusts his gloves with a smile on his face, wondering if this is all he can do. Izrem turns towards him in irritation, feeling blood begin to trickle down his teeth. He flies into the air and says that he realized that his enemy is resistant to magic, but there must be a limit to everything. After this, he begins to charge up the most powerful magical attack that has been in his arsenal all this time. Merlin watches what is happening with interest and says that he is becoming more and more interested. Izrem says that now everything except him will turn into a blanket of snow and ice, and Merlin will be no exception. It sends its most powerful ice energy down to create a new ice age in the area. Caroline watches the creation of this spell from afar, and it plunges her into true horror. She realizes that the last time this spell was used, most of the sea was frozen. The being that caused the dragon to resort to this ability remains a mystery, and no one understands what it was. Merlin continues to stare intently at this beam of frosty energy that is directed straight at his head. Upon landing, a rapid spread of icy energy begins, covering absolutely everything, without exception. Houses are covered with a crust of ice, trees freeze in the position in which they last swayed. People who have been trying to evacuate all this time fall under the spell and begin to turn into ice cubes. Absolutely nothing can survive at that temperature if it remains frozen for more than a few minutes. We are transported for a while to the Adventurers Guild, where cold winds also begin to reach. Lugia goes about her usual cleaning duties to keep the premises clean and comfortable. After a while, she begins to feel as if the room has become cooler and decides to find out why. When she went outside, to her sincere surprise, she discovered that for some reason it had started snowing, although there was no warning about it. Remembering the order she recently gave to her comrades, she hopes that they are safe. Meanwhile, in the place where the epicenter of the explosion had just been, a portal created by Carolina appears. She peers out from there carefully to make sure she isn't going to get shock frozen. Afterwards, she jumps out onto the solid icy ground and looks at the large ice tornadoes that are still raging. She laughs joyfully and says that even if he is part of this throne, he cannot avoid death from Izrem. After a few seconds, a mysterious haze begins to appear over the frozen body of the protagonist. As soon as it dissipates, he remains in place, as if he had become an ice statue forever. Izrem smiles, thinking that he has finally managed to pin the enemy in one place. He states that now, no one will be able to escape from his attack, as it is too strong for this world. Carolina reflects on the fact that if she hadn't left here in time, she too would have turned into a pathetic ice cube. Meanwhile, the dragon looks closely at the ice statue of his opponent and prepares to smash it in one fell swoop. However, his joy turns out to be premature, as the ice crust quickly begins to crack and split. Within seconds, the entire ice crust is completely destroyed, and Merlin sneezes and coughs loudly. Izrem is very surprised by the fact that his most powerful attack did not produce the desired effect. Caroline is surprised by this fact, as it is not at all what she expected. Merlin wipes his nose, saying that the fan made from this dragon turned out to be quite good. Izrem clenches his teeth, not understanding why his opponent hasn't turned into an icicle yet. He claims that his icy blast freezes not only the body, but also the soul, and that it is impossible to avoid it. Merlin reflects that if this is really true, then he is very afraid for the villagers and Alice. Merlin takes out his weapon, saying that he is just an adventurer who wants to make money. Izrem says that this is pathetic nonsense, which he will not believe, since no adventurer would stand for it. After this, the senseless attempts to attack the enemy from afar using icicles continue. Merlin suddenly draws his weapon to deliver a powerful blow to his opponent and kill him. The impact tears apart the ground, despite the fact that it is made of stone, which is also frozen through and through. A huge part of the snowy plains is now cut to pieces by the incredible power of this attack. Izrem says that this little knife will be useless if it fails to hit its target. After a few seconds, he just begins to see his opponent, when suddenly his head seems to turn upside down. It takes Izrem a moment to realize that he was simply cut to pieces with one deft blow, leaving him no chance. Merlin smiles and says that it's just a small knife, so he really doesn't need to worry about it. After this, he turns his attention to his heart, which has begun to beat in a more normal manner. Smiling, he says that he hasn't felt such relief for a long time and really missed this feeling. After this, he joyfully begins to bend his arms, feeling that now the blood flows to his limbs normally. After this, he feels the presence of dark energy behind him and immediately turns around to avoid being ambushed. He discovers that Caroline did not have time to quickly reach the dragon's body, which had just collapsed to the ground. Merlin asks her with a smile if she is the old woman who has been following him all this time. Carolina looks at him irritably and says that she will make sure that he gets sick. Immediately after this, she squats down and delivers a powerful blow to the dragon's body, piercing it with a dagger. Merlin wonders why she is doing this, but the true intention quickly dawns on him. Carolina happily says that this crystal finally belongs to her. Immediately after this, she pulls this dragon crystal into her mouth in order to absorb its power. Merlin is very upset about this because this was their chance to make Alice much stronger. The crystal's effect begins almost immediately, and Caroline feels her body begin to change. Her clothes are also transformed to better suit her new look. Dragon wings also begin to appear from behind her back, and she becomes a hybrid of a human and a higher being. Opening her eyes, she says that she had no idea how amazing dragon power felt. She then states that she can not only hear the landscape for 1,000 kilometers, but also hear the breathing of her opponents. Smiling, she says that everything will change dramatically now that she has become such a strong being. She proudly shouts to Luna that this is what the true power of the dragons that she has harnessed looks like. Then, rising into the air, she says that she has become a living being again and now she cannot be called undead. Merlin watches her closely, and the most important thing for him is that she is no longer considered undead. He tries to cool her ardor and wonders if she has gone completely crazy and does not understand her situation. Caroline looks down at him haughtily and asks him how he dared to talk to her. She immediately rushes down to strike and declares that she will definitely take revenge on him for what he did. Merlin knows he needs to jump to the side, even though he doesn't see the attack as dangerous. This decision turns out to be correct, since she actually manages to destroy a considerable part of the terrain. The remains of the dragon fall into the resulting crevice, followed by stone fragments. Merlin wonders if the destruction was caused by a simple attack. Carolina says that now she has gone beyond the rank of saint and has nothing more to fear. Carolina states that she can kill him right now, but she needs the key, and adds that they are holding Alice hostage. She also says that if he wants his wife to survive, he must give up the stolen key. Merlin smiles and says that they were wrong when they thought that his wife meant so much to him. Several dark snakes immediately fly towards him, but he blocks them with his shield. Carolina says that she hasn't met such a stubborn person for a long time, and admits that she's starting to like him. She continues to try to attack, and says that if his wife doesn't matter, then she will kill him. Merlin jumps to the side and smiles, realizing that she can't really do anything to him. He takes up his sword in order to make a sharp lunge in her direction and put this arrogant woman in her place. He stops a few millimeters from her throat and asks if she no longer needs the key. Looking at her carefully, he says that, in that case, she can first give him the crystal. Carolina looks at the sword tensely, not understanding why this boy suddenly turned out to be so fast. Immediately after, she throws him aside with an original attack, saying that he will have nothing left. She also says that she is now much stronger than the dragon she just absorbed. Trying to hit him with a powerful attack, she says that he is no match for her. Merlin turns as her projectiles move too slowly to keep up with him. After this, he jumps back onto a harder surface to steady himself and prepare himself. Looking at her with a smile, he says that such empty threats don't really work on him. Carolina angrily declares that even before his death he is very annoying and she will definitely not spare him. In order to carry out her plan, she again resorts to dark magic, which she releases in his direction. Merlin realizes that this time the magic has transformed into a strange fog and tries to cover his nose and eyes. Gradually the space around him begins to change, and he decides to find out what it all means. He finds himself in some strange place that looks like cosmic infinity. Merlin realizes that his senses of the outside world are sealed and notes that this is quite interesting. Carolina appears behind him and says that this is a unique skill that cannot be escaped. Merlin quickly launches a sword attack to get rid of her, but she dissipates like mist. Merlin also realizes that he has lost his sense of touch, so he will have to navigate differently. Merlin tries to attack, and after a while he comes across a block of ice, which he accidentally breaks. Carolina immediately appears behind him to deliver a precise and fatal blow to his back. Merlin had foreseen this possibility and ducked in advance to avoid the attack. He immediately turns around and strikes again, but Carolina disappears into space again. He grins and says that in that case, he can play these stupid games with her a little longer. Another attack flies towards him, but he easily avoids any damage and doesn't even receive a scratch. Carolina jumps back, thinking that this fighter is not nearly as bad as she initially assumed. Why she still treats him so dismissively remains unclear, since he destroyed the dragon with one blow. Merlin, meanwhile, continues to count down, having already figured out the pattern of her behavior. Caroline reflects on the fact that he dared to call her an old woman, and for this, she will personally send him to hell. Merlin realizes it's time to make a decision, and quickly grabs the hilt of his sword. He turns around, delivers a powerful attack, and hits his opponent's body, leaving no room for dodge. Caroline looks at him in shock, wondering how he managed to do this when she moved silently. Merlin claims that in this space, she can not only hide, but also control the perception of time. He proves that she deliberately slowed down time by 5 seconds in order to appear faster than she was. Caroline begins to fade away after receiving the fatal blow, never realizing that she was not strong enough. Merlin says that the dragon's power will not bring anything good if you cannot control it, and advises her to reflect on her mistakes. After this, he looks at the dragon stone that falls into his hands and realizes that this is a great opportunity. Smiling, he says that Alice really is the goddess of luck, since with this thing, she will definitely become stronger. Meanwhile, we move forward to the present day, where the villagers are gradually beginning to thaw. The spell wears off, and they are surprised to find that they are still alive after all. Merlin says that something like this should have been expected, since the ice dragon's power is now destroyed. He watches closely what is happening, and understands that the earth is also gradually returning to its normal state. The landscape becomes quite attractive, although there are still hints of winter melancholy in it. Zoe watches this and says that Caroline showed her power only to die immediately. He turns his attention to Merlin, who immediately earns his respect and keen interest. Zoe admits that he has a desire to fight him, but he doesn't know if they are strong enough. He then notes that it is necessary to focus on completing the task and first take away this girl. As soon as he creates a portal, someone grabs his hand very tightly, leaving him confused as to who has snuck up on him. Zoe turns her head to the side, trying to figure out who managed to get to him so silently. Merlin holds him tightly in place and wonders where he and his wife are going. Zoe wonders how this guy managed to catch up with him, because just a second ago, he was far away. Merlin, meanwhile, realizes that he has just called Alice his wife and that this will cause the wrong associations. He immediately tries to justify himself by saying that she is not his wife, and that they are simply cohabiting, but now this is not so important. After this, he harshly demands that his partner be released, emphasizing that he will not repeat it twice. Zoe looks menacingly straight into his face and hopes that he will die the most terrible and horrible death. Immediately after this, he delivers a sharp blow with his sword, but completely at the wrong target. Merlin looks at him in surprise and tries to understand why he did such a strange thing. He is left with Zoe's hand, which he himself cut off in order to save himself and quickly escape. As he leaves the portal, he says that they will definitely meet again and recommends remembering his face. Merlin orders him to stop immediately, but the portal quickly closes, preventing him from entering. Merlin realizes that now he will have to find this place himself in order to rescue her. Looking at the severed hand, he says that this is quite unusual and that he is a fighter, since he came up with such an idea. After some time, Zoe brings Copperfield the bad news that both the dragon and Caroline have been destroyed. Copperfield says that this is simply impossible and states that not everyone is useless trash. He notes that the situation is becoming more and more urgent, and they no longer have time to delay. Zoe says that Caroline's death was not in vain, as she left them a clue and the location of the key. He adds that now they only need to wait for this adventuress's husband to come and exchange the key for her. Meanwhile, Alice gradually comes to her senses in the cell and tries to understand what happened to her. She slowly rises up on her hands and looks around the entire cell, but it is too dark to see her. The last thing she remembers is being taken hostage. She notes that it was a terrible feeling. Quickly getting up, she decides to use magic to get out of here, but nothing works. She looks at her hand and discovers a special bracelet that limits her powers. She sadly says that she is now doomed because this magic bracelet has limited her abilities. She wonders what she should do because the only person who can save her is her teacher. Alice also understands that Merlin has probably just returned home and is already jumping on her bed with happiness. She also realizes that if the key were a priceless treasure, he would return to his rich life. She begins to pray and hope that Merlin will not be able to live again and will continue to live as a miserable poor man. Merlin feels a strange sensation, as if he really wants to sneeze because he is again being remembered with an unkind word. While exploring the village, he finally finds the supposed site of the battle where Alice was. The village chief asks him where the ice dragon went, hoping that he will not return. Merlin says that they can sleep peacefully because he killed the lizard, and that is why the snow and ice disappeared. The peasants look at him in surprise and wonder if this is true. Merlin, meanwhile, discovers a rapier sticking out of the stones and realizes that it belonged to Alice. He immediately turns to the head of the village and says that he has one matter with which he needs help. He says that he is ready for anything, but he declares that he needs to borrow the fastest horse in the village. At the same time, we return again to the dark cell in which our heroine spends her time. She continues to pray in the hope that God will have mercy on her and direct the curse to Merlin. A few seconds later, she hears strange sounds behind her and immediately turns around, asking who is there. Quickly scanning the camera with her eyes accustomed to the darkness, she discovers someone's female legs. Looking up, she realizes that in front of her sits a frightened elf who doesn't know how to treat the new guest. Noticing her gaze on herself, she becomes even more frightened, not understanding who is in front of her and what her intentions are. Alice calms down a little and wonders what the elf, who doesn't usually live here, has forgotten here. Meanwhile, the elf says that she will not resist but does not want her blood taken. Alice shows her the bracelet, telling her that there is nothing to be afraid of since she is also a prisoner in this place. The elf asks her if she was also captured to have her blood taken away, but Alice doesn't understand why this is necessary. The elf says that the woman with purple hair said that her blood can prolong the lives of demons. Alice remembers Bernard's words about Copperfield using elf blood to prolong his life. The elf says that her father must be worried about her since she has been here for more than 6 months. She claims that when she arrived here, there were the withered bodies of other elves here and suspects that the same awaits her. Alice puts her hand on her shoulder in order to at least encourage her a little in this situation. She says that she was taken hostage, so her comrades will definitely come to rescue her soon. The elf asks her if this is true, and Alice declares that this adventurer will never abandon her. Remembering all the things he has done, she expresses hope that he will do the same this time. Meanwhile, we are transported to the library where Miss Da Vinci is located. She spends long hours carefully studying the key that our heroes handed her. Rossetti is also sitting next to her, but she is doing something more pleasant, her head somewhere in the clouds. Miss Da Vinci, meanwhile, conducts experiments on this key, placing it in various flasks. She also discovers a special spell that can be cast to awaken the key. A strange glow does indeed begin to appear above the key, signaling that contact has been established. Ms. Da Vinci continues to persist, trying to spiritually connect to this key to find out everything. After a few seconds, the key suddenly opens its eyes, as if it had become a living being, and looks at her. Ms. Da Vinci looks back at the key in surprise, when suddenly her consciousness is pulled somewhere far away. She suddenly finds herself in some ominous, mysterious place that looks like the mouth of a volcano. Inside this vessel, from the side, there is a silhouette that walks in an incredibly hot fire. This figure speaks of the fact that they will dedicate their lives to the almighty Satan and become his minions. After this, the girl turns around and looks at the new guest who accidentally looked into this key. Miss Da Vinci immediately evaporates her presence from this dimension as the flask falls to the ground. Rossetti wakes up lazily and wonders what happened and why it's so noisy. Seeing the broken flask, she asks her friend what happened here and why she was scared. Miss Da Vinci looks at the key with excitement and says that it was created in hell. The key, meanwhile, ceased to show any signs of life and once again turned into a soulless object. Rossetti says that all this time it seemed to her that heaven and hell were just myths and that they did not really exist. Ms. Da Vinci says that this is more than a myth, so it is likely that this key has magical value. Rossetti says that she initially assumed that this key opened the doors to some treasure. Ms. Da Vinci bends down to place her hand on the key and says that this is not entirely true. She states that old books say that the former emperor used the power of hell to unite the kingdoms. Rossetti says that if this is the key to hell, then it is bad, because they are creating unnecessary problems for themselves out of nothing. A few seconds later, the doors to their room open loudly as an unknown figure enters. The figure wears a special cloak, and lightning begins to flash behind him, adding to the atmosphere of horror. Merlin takes off his hood and says that he ran away as fast as he could and asks about the progress with the key. Miss Da Vinci and Rossetti look at him in surprise and add that he scared them a little with his appearance. Miss Da Vinci claims that only this key can open the gates between earth and hell, which is why it is dangerous. Merlin says with disappointment that this key turned out not to be a treasure after all, and this is very bad. Miss Da Vinci says that this key should be given to the royal family or the Light Throne, and Merlin says that this is a mistake. He also states that Alice has been taken hostage by people from the former kingdom, and this key is needed to free her from there. Miss Da Vinci and Rossetti look at him in surprise and wonder what they should do now. Miss Da Vinci says that if they give him the key, it is unclear how it might end. She claims to have heard that the Red Bud Knights are planning to act, and Merlin claims he can handle it himself. Miss Da Vinci notes that his true love may be beginning to show, and advises him to be careful. Merlin leaves, thinking that if Alice dies, he will have to pay off these debts alone. Rossetti asks what he will do if they don't return Alice to him when he gives them the key. Merlin, with a smile on his face, says that he will personally send them to the underworld, regardless of the outcome. Miss Da Vinci says that she will not stop him, but wants to warn him of incredible danger. Merlin smiles and reflects on how everyone really does perceive him as some kind of weakling. He claims he's not trying to be a hero, he just doesn't feel like doing chores next week. At the same time, we are transported to Copperfield's dungeon, where Alice and the elf are trying to survive. Alice became friends with her cellmate and learned a lot about the culture and customs of the elven people. The elf promised that when they got out of here, she would give her a tour and tell her everything she wanted to know. She also adds that all they have to do first is get out of here, and that seems impossible. Alice takes her hands in hers so that she does not lose heart and hopes that all that remains is to calm down. She asks her not to worry and with a radiant smile says that they will definitely get out of here. The elf smiles widely, truly believing these words, and says that then she will not worry. Alice also decides to tell a story about her beloved cute donkey, on which she often travels. After some time, the door to the cell opens with a characteristic and very eerie sound. Alice immediately turns around, trying to figure out who decided to disturb them, hoping that it was not another jailer. Joey came here and said that he needed the elf's blood again for his master. The elf begs him not to hurt her, saying that she has suffered enough already. Joey looks at her in surprise and asks why he suddenly needs to take pity on her. He adds that since she is still alive, she should be grateful to them for such softness. Alice covers her body with her body and says that he is already going too far with his cruelty. Joey says he went too far when he cut off a neighbor's child's finger and was scolded for it. He adds that it was not his fault, as his brother said that only the strong can survive, and he was right. He states that he was simply listening to his brother, but they did not forgive him, and now he suffers because of it. He suddenly looks at her and wonders if she too thinks that it is all his fault. He immediately delivers a powerful blow to her with his hand, causing her to become stunned and fall to the ground, unable to rise. Alice realizes that this opponent is indeed very strong, since one blow was enough to knock her out. Joey begins to apologize to her, saying that he already said the right words, but he was not forgiven. Immediately after this, he continues to beat her with incredible cruelty, which instills horror. The elf looks at what is happening with fear and says that they need to stop beating her. Joey suddenly turns to her and asks her why she is worried about her, but not about him. He also says that if he does not bring her blood, his brother will scold him very much. Alice reaches out her hand towards Joey and grabs his leg to stop him. Joey turns in her direction in surprise, trying to understand why she can still stand. Alice, meanwhile, says that he will not dare to harm her while she is conscious. Joey immediately kicks her right in the head with his boot, causing her to hit the stone floor painfully. He says that everyone always goes against him, and even though he apologized, she still refuses to obey. The elf cowers in a corner because of this, simply because she, too, can't do anything to help this girl. Alice continues to hold on with all her might in order not to pass out and die in this nightmare. The elf yells loudly at him, ordering him to stop, and Joey turns towards her briefly. The elf realizes that she has no other choice and holds out her hand, which already has a huge number of cuts visible on it. She states that if they need her blood so much, they can take as much of it as they want, so that they don't beat Alice for it. Alice still hasn't lost consciousness, although it took her a lot of effort, but she no longer has the strength to fight. She muses that she would like to become stronger so that she can save everyone, like Merlin. Copperfield receives the necessary portion of blood to live for some time longer. However, after a while he starts coughing very hard and breaks the mug he was holding in his hands. Zoe and Joey ask him if everything is okay, but they have to wait until he clears his throat. Copperfield angrily says that even elven blood can no longer support this body. Zoe declares that there is no need to worry anymore, as they are one step away from success and will be able to rule the new era. Copperfield says that this is indeed the case, since it is nothing compared to what it was after the destruction. He grins and says that once they get this last key, everything will finally fall into place. He solemnly declares that the kingdom of Yano will be under their control, and the hellish army will destroy everyone. After a while, he stops and says that they have guests. Zoe states that he can be sure that he and his brother will give them a warm welcome. Meanwhile, a huge number of warriors are gathering here, whose horses are creating the roar that Copperfield sensed. The knights carry the Rosebud banner with them, meaning they are an elite army. Among them rides the main leader, who looks like a fairly experienced warrior who has been through many battles. This warrior's name is Sahadan, and he is told that the rumors about activity in these places were apparently true. Sahadan declares that this time they will end their problem once and for all, when suddenly he senses something is wrong. He manages to quickly raise his shield in order to repel a sudden attack in his direction, and notifies the others about it. The sword flies off somewhere to the side, as if by some otherworldly will. After some time, this sword falls straight into the hand of the one who initially threw it at them. Sahadan asks with a smile whether it was supposed to be a surprise attack, since it wasn't. Zoe and Joey look at their opponents and realize that they will have a long time to destroy this army. Meanwhile, Sahadan charges his weapons and armor with a special aura in order to fight. He announces that he will now demonstrate to them the true power of the Red Bud Knights in all its glory. Zoe and Joey just smile and then get ready to fight these idiots. After some time, his army is completely defeated by just 2 swordsmen. Sahadan himself and his entire army were cut to pieces, and clearly no one in this army expected such a defeat. The picture looks quite promising, but still, one knight managed to survive this massacre. Brent looks up and hopes that their leader is still alive, but these hopes are in vain. He understands that even Sahadan could not resist these monsters, which means they underestimated the enemy's strength. Zoe and Joey say that they were incredible weaklings, and they were expecting a completely different guest. Zoe suddenly says that his wound has started to hurt, which means that his rival is approaching. Looking at the approaching point somewhere in the distance, he says that this man has finally come here. Merlin rides his horse at full speed, hoping that he will reach the court in time. A few seconds later, Zoe and Joey appear in front of him, having prudently decided to take the higher ground. Merlin smiles and says that he is pleased with such hospitality, but this time he will not limit himself to cutting off the hand. Zoe declares that she will take revenge on him for this today, and asks if he brought the key. Merlin says that this is indeed the case, after which he demands to see his wife. Zoe says that if he wants to see his wife, he has two options, one of which is to kill him. After that, he jumps forward and declares that the second option is to meet his wife in hell. Merlin irritably says that he is her cohabitant. They are not spouses, and he continues to irritate him. Zoe and Joey say that they are facing a strong opponent, but he still won't be able to defeat them. A few seconds later, a real lightning bolt appears in front of him and rushes straight towards him. Merlin isn't good enough with horses to push her away. Thus, the unfortunate animal is exposed to a powerful electric discharge. This proves to be too much of a test, and for at least some time the horse becomes useless. Zoe smiles and says that this attack is really serious and he was able to withstand something like this. Merlin flies into the air to finally reach his opponent. From the side, he looks quite menacing, as his cloak gives him a more shadowy silhouette. Finally, he lands right in front of Zoe and prepares to fight those two idiots. He says that this horse did not belong to him, and now he will have to explain himself to its owner. Zoe is surprised that Merlin escaped without a scratch, despite the fact that the blow was so powerful. Merlin runs forward and grabs his weapon, asking his opponent if he is ready to die. After a few more seconds, he suddenly stops to assess the combat situation and take his time. He wonders where the second brother, who should have been standing nearby, went. After a few seconds, a huge amount of water begins to wash over him, behaving strangely. Merlin tries to understand why water suddenly flows upwards, although it usually falls from top to bottom. Looking around, he discovers that this water strike has pulled out his weapon and is preventing him from taking it. Joey happily transforms back and reveals that he stole the villain's weapon. Zoe states that now the man won't be able to use his fast technique, so they have nothing to fear. He immediately rushes forward to charge his weapon with thunder magic and deliver a swift blow. Zoe arrogantly says that now he will be able to kill him even with one hand, because it will not be a problem. Merlin realizes that he will have to take the special measures he has prepared in case he is disarmed. He makes a quick dash, that is, something sharp rushes towards Zoe, who still doesn't understand anything. The next moment, another burst of energy flew next to him, which was significantly faster than his. Zoe looks in surprise at the place where his hand had just been, and finds only a gaping emptiness there. Joey looks at his brother in fear and asks him how this is even possible and what he did to him here. Merlin smirks and says that this is not the most effective weapon he has held in his hands. After this, he declares that even Alice's weapon would be suitable for fighting such blockheads. Zoe calls him a pathetic bastard and tries to make another attempt to reduce his fighting ability. He uses special bandages on his hand to obscure his face and deprive him of his sight. He reflects on the fact that he really won't be able to kill him, but that doesn't mean it's time to give up. Joey, unlike his brother, still has both arms and can stab someone right in the back. Joey follows his brother's unheard command and tries to guide his blade into the right position. Merlin easily deflects it with light movements and cuts it in half. Joey looks at the weapon in surprise, wondering how he managed to do it. Zoe was also surprised by the incredible strength of their opponent's body, as well as his high level of resourcefulness. Merlin immediately grabs the hilt of the blade that Joey was holding, and this battle can be considered won. Merlin smiles without saying a word, because they will already know that they will not survive. Zoe only has time to say that this is the end before his life is about to be cut short. Joey transforms into water again, in order to at least somehow soften the blow to his brother. He covers it with his body, which causes him incredible surprise, because this will not help them in any way. Merlin instantly pierces them both through, causing their life force to rapidly drain away. Zoe asks Joey why he did it, to which he states that he knew they would both die. He also states that it would be very lonely for him to remain alive without his other half. After this, they crumble into dust, which is scattered in the wind, and only two halves of the mask remain. Merlin takes his weapon and calmly puts it in its sheath, after which he examines the place where his opponents fell. The two halves of the mask fall to the ground almost simultaneously, with a characteristic dull thud. Brent, meanwhile, struggles to rise onto his weapon in order to somehow support himself. He notes that Sahadin was killed in a matter of seconds by these twins, but now everything has turned upside down. Looking at this silhouette in a cloak, he assumes that this is the very man about whom only legends circulate. He guesses that no one else could have destroyed two saint-ranked twins in less than a minute. Merlin walks slowly across the field, looking around and realizing that there was a real massacre here. He wonders in his mind if this is all the Red Bud Knights can do, knowing that they are weaklings. After a few seconds, he is stopped by the knight's voice, who asks him if he can wait a little. Merlin doesn't turn in his direction and understands that now it is more important to save Alice than to help others. Brent asks him to answer the question of whether he is really fighting with all his heart, which beats for justice. Merlin pauses for a moment, trying to understand what this strange, pathetic tirade of a romantic boy is. However, after a while, a smile appears on his face, and he decides that it is not worth destroying this person's dreams. Continuing to walk away towards the villain's lair, he says that no one knows the answer to this question. Meanwhile, we are transported further into the hellish catacombs, which are hidden somewhere in the volcano. As the key carrier approaches, the area begins to slowly change under the influence of otherworldly forces. These forces take the form of tentacles that resemble blood vessels that stitch this place together. All these vessels are eventually drawn to the gates, which represent the heart of the new world. Copperfield looks at them happily and says that apparently the last key should already be nearby. Gradually, the floor begins to crack and collapse, revealing a lava lake hidden below. All these stones fall into the lava and begin to gurgle loudly, and very soon something threatening will emerge from there. Copperfield also places several hostages in the cage in order to blackmail the key's bearer. Alice speaks rudely to him and calls him a bald idiot who has completely forgotten his place. She asks him what the hell he's doing, and Copperfield is surprised that they're addressing him like that. But he claims that when her husband turns everything off, he will become immortal and send her to hell with him. Alice declares that this won't be very funny for her, while her ally begins to cry loudly. She says that, apparently, they will simply be sent down to burn alive. Alice tries not to lose heart even in this situation, and says that everything will be fine with them, and help is coming soon. The chains gradually begin to twitch as Copperfield enjoys sadistically taunting his victims. The cage, which is located directly above the lava, gradually moves downwards, but not enough to harm them. The elf continues to cry, and says that it is all her fault, since she should have listened to her father. Alice continues to try to calm her down, saying that someone will definitely come to save them. She pins her last hopes on the fact that it will be Merlin again, since there is no doubt about his strength. Merlin, meanwhile, is already rushing to help, and he has very little time left before he finds them. Alice peers closely into the darkness and exhales joyfully, feeling that he finally came here. Copperfield also notices the appearance of another figure, who managed to defeat the remaining guards. Merlin looks calmly at Copperfield and lowers his hood so that Copperfield can examine him. He also calls Copperfield an old man, and asks him if he is the one who created all these tricks himself. Copperfield tries to figure out why this man came here alone and where Zoe and Joey went. Alice reflects on how she didn't expect this selfish and insensitive blockhead to personally come to her rescue. She wonders if this man really loves her, but comes to the conclusion that it is simply impossible. Merlin, meanwhile, asks her if everything is okay with her and adds that she is a very problematic woman. Alice immediately says that this man could be anyone, but he is definitely not her husband. After this, a loud squabble breaks out between them over who should pay their debts. At this point, to add spice to their dialogue, the winch on which the chain was wound breaks. At that very second, the cage begins to fall at great speed into the lava lake, and they find themselves in mortal danger. Alice and Caroline hug each other in horror, hoping either to be rescued or for death to be quick. However, after a few seconds, the cage finally stops and hangs in the air again. They look up in surprise and try to figure out what happened, but it turns out that the winch was working properly. Copperfield says that he deliberately lowered the cage a little lower in order to interrupt their conversation. He also states that he must give him the key if he wants his wife to be safe. Merlin takes out the key and says that he heard that this key is very important for opening the gates of hell. Copperfield looks at him in surprise and asks him how he found out about this. Alice reflects on what she has heard about hell, but did not know whether it really exists or is a fiction. Merlin chuckles and says that this is much more than a rumor, then takes a few more steps forward. He asks him with a smile whether he had ever dealt with messengers of hell before, or whether this was the first time. Copperfield asks him how he knows this and suggests that he has had dealings with hell before. Merlin says that he already refused their offers since he had the position of the Demon King. Copperfield asks him why, if he is the Demon King, he decided to interfere in the affairs of people. Merlin looks away and says that it will be quite difficult for him to find a reasonable explanation for his actions. Alice looks at him in surprise and tries to understand what he is really trying to play here. Merlin turns his attention back to Copperfield and asks him whether he is Satan's obedient dog or not yet. Copperfield says that Satan promised him immortality, eternal youth, power, and an army. Alice says that this key should never fall into untrustworthy hands, so they must hand it over. Merlin ignores this warning and simply throws the key straight into Copperfield's hands without any trouble. Alice looks at this in surprise and tries to understand why he suddenly decided to act so strangely. Merlin says that he accepts this offer because this way he will make him dance to his tune. Alice says that this puts a lot of innocent people in danger because the gates of hell are no joke. The elf asks her if she is sure that this man came here to save them, since things have only gotten worse now. Alice says that he looks like a weakling, but in fact he is quite strong and can kill anyone. The elf learns that he was a master of the quick attack technique and states that it is a low-level technique. Alice tells her neighbor Shirley to finally pull herself together and not worry. Copperfield smiles and says that he will let them go, but they will never be able to leave here. After this, he orders the cage to change its position and attracts it using a special skill. Alice and Shirley try to hold on tighter to avoid getting seriously bruised during the fall. The cage lands directly on the stone floor and immediately deforms so that it can be climbed out of. Merlin says that Alice has already found herself a new girlfriend, and Alice accuses him of being an idiot. Copperfield says that giving him the key was his worst mistake because his arrogance will be the cause of his downfall. Without thinking twice, he puts the key into the keyhole so that the gates of hell will finally open. Alice orders him to stop immediately, as this will lead to irreparable disasters. Merlin, on the other hand, maintains his presence of mind and declares that he is interested in who will get out of here this time. The key fits perfectly into the keyhole and begins to turn carefully several times. Copperfield says that the invincible hellish army is finally coming here and conquering this world. After just a few seconds, the gate transforms into a giant mouth that looks very furious. Copperfield is even more delighted, saying that the hellish army must break out of this portal. Merlin takes a few steps back, feeling that this gate is beginning to gradually change reality. His fears are not unfounded, since he is already familiar with the operating principles of these demonic mechanisms. They increase in size several times and destroy the volcano that was above them. Alice and Shirley try to clear their throats and wonder where the strange gray smell came from. Alice looks closely at Merlin to make him explain why he did this. Shirley, in turn, advises her to hold her breath, since inhaling these fumes is very dangerous. Merlin, in turn, calmly turns in her direction and throws her a small package, recommending that she catch it. Alice stretches out her hand and catches her weapon, which she lost during the battle. Merlin recommends that you prepare well, as guests will be arriving here very soon. Fiery silhouettes actually begin to emerge from the smoke and gradually materialize. From the open gates of hell emerge a multitude of hellish minions that look like fire elementals. Merlin watches them approach, his eyes lighting up with enthusiasm, as this will help him prolong his life. Scratching his chin, he says that it is quite a good sight and he is somewhat impressed. Copperfield calls him an ignorant fool who will only die after what he has seen. However, his pompous speech is interrupted by an angry female voice, which obviously recognizes Merlin by his title. Looking up, they see a figure approaching that looks very much like a strange woman. This woman says that she has finally found the ruthless demon king, Lucifer Merlin. Alice looks at this creature in surprise and tries to understand how this demoness knows Merlin. Merlin does not immediately recognize who is in front of him, since he has met many demons throughout his life. The girl, in turn, begins to furiously accuse him of being a cheater and a lustful bastard. Merlin and Alice look at her in surprise and try to understand what it all means, but each sees it differently. After a few seconds, this demoness begins to experience even greater rage than she felt at the beginning. Alice looks at her in surprise and tries to understand who this strange girl is and why she is so angry with him. She becomes very interested in understanding what kind of relationship Merlin has with this girl. Merlin, for his part, looks rather lost, as he obviously doesn't know what words to choose. He begins to scratch his chin tensely, but not a single thought comes to mind. After this, he strains even more, but this effort also proves fruitless. After this, he finally asks who is in front of him, since he sees her for the first time. Alice and Shirley are surprised that their acquaintances usually have such intense and aggressive feelings towards him. The girl says that her subordinates should step aside, since she will personally deal with him. She immediately jumps towards him, preparing a special whip that is charged with the energy of hell itself. Merlin smiles and says that he accepts her challenge, then grabs his cloak. After this, he throws it aside so that this fabric does not interfere with his movements. His rival says that she will make him pay for what he did last time. Merlin manages to bend over as her attack melts the stone as if it were butter. Merlin watches the fighter's incredible strength with interest and understands that this will be interesting. Alice looks at her in surprise and says that she cut the stone as if it were plasticine. Merlin continues to jump from side to side to dodge these deadly attacks. He stops and asks her again if she knows exactly who she is talking to and if she has confused him with someone else. The warrior says that she was definitely looking for Merlin Lucifer in order to take revenge. A few seconds later, Copperfield stops her, addressing her as the head of the hellish army and demons. He begins to get indignant and says that he collected all the keys and called her, which means she must obey. The hellish general quickly snaps his fingers and sends a bolt of energy straight towards Copperfield. He looks at her with fear and realizes that he needs to duck in order not to die. In the place where he had just been, a bright explosion occurs, which could have destroyed even a dragon. The hellish general calls him a pathetic brat and asks how he dared point a finger at her. Copperfield says that the rules state that she should not harm the summoner, but should instead help them. The hellish general orders him to stay out of her way and wait for her to kill him, and then they can talk. Copperfield hides away, saying that he is not rushing her and that she can kill him as much as she wants. Merlin turns to her again in order to attract her attention and get at least some kind of answer from her. He says that something is wrong here, since she is not the same hellish follower who was summoned last time. The hellish general talks about how Trist was summoned last time and asks him how he dared to hurt such a cutie. Alice and Shirley look at him in surprise to find out how this old drama will play out. Alice reflects that, apparently, Merlin was a serious lecher before he met her. Looking at his expression, she doesn't understand why he suddenly became so upset. The hellish general rushes forward and says that this attack will be a lesson to him for what he did. Her rage forms into a huge firebird that prepares to tear him apart with its claws. A fiery front is moving towards him in a large radius, which should burn away any life form in its path. Once this attack is over, it leaves behind only huge tracts of burning earth. However, this is not enough to completely break the will of our hero. Merlin calmly puts out the small fire by stepping on it with his boot, which is not even damaged. The same can be said about Merlin himself, who is surprised that this attack was so weak. However, he is happy because small flowers suddenly appear next to him, which do not bode well. He wonders what these flowers do, and why they look so mysterious and frightening. After a few seconds, these flowers quickly fall to the ground, after which they become even brighter. A powerful detonation occurs right next to Merlin, who was physically unable to run far. The explosion that follows this detonation is much more powerful than all the previous ones that have happened here. Alice miraculously manages to figure out that she needs to take cover and hide surely behind a boulder. The hellish general says that she doesn't care what can reflect magical attacks, because this person will be defeated. From her point of view, the explosive force after the red detonation is more than enough to kill him. She starts laughing, but after a few seconds, she suddenly falls silent, as her plan was not carried out despite all her efforts. Merlin remains standing in place, his silhouette clearly visible through the smokescreen following the explosion. The hellish general cannot believe that this grand attack has not led to anything serious at all. Merlin looks at her with irritation, after which he says that it was only the light that made him very angry. The hellish general is beside himself with rage and wonders how this is possible and why he is still alive. She immediately turns to her minions and orders them to show their true power to this destroyer. The hellish creatures, not daring to disobey their general, immediately try to fulfill her will. They merge into something terrifying, which has not yet taken shape, but has become very powerful. However, after just a few seconds, they take the form of a giant demon, filled with fire and rage. Alice and Shirley look at this giant with surprise and horror, realizing that it is very difficult to defeat. Copperfield watches this with joy, thinking that now victory will be ensured for them quite easily. The demon prepares to unleash his fury on Merlin, who remains standing and motionless. His attack spreads over a huge area, but fortunately does not hit Alice, who returned in time. She also decides to use a special protective barrier to ensure her survival. The force of this blow is truly monstrous, and few could survive if they were at the epicenter. The hellish general climbs onto the head of this monster and joyfully celebrates his victory. She looks down with a smile, hoping to see the mangled body of her opponent once the smoke clears. However, to her great regret, it turns out that this blow did not even achieve its true target. Merlin happily realizes that it is his time to counterattack and grabs the handle of his weapon. He immediately begins to draw his sword, and it becomes clear to everyone that the fight is over. The hellish general looks at him in surprise and says that this is simply impossible because she has thought of everything. Once the impact ends, all power is exhausted and the portal begins to rapidly collapse. Merlin remains standing, as before, on a small patch of mutilated landscape, and nothing disturbs him. He grins and says that it is just a puppet, so it would be stupid to be afraid of it. A pile of rubble nearby begins to move as someone is crushed beneath the rocks. Alice emerges from there to get some fresh air and help Shirley get out. Once they get out of there, they find that the hell portal has been destroyed along with all the minions. Alice asks in surprise if it's all over and they won't have to fight the elite troops. Brent also watches this from afar, and for him, what is happening seems no less surprising than for everyone else. He understands that such a technique is unique to that same legendary swordsman, and no one else. Some rocks are still falling after such a powerful impact with the shockwave from Merlin's swing. However, the picture is already becoming clear, and it is becoming clear that Copperfield's plan is not destined to come true. Merlin says that he is very sorry that it was just a puppet, because he could have gotten a few more years of life. After a few seconds, we listen to our surroundings and discover that Copperfield is still alive. However, this morally broken man rushes to the destroyed portal and begins to cry out of helplessness, because his goals, ambitions, and dreams were destroyed in just a few minutes, even though he had worked so hard to achieve them. He claims that for the last 400 years he was supposed to be the king of the whole world, but now that will not happen. Merlin says that someone who takes the power of other people is not fit to be a king because he is not independent. Copperfield asks him if he never wanted to rule the world, since it brings so much pleasure. Merlin says that, if you think about it, it actually sounds pretty good and attractive. Alice looks at him carefully and tries to understand whether he is joking now or is really thinking about it. However, after a few seconds he says that if you think about it seriously, it's too much of a hassle. After all, if you were to conquer the world, you would constantly be haunted by uprisings that would have to be suppressed. He also states that the job of a king is definitely not suitable for a carefree life. Copperfield looks at him in surprise and wonders who he is and why he is so unusual. Merlin says that he is usually an adventurer and just does the job to make a living. Copperfield cannot believe this explanation and begins to laugh, assuming that he has already found out everything. His hands begin to shake, and he says that he has figured him out and now understands who exactly is in front of him. Merlin looks at him with a smile and asks him if he really knows who he is. Copperfield begins to laugh loudly and declares that before him is surely God, who is simply hiding. Immediately after this, he says that he is an ordinary mortal, so he cannot defeat a deity. Smiling, he turns and leaves, saying that this is punishment for challenging God himself. Alice asks him why he didn't kill him, because this man has committed many atrocities and deserves death. Merlin says that Copperfield has already gone mad because of his trampled dreams, and a man without a dream is a corpse. After taking one look at him, he comes to the conclusion that it is not worth getting his hands dirty with this scoundrel. Finally, they return to the village, which has already experienced a lot in the last couple of days. They convey to them news of what happened, and the villagers joyfully begin to celebrate them as heroes. They claim that they are facing the real saviors of the village, although they will never forget their feat. Alice says that there is nothing to thank them for, since they are just doing their job, as always. The headman says that he is grateful to them, despite the fact that he will never return to his daughter. Alice says that she understands his feelings and states that his daughter must be proud because he endured it. The headman hands them a small bag, saying that this is a token of gratitude that he would like to give. Alice looks at this bag in surprise and tries to understand what is in it and whether it is worth taking. The headman says that he would like to believe that it was his daughter who called them, since they saved them. Merlin graciously accepts this generous gift, realizing that it probably contains a lot of coins. He states that he would gladly accept this gift and thanks them for deciding to further motivate them with money. Immediately after this, they get into the carriage and drive away, periodically waving their hands to the residents. Alice says that these residents needed money for restoration, and Merlin claims that they earned it. After this, he says that there is one more issue that he would like to discuss with her right now. He points to Shirley and asks why they brought this elf with them, and Alice states that she is from the United Kingdom. She tells her that first they will go to the nearest city to rest, and then they will return her. Merlin muses that his friend would do well to learn to mind her own business for her own good. Alice says that they will take her to their home, adding that she can ignore Merlin. Merlin and Alice immediately begin arguing over whose house it really is, while Shirley watches them in surprise. Shirley says that if it's about money, then they don't have to worry, because she can give them millions of gold. They look at her in surprise, and she declares that this is all the pocket money she has left. Shirley looks at him sadly and asks if millions of gold will be enough for him as a reward. Merlin stares into the distance for a moment before making such a difficult decision. After this, he turns around and with a charming smile says that he will always protect the beauty. And the road was quite calm, and they did not encounter any serious incidents or enemies on their way. Over time, Shirley became tired and fell asleep as she had been through so much during her captivity. Alice watches her carefully through the fabric, then turns away, glad that she has fallen asleep. Merlin exchanges glances with her, and they decide to talk a little in low tones so as not to wake her. Merlin asks her if she really wants to take advantage of Shirley's sleep in order to get closer to him. Alice irritably says that she does not see the slightest reason to get closer to him. After that, she asks him what that girl from hell was talking about when she accused him of cheating. Merlin immediately makes the face he usually makes when he eats several lemons at once. Alice asks him what happened, and Merlin states that these are very traumatic memories. Alice reflects on the fact that this is apparently some kind of very sad story and tries to understand what happened. Merlin says that everything happened exactly like this, when he was still the Demon King and was at the peak of his glory. He goes into the swamp of death to complete another task, the essence of which is not important now. A creature suddenly appears behind him, watching him closely in the darkness. It turns out that this is a charming girl who introduces herself as Trist and says that she is a messenger from hell. Merlin turns to her to find out what she came to talk about and is very surprised. The thing is, Trist has a very specific appearance, which is a hybrid of a cute girl and a pumped-up man. Merlin was so impressed by this that he almost left his eyes in that very swamp that day. However, Trist falls in love with him almost immediately, saying that it would be great if they worked for Satan. Merlin almost immediately says that he refuses to accept this offer. Trist says that he will definitely like hell when he goes there himself and takes a good look around. Merlin says that one can only go to hell after death and perceives her offer as a threat. Immediately after this, he gives her a crushing punch in order to cope with his stress. This is enough to disable her for a while and break her heart for centuries. Alice listens to this story with some interest and says that now it is clear why he grimaced so. Merlin says that now another messenger has come to him to avenge her friend. Merlin says that he will win them all and will be able to defeat them all at the same time, and Alice understands that the situation is bad. After some time, they finally reach their hometown and drive up to Alice's house. Alice's donkey is grazing peacefully in its stall as our heroes enter the house. Merlin examines the special crystal he holds, obtained after defeating his enemies. He understands that this treasure is very useful, but the extent of the benefit will depend only on Alice. A few seconds later, he hears loud screams and wonders what caused them. Meanwhile, Alice helps Shirley bathe and at the same time asks how she grew such breasts. Merlin addresses them and tells them that Alice should control her desires and be a little more modest. After that, he sits down on the sofas, wondering if this crystal can fix one thing. A star flies over the house, and he makes a wish that Alice's figure becomes more curvy. Meanwhile, Alice sneezes because someone is remembering her very intensely. A few hours later, morning arrives, and our heroes have to prepare breakfast for themselves and their guests. Alice starts to act up, banging on the table, saying that she demands the best and most delicious food. Merlin immediately puts on the table all the best things he managed to prepare over the last couple of hours. Merlin says that if she makes such demands again, she can't count on dinner. Shirley looks closely at the prepared dishes and tries to understand whether this fighter is also an amazing cook. She decides to carefully take a small piece to taste it and check for salt and pepper. But after a few seconds she freezes as a very pleasant taste slowly spreads across her tongue. She plunges into some kind of dreams, realizing that she has never eaten anything so delicious and amazing. Shirley says that Mr. Merlin is a genius and incomparable, not only on the battlefield, but also in cooking. Merlin says that this is a great opportunity for Alice to show him the respect she deserves. Shirley smiles and says that she thinks they would make a wonderful married couple. Alice and Merlin immediately try to make it clear to her that they are not married and that their living together is just a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, we are transported to a strait through which several boats with people on board are passing at once. People say that since the alchemist arrived here, the local fish have begun to mutate and become aggressive. One of the fighters states that he is actually just a nerd, so there is nothing to worry about. The sailor says that he must succeed at any cost because people's lives are at stake. The mercenary says that there is really nothing to worry about, since he has already managed to gain fame on the battlefield. However, before he can finish his conversation, he discovers a pair of red eyes staring at him from the water. He looks at them closely, wondering what it all means, but his future fate will be sad. He immediately turns to his brother and tells him that he needs to be careful because something is coming. A few seconds later, a shadow jumps out of the water and quickly pounces on the nearest target. The mercenary is surprised to discover that a very bright wound from a deep cut has appeared on his face. He immediately turns around to see what it is and hears some kind of creature fluttering around on the boat. However, it appears to be a very unusual fish, as he was told, and now he can examine it. This fish looks like its fins have been transformed into the arms of some animal. Before he can even figure out what's happening, his brother is attacked by several of these fish. He tries to save his younger brother, but he is unable to keep his balance and falls overboard. Other fishermen also come under attack from these numerous individuals, who try to push them into the water and eat them there. The expedition turns into a complete massacre, and the mercenary tries to understand what it all means. The obvious fact here is that they are being exterminated without a single chance to fight back. Meanwhile, he was lost in thought for too long, and his boat collided with something hard and massive. At first he takes it for some kind of stone, but it quickly becomes clear that it is not a stone. He slowly lifts his head to find out what it is, and quickly regrets that decision. The whole point is that some kind of gigantic monster appears in front of him, which makes him scream in fear. The monster looks simply terrifying, but its true face is still hidden under the cover of night, and only its red eyes are visible. Before the sailor can do anything, the monster hits the boat with all its might in order to sink it. The sailor immediately begins to sink to the bottom, where hungry mutant fish are already waiting for him. The creature destroys all the remaining sailors, after which it turns around and goes somewhere. The antics of this monster are observed by a strange figure who has been at a safe distance the whole time. This man is holding a stopwatch to measure the time it takes to kill people, but there is a strange photograph inside this watch. Having slammed the watch shut, he says that no one should underestimate the alchemy that he possesses. After this, he declares that he will definitely be able to impress Lady Asmodeus and make her his wife. Meanwhile, only small planks float to the surface of the water, which the fish consider inedible. Meanwhile, we return to our heroes, who are getting ready to sleep again. Merlin, in his usual manner, approaches Alice to place his hand right in front of her face. He says contentedly that the little elf is sleeping, which means they can finally be alone. Alice asks him what he means, and Merlin promises to show her a great treasure that he has been saving for her. Alice finds herself very frightened by this information, since coming from this person's mouth, it could mean anything. Merlin simply puts on a straight face and adds that he was talking about the dragonstone he got. Alice asks what it is, and Merlin reminds her that this stone can nullify the love-born skill. Alice asks him where he got it, and Merlin states that it was in the body of a defeated dragon. He also states that with this crystal, they can easily promote her to saint rank much faster. Alice asks if her appearance will change, and Merlin states that if the crystal is crushed, this will not happen. He emphasizes that the transformation will only be successful if she can withstand the unexpected surge of strength. He looks at her with enthusiasm and demands that she give him one clear and very important answer. He puts his hand on her shoulder and tells her that she must say whether she deserves this power or is afraid. After some time, she gives her consent, after which she takes several grains of this crystal. Merlin remarks that some time has passed and asks her if she feels the surge of dragon power. Alice doesn't answer him for a while, feeling the energy calmly flowing through her body. After this, she throws up her hands and says that she feels the same as before. Merlin notes that this is strange, as she should have felt an explosion of power inside her. Alice states that the crystals must be fake, and Merlin notes that he knows about such things. Some more time passes, and they already go to bed in order to continue these procedures tomorrow. Merlin tries to understand why his method had no effect and slowly falls asleep. Before he completely falls asleep, he begins to hear someone approaching him very slowly. Merlin opens one eye and suggests that perhaps Alice has come to him again to tell him something. However, in front of him, he sees the silhouette of a girl whose figure is slightly curvier than Alice. Merlin is frightened by this and then wonders why her curves have become so large. Shirley tells him that they need to go upstairs quickly because something terrible is happening to Alice. Merlin wakes up fully and asks what is happening to her, but Shirley cannot give him an answer. Entering the second floor, he discovers a large amount of frosty smoke spreading across the floor. The room is the epicenter of these magical changes, and the temperature has dropped a few more degrees. Merlin quickly goes inside to find out what this all means, and sees the room becoming covered in frost. This ice crust is not spreading too quickly, but it is definitely not something to leave unattended. Alice, however, looks absolutely normal, and seems completely unaware of these changes. She is just sleeping peacefully in her bed, but everything around her is covered in ice, and even she herself is no exception. Merlin realizes that she has now lost the ability to control her new powers. Merlin thinks for a moment and says that they need to figure out how to contain this. He turns to her abruptly and asks her if she can take his place on the sofa today. Shirley says that this will not be a problem, and Merlin states that she can rely on him. Shirley watches him go in surprise, trying to figure out what the Demon King's plan is. Merlin, meanwhile, calmly closes the door right in her face, hoping that she won't linger there. After this, he goes to Alice in order to more closely study her condition and methods of counteraction. Alice turns on her side, judging by her expression, and begins to moan in horror, after which she continues. Merlin understands that this is an extreme case, because if something goes wrong, she might simply lose her mind by the morning. He doesn't have much time to make the right decision, so he has no choice. After a few seconds, the magic spread ceases, and all the ice that had recently appeared begins to melt. Merlin lay down in the same bed with her in order to control her magical state, which she does not know how to fight. Merlin turns his gaze to her, thinking that he is doing this solely to help. Meanwhile, Alice presses herself closer to him, and in her sleep she says that she feels something very warm. Merlin is quite impressed by such tenderness on her part, which he is not accustomed to during this time. Merlin feels his heart skip a beat at these words and tries to understand what is happening to him. This night will be quite difficult and long for our hero, as he will face a serious test in the morning. In a few hours, that long-awaited morning arrives, and now will be the perfect time to explain everything. The birds begin to land on the open windowsill and chirp joyfully, preparing for the day. Alice feels the sun slowly warming her face and very slowly awakens from sleep. Merlin watches her with interest and asks her how she slept, not rushing to explain what happened. Alice wakes up as if nothing had happened, after which she wishes him good morning and turns over onto her back. She stares at the ceiling for a moment, not immediately understanding what exactly has changed in her room. However, after a few seconds, he still realizes that Merlin should be sleeping on the sofa, but for some reason, he is in her bed. Once this awareness reaches its peak, she begins to scream loudly in order to express her feelings. Shirley immediately runs into the room to find out what is going on and asks if everything is okay. Seeing Alice climb onto Merlin, this inexperienced elf draws completely wrong conclusions from what is happening. She quickly turns around and apologizes for disturbing them, and Alice asks her to stop. After this, she turns to Merlin and sternly asks him what he forgot in her bed. Merlin states that this is perfectly normal for a married couple, but she kicks him to the floor quite quickly. Alice talks about him taking away her innocence and purity, wondering how this could have happened. Merlin says that this is a very strange gratitude for the man who saved her life. He explains to her that she was too weak and could not control the crystal's power. Alice learns the full story of what happened and asks him what it means for their future. Merlin says that until she reaches Saint rank, she won't be able to control it while in her sleep. Immediately after this, he sits down on her bed in order to provide a little clarity about his plans. He states that until she reaches Saint rank, they will have to continue sleeping together to prevent disaster. Alice finds herself in the worst conditions she has ever experienced in her entire life, and this cannot help but upset her. This cannot help but drive her into depression, but she still needs to act further and go on the mission. Merlin follows her closely and asks her where she is going in such a hurry, and Alice says that she needs to train. He notes that she doesn't want to rely on him more than she has to, and that she needs to raise her saint rank. Merlin smiles and asks her if the dream with him was really so terrible and she didn't like it. After this, he reminds her that she pressed herself very tenderly against him that night and said that he was warm. Cecilia says that he should never remind her of this and forget everything that happened that night. A few seconds later, they are asked if they can at least refrain from love affairs in the morning. And turning around, they will see Miss Da Vinci and Rossetti, who are watching with interest what they are doing. Miss Da Vinci asks her if everything is okay with her, and Alice says that everything turned out well, even though she was captured. Rossetti smirks and says that Alice doesn't have the figure to seduce a man to a dangerous level. Alice asks her to shut up, and Miss Da Vinci sharply turns to the book to get her attention. She asks her to appreciate the love that exists between them, as Merlin rushed to save her with incredible confidence. Alice looks at her in surprise, and Merlin understands that his intention was not entirely correctly interpreted last time. After this, she turns to her friend and says that they need to hurry to work. Rossetti agrees, then smiles and makes faces at Alice before going on her way. Alice asks what Miss Da Vinci meant by this, but Merlin asks her not to focus on it. After some time, they return to the training ground to continue honing their skills. Merlin looks at her closely and asks her to manifest her aura and attack him. Alice agrees and concentrates on the new sensations that allow her to generate this aura. She begins to exhale slowly, and the air around her becomes calmer and cooler. After this, energy wings begin to appear behind her back, which open up new possibilities for her. Merlin watches this with great interest and feels that his student has become even stronger. Alice says that she finally understands what the power of the dragon race is. Merlin says that this is not even close to their power, and she will only receive it when she completely absorbs the legendary crystal. He notes that if she wants to level up, she'll need the ability to transform instantly. Alice looks at him proudly and says that the question of her superiority over him is only a matter of time. Merlin looks at her with a smile, taking the twig in his hands, and says that she is unlikely to be able to surpass him ever. Alice immediately grabs her weapon and rushes at him, telling him not to underestimate her. After this, she flies into the air with a new frost dragon aura and prepares to charge. Merlin realizes that she is too happy with the power she has received, and he needs to bring her back down to earth. He gives it a light tap with his stick to remind her that he did, in fact, defeat the dragon whose power it had absorbed. Alice lies on the ground, having received another bump, and Merlin asks her if she has calmed down or if she needs more. After a while, their training ends, and they decide to return home to have dinner. Merlin tells her that she needs to stop thinking about defeating him and focus on other things. After a while, they are stopped by a merchant who joyfully turns to Alice to call her over. He mentions that he has some fresh cabbage that he would like to offer her, and she agrees to buy 2 heads. The next merchant offers her to buy fresh fish, saying that he specially set aside the best piece for her. The ordinary townspeople who meet them thank her for catching the thieves who were bothering them. On average, Alice's name is becoming more and more known publicly, although she had already helped ordinary people while she lived here. Alice happily communicates with all people and says that she has already missed them. Merlin continues to follow her, and they finally finish their shopping trip. Merlin is carrying a large basket of vegetables in his arms, as well as a small note with something written inside. Merlin says he didn't think she was that outgoing, and Alice says it's a natural part of life. After some time, they meet the owner of their apartment, who greets them sternly. After this, a smile spreads across her face, and she asks them if it is really a married couple who go for walks. Alice and Merlin greet her, say that they haven't seen each other for a long time, and are glad to meet again. The hostess smiles and says that she saw the two of them many kilometers from here. She smiles and says that it looked as if they had been married for several years, even though they were newlyweds. Merlin reflects on how he wouldn't want to live his life with such a flat hero in terms of the female form. Alice, in turn, reflects on the fact that she would never have married this lustful idiot. The hostess asks if they can fulfill her request and become a little closer to each other. She also says that she is thinking of cutting their pay in half starting next month, as it is difficult to find work now. Merlin and Alice immediately hug each other and ask her how good they look. Merlin tries to understand why she's blushing, since they're doing this to cut the rent. Alice also wonders about this, because she does not understand why this pretense suddenly made her feel embarrassed. The owner of the apartment thanks them for this, saying that it reminds her of many pleasant moments in her life. Merlin and Alice feel their strength gradually fading away after such acting. Merlin notes that this drains him no less than serious training. Smiling, he says that if it's a question of reducing the rent, then he's ready to show her something more worthwhile. After a while, they return home, and Merlin sits down on a chair to read the newspaper. Alice, in turn, holds a knife and uses it to release the stress that has accumulated in her. She delivers a powerful blow with all her might straight at the cabbage and splits it into 2 equal parts. Merlin watches her chop cabbage in surprise and asks her what the hell she's doing. Alice claims she is just chopping vegetables, and Merlin demands that she immediately apologize to the groceries for this. Immediately after this, he takes her hand in his in order to stop and slowly guide her movement. Alice says that she will kill him if he pulls another stupid stunt. Merlin says that he can't let this continue and decides to teach her how to cut vegetables properly. Alice feels a little awkward that the person she hates is too close and is teaching her how to cook. A fight breaks out between them again, and Shirley, who is watching them, understands that this is true love. The next day, they still decide to return to the Adventurers Guild to report on the completed task. The usual serene atmosphere reigns in the guild itself, and nothing foreshadows serious events. Alice sits down at the table to read the newspaper and drink the hot coffee that is served here. She learns that the Redbud Knights arrived in time and successfully captured the prince, who is suffering from a nervous breakdown. People usually say that this Prince Copperfield is a terrible loser who was unable to realize his plans. Meanwhile, Alice approaches the crystal ball and discovers that it is broadcasting events from the capital. At an important meeting in front of the people, Brent tells everyone else that he is the only survivor. He also states that the swordsman Elgin came to their aid, defeated the twins, and destroyed the monster. He also states that Copperfield was driven mad by the swordsman's incredible strength and is therefore the true hero. People start to rejoice and say that they always knew that this person was real. They raise their hands and begin to praise the incredible valor and courage of the swordsman Elgin. All of this is being broadcast directly through the crystal ball, and our heroes are watching it right now. Merlin is trying to figure out why he was mistaken for this swordsman, and for Alice, it is an even greater test. She looks at Merlin and tries to understand how they could confuse him with this swordsman, because they are only slightly similar. Merlin, in turn, understands that his former comrades will laugh at him because he became the savior of humanity. After a while, the broadcast starts to freeze, as if some strange interference is being created. Merlin and Alice desperately hope that the broadcast will fix itself, but the screen goes dark completely. Merlin is trying to figure out what caused the broadcast to be interrupted, as it ended at an interesting point. Brent, meanwhile, is thrown to the side by a powerful blow from a man who came up from behind. An older friend starts yelling at him, calling him a pathetic idiot who doesn't understand anything. Brent looks up at his colleague in surprise and asks him why Captain Franklin is so strict with him. Franklin says that they finally got a chance to become famous, and he went and squandered it. He also accuses him of framing the Knights of the Redbud and the Queen herself with his actions. He quickly takes out his weapon and declares that for this treason, he must be punished and killed. He advises him to think about his sins in the next world, after which he swings for the finishing blow. Brent tries to protect himself from this blow with the metal parts of his armor, but they are unlikely to save him. Franklin uses all his strength to ensure that his sword pierces his opponent, but his plan is not destined to come to fruition. Before he can strike, a very ornate sword lands between him and his victim. Franklin looks closely at this weapon and realizes that it belongs to a specific knight. After a few seconds, a considerable number of feathers begin to fall from the sky, and this indicates the approach of a magical creature. A giant bird, used as a flying mount, flies over the city. Ordinary citizens look at this eagle and wonder what is happening and who has come here. The bird lands on a stone tower, looking around for possible threats. This eagle is a very dangerous animal that can kill a person with a light blow of its beak. However, what is far more dangerous is not so much the creature itself, but the rider who arrived here with it. Along with this eagle, a stern girl jumps down here, who is one of the most important figures in the knightly order. Brent looks at her in surprise and asks her if Miss Macefield really decided to come here in person. Franklin says that this scoundrel went against orders and slandered the Knights of the Redbud. Miss Macefield looks at him sternly, clearly unconvinced by these cool stories about this boy betraying them. She quickly delivers a powerful blow with her palm to bring him to his senses and silence him. Brent watches in surprise as his older friend falls to the ground, unable to keep his balance. Miss Macefield says that this idiot is trying to defame their queen with his terrible antics. Franklin says that the fame of the swordsman Elgin is steadily growing, and this is already threatening the existence of the order. He points to Brent and says that this boy is helping him by spreading his exploits, and this is betrayal. Miss Macefield gives him a stern look before turning her gaze to the crowd. People start whispering among themselves, trying to figure out why they are suddenly trying to turn a real hero into a villain. Miss Macefield tries to retrieve the sword from the stone pavement, saying that it is only thanks to Brent that they have not yet lost their honor. After this, she makes a sharp movement in order to get the sword, which has penetrated very deeply into the stone. Franklin looks at her with fear, because an angry woman and a gun are a dangerous combination. Miss Macefield says that Franklin is the only one who needs to be punished, because he is ruining the reputation of the knights. Franklin says that they are the Queen's swords, so their position cannot be questioned. Miss Macefield says he's been a nuisance, so she's going to report him now. Franklin realizes that he is now in real trouble because this report will go to the Queen. He quickly turns around and tries to run away in order to avoid getting into more trouble. Ms. Macefield looks at Brent and asks him if he is okay, and he thanks her for her help. After this, she makes several movements towards the fortress wall to address the townspeople. She greets them all and tells them that she is the main representative of the Redbud Knights. She apologizes for the inconvenience Franklin caused them and states that they owe their gratitude to the swordsman Elgin. After this, she asked whether it is possible to trust a person who is afraid to reveal his identity to society. Meanwhile, the broadcast continues, and Merlin looks at the new face in surprise, trying to figure out who it is. Miss Macefield asks that we continue to believe in the Knights of the Redbud as they prove their determination to be protectors. After a short pause, she says that she would also like to address the swordsman. She clenches her hand sharply to demonstrate her rage and determination to complete the task. She says that she is looking for a dangerous criminal and will catch him in the name of the country and its citizens. Merlin grins and says that he would really like to see how she does it. Ms. Macefield says it doesn't matter what feats he's accomplished, because some things can't be undone. She states that the destruction of the royal fleet was an unforgivable offense, and then the recording begins to cut out. Alice tries to figure out what's wrong with this crystal ball and tries to hit it to get the broadcast back to normal. Hobbs comes closer to them and asks them about his body, noting that they haven't seen each other for a long time. After this, he hears fragments of the broadcast in snatches and understands that he needs to warn Merlin. He immediately takes him aside and tells him that there is a fear that he might become a cuckold. Hobbs states that Lugia told him that Alice has feelings for the swordsman, and Merlin states that he doesn't care about him. Alice asks them what they are discussing, and Hobbs immediately steps aside, saying that it is not important. Merlin says that the only thing he told her was that she pushed him out of bed today. Alice says that this is all nonsense, since he himself snuck into her bed at night and calls him a pervert. A few seconds later, their argument is interrupted by the sound of a falling bouquet, and they immediately turn around to see who it was. Arnold got here early enough to hear words he wished he had never heard. He runs out of the house in tears and says that he will never fall in love with a woman again in his life. Merlin watches him with a hint of amusement, while Alice realizes that this will only bring her more trouble. After this, she talks about buying something for Shirley and asks him to look at a suitable work. Hobbs asks him about Shirley, and Merlin advises him not to worry about it, deciding not to tell him about the elf. Immediately after this, he places a gold coin on the table, as if inviting Hobbs to take it for free. After that, he asks him if there is any work in the capital area that could be taken. Hobbs says that there are a lot of strong adventurers living there, so they usually do everything themselves. He states that there was a recent quest for 100,000 gold coins in a fishing village, and Merlin is very impressed. Hobbs says that this quest is no longer available because it was taken by a 14-year-old mithril adventurer yesterday. Hobbs talks about rumors that this man has a talent for all kinds of magic and superhuman understanding. Merlin notes that if a person is 14 years old and has already climbed so high, then it is interesting and deserves attention. Hobbs says that this man copies other people's spells and keeps them in his collection forever. Hobbs abruptly turns his gaze to Helena, who has come closer to them, and asks her what she is doing here. Helena looks at them softly and smiles slightly, indicating that she is welcoming them back after a long separation. She also says that he needs to come to her more often because their wine is very tasty. She also asks if she can take Merlin away from him for a while so they can have a few words. Merlin rises to his feet warily and says that he has nothing against it. Hobbs looks at them in surprise, trying to figure out when he gained this girl's affection. Merlin and Helena step aside to discuss a possible audience with Asmodeus, or something along those lines. Hobbs says with horror that this man is married, but he is still not satisfied and is looking for even more women. Merlin heads back to Helena's secret cottage to talk to his old friend. As usual, he descends into the dungeon, where he meets his ally and does not ask unnecessary questions. Only on approaching the office does he ask why he wanted to meet him in person at this time. Helena says that, apparently, Merlin's plan is going badly and is jeopardizing the entire demon cause. Merlin notes that she remembered the nonsense he told her and understands that it will now cause him problems. He states that her guesses are correct and their plans are of great importance, but they must be kept secret. Helena says that she will definitely keep this plan a secret in order to ensure that it comes true. After a while, he comes in, and behind him, as before, the doors close with a characteristic sound. Merlin sits down in a chair and wonders what they will talk about today. Asmodeus tells him that a serious problem has occurred, which is why he could not sleep all night. Merlin looks at him in surprise and asks if everything is really that serious and urgent. Asmodeus says that there will be a concert in the palace of the 7th Demon King, and he can't find the right underwear. Merlin says that he almost had a heart attack and demands that he immediately stop his terrible antics. Asmodeus grins, then says that he was recently chased by a passionate fanatic from the human race. Merlin sits back down in his chair and congratulates him on such an incredible achievement. Asmodeus sits back down in the chair and says that there is a small problem because this man is not simple. He also points out that this man is, among other things, a man, and Merlin nearly chokes on his tea. Asmodeus says that this man uses alchemy to alter the body and produce monsters known as chimeras. Merlin looks at him in surprise and demands an explanation as to what these strange creatures are. Asmodeus states that these are mutated creatures that are capable of normal attacks, but they contain great power. Asmodeus says that he would be glad if this man worked for him, and even tried to talk to him. Merlin says that he understands his point, noting that he wants to get these animals, but does not want to talk to people. Asmodeus says that this is indeed the case, but recently the situation has become several times more complicated. He states that he received a letter stating that these animals are ready to serve him, but only if he marries this man. Merlin says that he can simply refuse, since the alchemical beasts are a small problem. Asmodeus says that if they don't increase the strength of their army, then sooner or later, these threats will grow into something bigger. Merlin says that he is one of the 7 kings of the demonic race, and not everyone can compare to him in strength. Merlin also states that he would be happy to help him in order to get rid of this problem. Asmodeus is very impressed by such determination on the part of the protagonist and reacts to it in a very feminine way. He also says that no one has ever told him so openly that they are ready to pretend to be his man for the sake of disguise. Merlin asks him to immediately forget everything he just said and go to hell. After leaving the house, he returns to his place, trying to figure out what to do, because he wasted his time. As he approaches the house, he hears strange voices discussing Merlin's recent marriage. Merlin tries to figure out what all this means and decides to go behind the main entrance to take a look at the guests. His guests are Cecilia and Kyle, who inform him that they have been looking for him for a very long time. Merlin looks at her in surprise and says that he doesn't quite understand who exactly is in front of him. Cecilia says that she is the Duke's daughter, and Merlin declares that he now remembers that he threw her into the dungeon. Kyle again lunges at him with his fists, asking him how dare he speak to the mistress like that. Cecilia says that they are forever indebted to this man, and Kyle finds it hard to believe. Kyle states that the official records say that everything was resolved thanks to a gold-ranked adventurer. Merlin smiles and says that, apparently, this is about Alice, who is appropriating someone else's glory. Cecilia orders everyone to stop, as she clearly remembers how everything happened on that terrible day. She notes that after Kyle fell unconscious, Merlin single-handedly destroyed the undead army. Cecilia asks him if he thinks she's lying, and Kyle admits he finds it hard to believe. Merlin asks her in surprise what they need this for now, assuming that they wanted to ask why he abandoned them. However, after some time, they tell him that they want him to accompany them to the Strait and help them defeat the alchemist. Cecilia says that this is exactly how it is, and declares that with his help, victory will be guaranteed. Merlin asks why they didn't make an official request through the guild, if it comes to that. Cecilia says that if possible, she would like to ask him in person so as not to attract attention. Cecilia also says that she hopes that he will agree to help them out and help her get over her past failures. Merlin says that he is an adventurer, so he does not work for free and he needs a reward. Cecilia happily says that she is definitely ready to guarantee him a suitably generous compensation. Merlin looks at her carefully, and these words bring back some rather funny memories. He decides that now is the perfect time to share them, and a smile appears on his face. He asks her if she ever thinks about using her body as a reward again. Cecilia is taken aback by such words, as they sound incredibly ambiguous. One can only imagine Kyle's amazement at that moment if he hadn't been unconscious and understood what was being discussed. Alice also looks at him with extreme surprise and contempt as he allowed himself to commit another abomination. Cecilia quietly says there was a misunderstanding, while the others try to get to the bottom of the truth. Shirley considers that it would be better not to interfere now, so she simply hid and went upstairs. Kyle calls him a pathetic brat and asks how he dared to tarnish the lady. Rushing towards him, he says that he will simply destroy him for what he did to his beloved. Kyle asks him to stop before it's too late, and Merlin tries to defend himself with a spoon. The self-defense proves incredibly effective, and he throws Kyle into a wall, stunning him briefly. Merlin advises him to relax and states that it was just a light blow. Cecilia apologizes for being rude, saying that she didn't mean for things to come across that way. Merlin says that he will send someone else to repair the wall, and notes that he is more interested in the reward. Cecilia says that she thought he was not so petty, but adds that she is ready to give him 300,000 gold. Merlin, smiling, says that he basically agrees to such conditions, but Alice stops him. She says that they wanted to bring her home, and they don't have time to mess around with it. Merlin remembers that he will be given 3 times more money for completing this task, so he cannot miss this opportunity. He notes that the return of their friend is more important, so he suggests discussing the matter another day. Cecilia says that they will pass by this place on the way to the task, and it is possible to combine them. Merlin says that they have come to an agreement and can leave tomorrow. The next morning, they get ready for the journey and get into a carriage in order to reach the desired place unnoticed. Merlin receives all the necessary information about the bay and says that he has already heard about these animals. Merlin notes that the village personally requested help from someone named Johnson, but he can't remember who it was. Alice looks at him in surprise and asks him if he has remembered the correct name. Cecilia quickly guesses that they are probably talking about a brilliant wizard who came here from Ireland. Cecilia says irritably that, apparently, she will have to return home in disgrace. Merlin smiles and says that she has absolutely nothing to worry about, since the task will be completed quickly. He claims that even a genius wizard cannot compare to him in terms of the efficiency of completing tasks. After some time, they reach Lydney, where we find Shirley's house. We move to a large tower, which offers a stunning view of the entire city. Inside this room sits a woman who is looking intently into the mirror and talking to it about something. The girl addresses a certain lady, saying that she has come here to receive new instructions. This elf's name is Samael, and she promises her mistress that she will soon begin to rule the world and conquer everything in the world. Her mistress, Ashdal, says that soon they will sacrifice the entire population of this city. Samael looks at her in surprise and says that there is one small snag with completing this point. We note that in order for the spell to activate, the victims must include someone from the royal family. Ashdal smiles and says that this is indeed a difficult task, but even it can be solved. She notes that their only chance is to find the king's daughter, who was lost 6 months ago. Samael says that they are probably talking about Princess Shirley, and notes that there has been no news about her for a long time. Ashdal states that elves have a very deep connection with their descendants, so she definitely did not die. She states that otherwise the king would have stopped looking for her, which means they still have a chance. Samael smiles and says that she promises to bring them this princess at any cost to sacrifice her. At this time, the target itself walks into their hands and does not even suspect what a terrible trap it is about to fall into. The next day, we are transported back to this city, when our heroes have almost reached it. Their cart stops at a stone gate, and all that remains is to obtain permission and move on. Meanwhile, Alice constantly looks out of the carriage window, saying that she hasn't seen such a beautiful city for a long time. She immediately turns to her ally, telling her to look out the window. Shirley doesn't pay any attention to this as she dozes off due to the journey being longer than she thought. Alice watches her for a while with a smile, as she has already become very attached to this elf. She says that this captive's days outside the home are finally coming to an end, and she can't help but be happy for her. Merlin, meanwhile, is thinking that the fact that nothing happened to them seems suspicious to him. Cecilia suddenly interrupts him from his thoughts to ask him a couple of routine questions. She asks him what he thought of the city when he first came to it. Merlin thinks for a moment, noting that he really hasn't been in such large spaces for a long time. He claims that there are too many people here, and it irritates him because he is used to a quiet life. Cecilia smiles and says that this city has many places for entertainment such as bars or casinos. Merlin begins to tremble with incredible delight while sparks light up in his eyes. Alice immediately tells him that the casino is closed to him, otherwise she will cut off his pocket money. Merlin says he will go wherever he wants, and Alice reminds him that his luck is terrible and he will bankrupt them. Cecilia watches their latest argument closely and tries to understand why they are behaving so strangely, and she asks them why they divide their budget if they are married and do not have such divisions. Merlin tries to quickly say that they are not married, but she immediately shuts him up. Alice says that they are married, but still like to keep track of how each other spends their money. Alice says that Cecilia will definitely understand them as soon as she gets married and faces ordinary everyday problems. Alice advises him not to say anything unnecessary, since the fact that they are supposedly married now works in their favor. Merlin tries to understand what she has in mind, but decides not to ask unnecessary questions since it is not critical to him. Cecilia continues to look out the carriage window and becomes very animated as they pass by a building. She talks about how it is a goddess college, which is an amazing place. Merlin looks out the window with interest to also look at this architectural structure. Upon further inspection, he becomes surprisingly interested in the building. The whole point is that this building contains some kind of familiar aura, which seems very weak to him. He is particularly attracted to the face of the statue of the goddess, which seems familiar to him, but he cannot remember whose it is. Alice asks him what happened, while he continues his futile attempts to remember who it is. Merlin claims that the goddess is in fact just an abstract figure used by the hypocrites of the church. Kyle says that it is better not to speak about the goddess in such a way, since her followers may be offended. He also points out that this is also Mrs. Cecilia's alma mater, so it's best to be polite. Merlin turns his head to the other side in a grumpy tone, calling him a pathetic idiot. Alice asks Cecilia not to pay attention, since he simply has a biased attitude towards the church. Alice understands that she needs to change the topic quickly and asks about the students' daily responsibilities. Cecilia says they read poetry and sing prayers, and also learn holy magic and ways to get rid of demons. Merlin suddenly perks up and asks her about the different ways to get rid of demons. Cecilia says that demons are evil, so followers must be able to get rid of them in preparation for war. Merlin remembers that Asmodeus wanted to increase the strength of his army and suggests that this might be the reason. He looks closely at the sky and mentally asks himself whether the Holy Thrones have once again started a war with them. He is also still trying to remember what kind of face the goddess has that seems so familiar to him. Soon after, they arrive at one of the hotels where they can stop and spend the night. Cecilia asks where Mr. Merlin has gone, and he tells her that he went to see his friend off. Meanwhile, we are transported to the embassy of the southern part of the United Kingdom, where our heroes arrived with Shirley. They are met by a pair of armed guards who immediately stop them and ask them what they are doing there. They also state that these are private embassy lands, and only authorized personnel are allowed there. Merlin mentions that they brought a lost elf here and asks if it's worth reporting. Shirley slowly removes her hood to reveal her true form to her fellow humans. The two elves look in surprise and realize that a high-ranking person has appeared before them. They immediately fall to their knees and greet Her Highness, declaring that they have been awaiting her return. She is also told that a real princess has appeared before them, and Alice and Merlin are very surprised by this. They can't immediately believe that all this time they have been accompanying a real royal person. After this, they proceed quite quickly to the conference room to complete the procedure. Shirley sits on a soft chair with her maids and looks intently at her comrades. Merlin says that 1,000,000 gold pieces doesn't seem like such a large sum now, and Alice is surprised by this surprise. Merlin talks about how he needs to try to throw away more money, and Alice tells him to shut up. Merlin says that if the princess has a whole million in her pockets, then the king has tons of it. After some time, the guard announces that Ambassador Samael is arriving here. Samael enters the room quickly, and with an excited gait, playing well to the audience and not giving himself away. She joyfully says that the princess has finally returned and now her heart will be calmer. She quickly approaches her to demonstrate how much she was worried. Shirley greets her happily and tells her that she got a little carried away and therefore got lost. Samael hugs her and then asks who they are, and Shirley states that it's a long story. Some time passes before they finish their conversation and finally go out into the corridor. Shirley comes out to our heroes and apologizes for making them wait so long. She also completes the process of changing her family clothes. Now she looks like a real elf princess. Alice says that she is incredibly beautiful and she expected nothing less from her. Merlin happily approaches her and wonders about the reward they were promised. Samael comes closer to them and says that the princess has already explained everything to them. Now she is aware of the events. She thanks them on behalf of the Elven King for returning the princess, not mentioning that they will soon be killed anyway. Shirley and Alice begin to talk to each other about how things are currently going in the kingdom. Alice learns that among the kings of all 9 races, her father is the strongest, and Alice remembers this. Merlin muses that perhaps if the Elven King is so strong, he might be able to live his life. Samael listens to their conversations, saying that there is one thought she would like to say right now. She states that she thinks that the princess's uncle, Ashdal, who rules the Dark Elves, is much stronger. Shirley looks at her with fear and says that this is a forbidden name that must never be spoken. Merlin looks at her in surprise and asks who this Ashdal is and why his name is forbidden. Shirley speaks of how he refused to help her father in the past in founding the United Kingdom and raising it. She also states that he was defeated, and Merlin notes that in that case this man is not stronger. Shirley talks about how her father beat her uncle because he did something very nasty. Samael says that he ambushed and killed his own brother while he was unaware of it. Alice imagines the king's scale at this time, as Shirley tries to justify her father. Merlin, pleading, says that this is apparently such a strong man that the king had to. Samael states that Ashdal was a genius among geniuses, and could direct the power of God at will. Smiling, she says that if it weren't for this incident, he could have become a god on this earth. Merlin remembers these words, but decides not to say anything, since he has his own thoughts on the matter. After this, they go outside to take a little rest and return to the hotel. They decide to take their time and walk calmly through the city while people have gone home. Alice sadly says that she already misses Shirley, even though they just left. Merlin looks at her with a sly smile and asks if he alone is not enough for her. Alice immediately blushes, feeling that this phrase resonates in her heart and makes her a little nervous. She immediately drives these thoughts away, realizing that if she didn't know him, she would have understood the phrase differently. Alice asks him if he misses his sister, and Merlin states that he is actually happy that she is gone. Smiling, he says that she is worse than Alice, since she always asked him to do everything for her. Merlin also says that his sister was very clingy and would wipe out any women who approached her. Alice looks at him in surprise, wondering if she was really that crazy. Merlin says that because of her, he lost all interest in love, and even now he is devoid of feelings. After this, he turns towards her and says that there is one detail that seemed rather strange to him. He wonders if Samael is too attached to this Ashdal, since his name is forbidden. She watches him all this time, but he only smirks, realizing that no obstacles are insurmountable for him. Continuing to travel around the city, his attention is suddenly drawn to some interesting crowd. Alice looks at him, asking what happened there, and he states that there was some noise. He comes closer to find out what is going on here and why there are so many people here. An ordinary citizen flies past him, apparently having received a strong blow and injured his arm. He immediately begins to grab the injured limb and scream that he is in incredible pain and can barely hold back his tears. After this, he asks his opponent about his incredible strength, which almost broke his arm. Merlin becomes very interested in this man and immediately looks up at the one who defeated this townsman. In the center of the crowd sits a young man who demonstratively raises his hand and demands the next one. He states that he is looking for someone strong to practice his skills with. Merlin tries to find out what is going on here and turns to one of the townspeople, asking who it is. He is told that this guy accepts arm wrestling challenges and gives 2,000 as a reward for winning, but no one has defeated him. Alice watches this man with interest in order to analyze why he is so strong, and she notes that there are energy fluctuations around him that indicate that they are suppressed. Alice claims that he is deliberately hiding his power, and Merlin notes that she has begun to see much more now. The unknown man now says that he is getting bored, and no one wants to challenge him, despite the fact that he gives in. He also states that he finally found a free minute and thought that he would meet someone strong, but he didn't. After some time, an unknown figure appears in front of him, who advises him to turn around. The fighter turns around and looks inspiredly at the man who finally dared to challenge him. However, his enthusiasm quickly evaporates as soon as he sees an ordinary adventurer in front of him. Merlin says that he would like to see how well he can fight against such a strong man. The stranger looks closely at his hands and discovers that the man is wearing special gloves. He states that he would prefer not to hurt such seemingly weak people, but if he insists, then why not? Alice tells them that they agreed that he would not create a fuss and attract attention. Merlin says that there is no need to worry, since he definitely cannot lose to this person and will win money at the same time. Alice also states that they will split the winnings from this in half, and Alice is very surprised when she hears this word. She quickly does a visual calculation and realizes that for her, this is a free 1,000 gold at zero cost. After a few seconds, she throws a wallet with the required amount of money on the table to take part. After this, she tells him that he will definitely be able to cope with this task and wishes him good luck. The stranger asks him if he is sure he wants this, and states that he does not take responsibility for the injury. Merlin places his hand on the table, indicating that he looks confident, so he should get right into action. He looks closely at his opponent and says that it is possible to stop this if someone is scared. Without further ado, they take up their arm wrestling positions and prepare to give it their all. After just a few seconds, the atmosphere becomes more tense as they both try to give it their all. Alice watches what is happening and feels that this warrior is definitely not a simple fighter. However, so far no one has been able to take first place, despite trying very hard. Merlin says that you shouldn't hide your true strength and that you need to give it your all. The stranger states that if he hides his own strength, then it means he is not so weak, and he takes his words back. He continues his attempts to turn the situation around, but he still cannot break Merlin's will and strength. He looks at him defiantly and says that he was able to surprise him, but now it's the end for him. Merlin watches with interest to see what happens next and finds his opponent's strength rapidly growing. His biceps also begin to fill with more blood, and his muscles increase in size. He makes a sudden movement in order to surprise his opponent and knock his hand off in a second. Alice watches in amazement and discovers that once the smoke clears, the stranger has practically won. However, upon closer inspection, she realizes that Merlin was still able to keep his hand and did not touch the table. The stranger continues to press with all his might, but he is unable to secure his victory. This begins to seem very strange to him, since he has never encountered anything like this before. He's only millimeters away from winning, but Merlin's hand simply won't move. Merlin smiles and realizes that now is the time to show some of his power. He is trying his best to turn the outcome of this fight upside down and surprise everyone. The stranger even loses his balance, causing him to fall to the ground, and his hand touches the table, breaking it. Alice looks at what is happening in surprise, trying to understand how this is even possible, and she did not expect anything like this. Merlin looks calmly at his opponent, who has slammed his head into the stone floor and broken through it. Merlin happily declares that victory will still be his, which means he deserves his win. The stranger says nothing for a while and continues to stick out of the ground upside down with his feet and other parts of his body. After this, he suddenly turns over and jumps to his feet, quickly regaining his balance. Merlin looks at his opponent with a smile and asks him if he had fun during this confrontation. A wide smile actually begins to shine on the stranger's face, as if this is the best thing that has ever happened to him. He starts laughing and says that he would never have thought that anyone other than the first knight of the kingdom would defeat him. Merlin chuckles and says that he warned them not to underestimate him, because his skills are very great. The stranger quickly takes out a small chest, which is tightly packed with a large number of gold coins. He hands him this chest and says that he fully deserves this award, and he has no complaints. Alice looks at this in surprise and tries to understand how he managed to get out of this situation. Merlin hands her the chest and asks her if she isn't glad that they were able to win after all. Alice claims that this is not the case, since he did attract attention and caused a serious mess. Merlin turns around in surprise and asks her what she means, since it was just arm wrestling. However, once he sees the scale of the destruction that his prank has caused, he realizes that things are much more complicated. The people behind him start whispering, trying to figure out who this strange man is who is causing so much destruction. Franklin also comes here, and together with the patrolman, orders the perimeter to be cordoned off and anyone trying to escape to be detained. Alice reflects that she had assumed that she shouldn't have let him cause trouble. Franklin wonders who dared to disturb the order in the capital and trample on all the laws of this state. Franklin demands that all the guilty parties step forward, otherwise he will arrest everyone present. Merlin catches the glances of the people present, who demand that he take a step forward. After this, he decides to exchange glances with Alice in order to figure out how best to act in this situation. Alice looks at him in surprise and tries to understand why everyone suddenly started looking at her. Franklin orders her to obediently follow them, noting that if she does, they will not touch her. Alice calls Merlin an idiot and asks him how he could set her up, and Franklin demands to come with him. Alice says that she would like to explain herself before they follow the guards. Franklin says that their time cannot be wasted, as they are the Knights of the Red Bud and represent the law. Merlin instinctively reaches for his sword and asks him if he really thinks so highly of himself. However, before he has time to figure out who is right or wrong in this situation, the stranger himself steps forward. He turns to Franklin and asks him if this is really how he usually establishes justice. He looks at him insolently and says that it is because of him that the knight's reputation is gradually melting away. Franklin asks him how he dares to speak about him like that and orders that he too be arrested immediately. The stranger places his hand on his mask and asks with a smile if Franklin really wants to arrest him. Franklin suddenly freezes and realizes that he did not recognize a man much more senior in rank than himself. The young man removes his mask, and before them appears a young warrior who, judging by his face, has seen many battles. Franklin, frightened, calls him Morrison and asks him what he is doing in this unfavorable place. Alice says that Morrison is one of the 12 knights in their organization and was personally chosen by the Queen. Franklin apologizes, saying that he didn't recognize him in that mask, so he made a big mistake. Morrison notes that it is now clear why their reputation is diminished when they have someone like him in their ranks. Morrison also states that this is why people side with the swordsman Elgin, while Franklin calls him a criminal. Morrison says it doesn't matter now and advises him to stop acting like a jerk and remember his honor. Franklin turns and leaves, realizing that he has failed again and will not be able to show his best side. After this, he apologizes for this stupid scene, and Alice says that she is grateful to him for his help. He also states that next time they need to fight in a real duel to find out who is stronger. Merlin looks at him sarcastically and says with a smile that in front of him is truly a real eccentric, the likes of which he has never seen before. After a while, night falls, and we are transported to the palace where Shirley and Samael live. She follows her because she called her to talk about something very important. Shirley asks how her mother is feeling, and Samael advises her not to worry about it. She assures that everything is fine and her family is feeling great, especially after the news of her return. Shirley naively asks her if this is true and happily moves on, suspecting nothing. She says that she can't wait to finally see them again. Samael smiles, thinking that perhaps it will happen quite quickly and sooner than she thinks. After some time, Shirley begins to hear strange sounds, as if someone is scratching the walls with their hands. She wonders what those strange sounds are, and Samael states that she must have imagined it. She invites her to come into the room, adding that she has prepared a real surprise for her. Shirley calmly walks inside, unaware of the horrors that await her inside this room. She almost immediately discovers a giant pit containing strange, zombie-like creatures. She looks at them in horror and wonders what they are and why they are locked here. Taking a closer look at these creatures, she recognizes them as cruel monsters that are very aggressive. Shirley realizes that they are corpse eaters and wonders what they are doing here, as they clearly do not belong here. Samael says that she brought them here herself to raise them, and declares that they are cute. Shirley wonders why they keep such disgusting creatures here. Samael smiles and says that there are very logical reasons for this, which she will explain. After this, she smiles and decides to use a spell to change her appearance back to her true self. Shirley watches in amazement as her aunt transforms into a completely different person. Samael happily says that this is how they will be able to realize the dreams of the Dark Elves and the plans of Lord Ashdal. Shirley looks at her with fear and asks her if she was really a dark elf all this time. Samael claims that her elven appearance was just a potion and a deception all along. Shirley quickly looks around to see if there is any way to escape and save herself from here. Samael immediately decides to use the magic pipes to close the exit and destroy the doors. Then a dark elf begins to appear and change shape right before their eyes, turning into a princess. Shirley looks at what is happening in horror and tries to understand what they will do to her now. Samael says that she is trying to escape in vain, noting that they will definitely be able to have a lot of fun. Shirley turns in her direction and hopes that both Merlin and Alice will somehow find out about this and save her. However, for now we can only hope that the Dark Elves are not going to kill her right now. Several silhouettes move around the dark city, trying not to attract unnecessary attention. They stop near an elite house, inside which the lights are burning, which means that the guests there have not yet gone to bed. The Dark Elves and their leader say that their target is inside and must be eliminated quickly. One of the killers says that this is a strange distribution of resources, because there are probably pathetic losers there. Their leader says that they are simply following orders, so this is not the time to ask questions. She looks closely at this house and says that we need to move and do everything quickly. Her subordinates say that they will carry out the order as soon as possible and jump to the side. We are transported inside this building, on one of the floors of which there is a large bathing facility for aristocrats. There is also a practically modern shower here, from which flows amazingly warm water. Merlin says that living in a luxury home is really great because the shower is a fantastic invention. After this, he calmly leaves the shower stall, saying that he has never felt so good. He reflects that this time they made a lot of money, and it can be said that their trip was a great success. Meanwhile, Kyle is sitting in another bathhouse, sadly looking somewhere at the ground, thinking intensely about something. Merlin asks him why he is sad, adding that he is ready to listen to him, because he is in a good mood today. Kyle says he doesn't know where to begin to talk about it properly, but he'll try to find the words. After a short pause and gathering his courage, he says that he has trained his body all his life to become Cecilia's protector. After this, he states that his body has reached its limit, and he feels that he will not be able to protect her as much as he would like. He clenches his hands tensely and says that in fact it was he who saved her from that labyrinth. Merlin listens to him attentively, after which he falls silent for a while so as not to interrupt his thoughts. After that, he talks about how knowing your business is great because it helps you in the future. He notes that this allows you to understand where your weaknesses are and focus on improvement. He says that in the City Guild, there is one alcoholic who drinks all day long, but he is an amazing information gatherer. Kyle asks him why he became an adventurer, because with his strength, he could easily become a Redbud Knight. The Dark Elves are already getting close to them and are preparing to launch an attack from the air. Merlin, meanwhile, smiles and says that he has never been interested in such a profession. The Dark Elf hopes that this murder will be quick, since their victim is unaware. However, the very next second, a powerful blow hits her in the face, causing her to fly to the side. Merlin managed to block her blow with a powerful blow from the towel and give himself some time to assess the situation. He quickly pulls the towel tighter so that he can hit other killers if necessary. They immediately rush at him, but each of them receives a powerful attack right in the face and loses several teeth. After this, they fall face down onto the concrete floors and lose their abilities for a while. This does not stop their unsuccessful attempts, but Merlin is ready to continue hitting them with a towel as much as necessary. Blushing, he looks at them carefully and understands that he has dealt with them all, now he can cover himself. Merlin states that he didn't think that kind of entertainment was offered here, and Kyle believes that they are murderers. Merlin asks him if he really wants to suggest that someone has sent specially trained assassins after them. After this, he looks at them carefully and asks them who sent them here, demanding an answer immediately. The leader advises him to shut up, after which she orders her comrades to attack immediately. They surround him and try to confuse him with constant feints and fake attacks so that he loses his guard. Merlin wonders why he ever expected things to go differently if he asked them nicely. One of them attacks him again, but this time he tries to stab him with a real knife. Merlin starts to get bored, and so he quickly sends all 3 assassins flying and makes them take a little rest. Kyle watches in shock and is very impressed by Merlin's incredible skills. He blows on his hand with a bored expression and says that he should have taken more people with him to cope. The leader of the killers reflects on the fact that it is now clear why she was asked to deal with these people. Merlin says that she has 2 choices. She can either keep these idiots company or tell everything. He also states that she can get out of here as long as he is kind and not going to finish her off. The irritated elf says that she shouldn't be underestimated as she has serious potential. She quickly takes out a small bottle and says that he will never be able to defeat her if she drinks this potion. Kyle looks at this potion with fear and realizes that this is indeed a very serious doping. He claims it's a fighting potion used in underground clubs that remove all restrictions from a person. Merlin wonders if it's true, and Kyle states that it only works on dark elves. The assassin immediately removes her mask to reveal that she is indeed a dark elf. Kyle says that she really is a dark elf, although before this, it was possible to determine this at least by her ears. After she drinks the potion, she immediately throws it aside, feeling her powers grow even stronger. Merlin tries to understand why the dark elves were sent here to kill him. Kyle advises him to run while he can, while the elf begins to undergo a serious metamorphosis. Her body becomes monstrously large, and her muscles increase in size several dozen times. She looks at him menacingly and prepares to tear him to pieces with one light blow. Merlin chuckles and says it's an interesting challenge, and Kyle says they need to run as fast as they can. The elf grabs a nearby column in order to tear it out by the roots. At first, the column does not give way, but the elf's strength becomes so great that she moves it from its place. Out of incredible hatred and rage, she even begins to scream in order to help herself tear out the column. After this, she leans on the stone floor, which begins to collapse under her incredible weight. She lunges forward, hoping to destroy him with one blow, unaware of what awaits her in response.